So welcome to the Wanderers ground here this afternoon for the first round of the Elite Division, where the home team Wanderers are up against the Empire team of Bike Hall. So the Empire Sports Club, they've lost the toss. So Wanderers winning the toss and electing to bat. I'm Andy Payne, and alongside me is Rashawn Hackett. Good afternoon, Rashawn.
Hey, good afternoon, Andy. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. Lovely day for cricket. Start of a new domestic season, year 2026. And the players are very keen. Two new captains on each team. You know, the Wanderers team, the home side, like we said, winning the toss and electing the bat. They'll be captained here by Gerard Lovell.
Yes, most definitely. It's most men's favorite time of the year, Andy. The cricket season, there's no better time. New season, new teams, new captains, as you mentioned. So I'm really looking forward and I'm eager to see what happens this season. Currently, we have Jaden Edmund, and Jaden Edmund opening the bowling for Empire, and the opening batsman for Wanderers is Jazz Griffith. So I'm keen to see what this season has in store.
Yeah, Jazz Griffith, the opening batter, and alongside him is Joshua Morris. He's the other opener for the Wanderers team. He's stationed at the non-striker end. But as you rightly said, Jaden Edmund, who was good enough to be invited to the national trials a bit earlier. So the first delivery is about to get on the way. Well, aborted his run. There's Jaden Edmund. I can tell you there are three slips in place. There's a gully. There's a backward point. There's a man stationed at mid-off. There's a deep backward square. There's a man forward square. And there's also a mid-on.
Starts with a full delivery. Griffith drives through the covers, and they'll look to come back for two on this one. Maybe even consider the third run. No, they don't. So Wanderers open their account with a drive through the covers. 2 runs to Griffith.
Good way to get off the mark. So he opens up his account. A full delivery there from Edmund, and really just asking for the treatment. So as you look around this outfield, very dry outfield. You saw the pitch there a bit earlier when you did the toss for Sean. It's a dry surface really. You've seen quite a few cracks in the surface on this day one.
Yeah, the pitch appears to be dry and flat, one that's particularly good for batting. I'll just put a pause in that. Another full delivery. Griffith drives through the covers, and it eases close into the boundary, and it goes all the way. First boundary for Wanderers. Griffith is starting fantastically.
Yeah, an overpitch delivery there again, this time from Edmund, and given the full treatment there by Griffith. Again, remember he's got that 3 slips in the gully, so that vacant cover region, and he's just essayed a fantastic drive and finding the boundary for the first time. So as you go back to speak about the Wanderers pitch, Wanderers is known for lots of runs. I mean, over the years, it's been a dry surface, known for good batting.
Yes, I was saying that the pitch appears to be dry and flat, so it looks to be one that favors the batsmen. So understandably so, why Wanderers elected to have a bat first. It's one that's known for a lot of runs. It's one that's known for batsmen sticking in and batting long. But later on in the day, because it's so dry, it's one that can offer an opportunity for the spinners because it will crack up coming on to the end of the day. So bowlers also have a bit of something, but they just have to be patient and wait and stick to their plans. Edmund, he's starting a bit on the fuller side. One could understand why the 3 slips, well, he's now taking out one of the slips, 2 slips and the gully. I'd assume he's be looking to hit the edge of Griffith. Hits his length there on that delivery.
That delivery is also no ball. And so he's infringed the front crease. And the umpires for this encounter, Leon Lane at the striker's end, and at the square leg, you got Kareem Tate. So Leon Lane just outstretching that arm to consider the first no ball, so the first extras as well for the Empire side conceding that no ball, Jaden Edmund.
Another full delivery outside of the off stump, left alone by Griffith. Edmund just seems to be overcompensating a bit, Andy. He's, as I mentioned before, I'd assume he's looking to hit the edge of Griffith with the slips in place, but he just seems to be getting a bit on the further side. He'd want to pull that length back slightly and get something out of the wicket to get Griffith on a nice hard length where he can play forward and potentially hit the outside edge.
Yeah, well, Rashawn, it's all about rhythm. He's just more importantly, he probably just needs to find a rhythm where he's just get into a good stride and try to get that ball in the corner of uncertainty. But again, you see him just outside the off stump, not asking Griffith to play on that occasion, and the ball goes through to the wicket keeper Mario Albert. So I take the opportunity to read through the teams for you here this afternoon. The Wanderers side, like you rightly said, being led by Gerard Lovell, including in his side is Jazz Griffith, the opening batter, alongside Joshua Morris, the wicket keeper. He's also the opening bat. They have Hayden Hart, Raymond Reefer, Shim Watson, Ian Boyce, Jelani Joseph, Jordan Niles. You also have Pius Emilian and Kyron King mixing up the 11 as that delivery goes through to the keeper. So the first over is completed there, and at the end of over number 1, in Wanderers side winning the toss lets into bat. They're 7 for no loss. Opening the ball in for the umpire from this the southern end. Looks like the young and enterprising Dre Sprayer. He'd be interested to share the new ball alongside Jaden Edmond. But if I can run through the umpire side for you, like you said, captained by Nathan Seeley. They've also included Roston Chase, Kobe Williams, Hakeem Perryman, Dre Sprayer, the new bowler, Kevin Stout, Kofi Hurdle, Mario Albert, the wicket keeper, Jaden Edmond, Shaquem John Rock, and Jadon Yard. What an impressive umpire side there. Full of experience.
Morris faces his first delivery, blocked that one patiently, but as you were saying, Mr. Payne, impressive umpire side. What I like about it is that there's a mixture between experience and youth. We see in Nathan Seeley, captain in the side, he's a very young player, only 21 years of age, but there's also the likes of Roston Chase, there's also the likes of Kevin Stout, Kofi Hurdle, Mario Albert that would bring a bit of experience to the side. So it's a fairly balanced side. So too as Wanderers, they do have a bit of experience in Raymond Reefer, Shem Watson, Ian Boyce. Those guys would have been around club cricket for quite a while. Cut to the offside. Fantastic shot from Morris. He opens his account with a 4 over the point region.
Yeah, with an offer there from Dre Sprayer, and need no invitation for that cut was Joshua Morris. Remember, fast outfield here at the Dells Road ground, and as still that one is past the batter point into the boundary for a 4. So bringing up his first scoring opportunity is Joshua Morris. He opens his account with a 4 past backward point. But yeah, but you know the inclusion of Roston Chase to the present West Indies Test captain in this Empire team. You can see you spoke about the experience. Kevin Stout, fresh off of a century in the semi-final of the Keith Boys tournament, being played in the north of the island. Delivery from Springer, beaten on the outside is Joshua Morris. Good line, good length, good carry.
Correct. Good line, good length, good carry, and a big swing outside of the off stump for Morris. He just looks to be going after that one, but it's a dangerous shot early on. But I like the positivity from Morris, though.
Yeah, he just needs to be a bit careful. He's just being a bit watchful.
2 slips on a gully in place. We see Perryman Chase in the slip, so he'd want to be careful outside of the off stump. Springer will be targeting that top of off stump line.
Just got a bit full on that occasion and just played up to mid-off. It was considered easy single for Joshua Morris, so he moves his tally along. Yeah, but you see, Dre Sprayer, a very deceptive type of fast bowler. Short man in stature, but he could be very deceptive.
Yeah, Dre Sprayer, he's a very talented young guy. He's represented Barbados at the youth level in under 15, under 17, and under 19. So he's one who has a lot of talent. He's one who has a lot of potential. And what he does well is that he gets nice swing movement. He's not the fastest in terms of express pace, but he does move the ball around. So as you said, he's very deceptive, and he's one who can definitely induce an edge. So I understand why the 2 slips would be in place. Very, very talented prospect. So I'm excited to see what he does here in this opening spell.
So it brings Jazz Griffith into strike, facing up to Sprayer. From that, the Southern beaten for pace. Trying to pull a ball that's definitely too close for him to the pull shot. And beaten for pace, it goes through to Mario Albert.
Yeah, Jazz Griffith pulling at that one that was definitely not there to pull at. But what I've noticed about him is that he's very low in his stance. So he appears to be one of those guys who's just hanging back on the back foot. It's something I've observed from Griffith over the years. And that I just like to watch this a little more because I see that he's very low. He doesn't strike me as a guy who loves to get forward and pounce on the front foot. So I'll just watch this.
Edge induced, but this time it goes over the slip position and into the third man boundary for another 4 in the over. So Jazz Griffith, he picks up a boundary as well. The over comes to an end. At the end of it is 16 for no loss. A good delivery being produced there by Dre Sprayer, taking the outer edge, but over the slip cordon and into the boundary for 4.
Edmund will return for his second over from the northern end, and he will look to really hit his line and length. He'll be bowling to Morris for the first time, so he'll be looking to hit his line and length in this over, potentially induce the edge.
Yes, as I said, Edmund struggling a little bit for his rhythm to start the first over, but he just needs to get his rhythm going. You're seeing him just remarking his run-up, really. Jaden Edmund, he's one who's also played first-class cricket last season for the combined campuses and colleges, so he wanted to impress the selectors here. Our match referee for this game is Leslie Reef. He's also one of the Barbados selectors. He's very much here, so I'm sure Edmund will want to.
Driven over the offside from Morris, and they're running. It runs close into the boundary, but will it get there? They come back for 2 runs, and they're looking for the third. A bit of confusion in the middle, but they'll get there for 3 safely. Morris starts the over with an exquisite drive over the top. You were mentioning there just now, Mr. Payne, though, that Edmund has played a bit of first-class cricket for combined campuses and colleges, but not only has he played first-class cricket, but he also has a 5-wicket haul versus Jamaica, 559. Did you watch that game, Mr. Payne?
I just saw some of that game I did, Rashawn. So he's got the knack to pick up wickets. He knows he's got the know-how. As you see him just looking to strengthen that offside field now. See, it looks like Kofi Hurdle coming into that offside, being taken from forward square position, and Dre Sprayer, he takes up that position now. So there's a vacant fine leg area. So it's just 2 men stationed on the leg side.
Good delivery from Edmund. Griffith just blocking that one. But you mentioned just 2 guys being out in the leg side, so it lets us know Edmund's intentions clear. He'll be looking to hit that good line and length outside of the off stump, trying to get a drive out of Griffith. So that will be his plan here today.
Yeah, like you said, he's one of some experience, so he wants to be able to be as consistent in that area outside the off stump. Just asking Jazz Griffith to essay a drive. You see Kofi Hurdle there at short extra cover and just waiting.
Another full delivery. Griffith inside edging that one out to the mid-wicket area. But as I was saying earlier though, Mr. Payne, something I've observed about Griffith, you saw that delivery, a very full delivery just now. His head was back in the air, looking to hit that one over the top. So I realized that just in this short space of time that he's one who likes to play off the back foot. And that probably would explain the fact that he's going so hard at these back foot deliveries. So it's something that he probably knows that that is his game, playing off the back foot. Morris facing up to Edmund. And he's bowled him. A wonderful delivery, cleaning up the middle stump. Edmund dismisses Morris. Wanderers 20 for the loss of 1.
Yes, just losing his middle stump there is Joshua Morris. I see in a big drive, like you said, he's looked to be aggressive, Joshua Morris, ever since he saw him in the start of the innings. And on this occasion, the ball just beating him on the inside edge and taking the middle stump out. So losing the first wicket in the process is the Wanderers 20 for 1. Joshua Morris, he goes, bowled by Jaden Edmund. I tell you, this is a good start for the Empire side.
Very good start indeed. They love to pick up that early wicket. A long day ahead for Wanderers. They'll look to bat the whole day, so it's always a good when a team can get an early wicket starting the season well. So good start for Empire.
Yeah, he's bowled by Edmund. His total was 5. He just faced some 5 deliveries, sorry, for his 5. So he's making his way back into the pavilion. So a good start for Jaden Edmond, like we said, a man who's got a knack for picking up wickets.
Most definitely.
So commentary, like you said, being brought to you in conjunction with the Barbados Cricket Association, Bell Imagery, just taking this coverage live for the first time in a domestic 3-day game. Rashawn Hackett, and you have been part of that history.
Yes, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to be a part of that history, Mr. Payne. It's a great initiative what the BCA is doing this year in making the cricket a semi-pro league. It gives players more incentive to play, and also getting commentary involved, also getting streaming involved is a fantastic initiative. What's your opinion on the initiative to move the league to a semi-pro league?
Well, we've got some differences from a few clubs in earnest, but yeah, I think time was needed for the players to be compensated somewhat for the time and the effort that they put into play. I've been long coming, really. So, I mean, must give kudos to all involved and get the players a stipend, so to speak. I'm sure you should look for improved performances, as a lot goes into the preparation of these clubs. So now players are a bit more enhanced, really, by this stipend as to how well they can look after themselves and get their game in a better order.
Most definitely. New batsman to the crease, Jared Lovell, the skipper. Edmund bowls to Lovell for his first delivery. Starts in with a good length delivery outside of the off stump. Lovell just leaving that one alone. But back to what we were previously talking about, the idea to incentivize players by having a stipend. I really think that it's a great initiative because players, as you said, put in a lot of hard work, effort, coaches as well. So the idea of rewarding them is a fantastic initiative. Not only will it put money in players' pockets, but it will also improve the standard of the cricket because the guys now have something to play for.
Yes. Full delivery, nicely driven there by Captain Lovell, but straight out to Perryman station at that cover region. So the overs come to an end. Some 3 overs completed. Lovell, the captain, he's yet to get off the mark. Jazz Griffith, he's there. He's on 11. I can tell you, Jaden Edmond picking up that wicket, 2 overs, and he's picked up 1 for 11. So lovely day here at the Dalles Road Wanderers, rich history, Wanderers Cricket Club. We've produced loads of players over the years, West Indies and Barbados players over the years. A fantastic place to come and play cricket. Have you ever played here, Rashawn?
Yes, I've played at Wanderers actually. I played my junior cricket right here at Wanderers. Griffith inside edging this one down to the boundary, but fielded as well to clean it up. Just 1 run. But I've played a good bit of cricket here as I played my junior cricket on the 16 here for 2 years, which was not that long ago, seeing that I'm still a young guy. But I've definitely played at the Wanderers Club, and it's a fantastic place to play cricket, as you mentioned. Good conditions, good pitches, good coaching. So it's really a place that I enjoy, and I would encourage anyone to come to the island and play cricket here at Wanderers.
Yeah, good place for batting, like you rightfully said, over the years. I've had some good knocks here myself. But yes, Dre Springer, he'll be bowling to Captain Lovell for the first time. He's just inducing that inside edge again of Dre Springer. Sorry, Dre Springer to Jazz Griffith. So a bit on the fuller side again here, Springer. But you've made some good observations so far. The fuller deliveries to Jazz Griffith. You said he seems to be hanging back on the back foot. So just getting a bit late on those deliveries that are a bit fuller to him.
Yes, it's definitely something that I'll be watching throughout his innings because, as I mentioned previously, I've been here at the Wanderers Club, so I've watched a lot of Griffith play, and I've noticed that he's quite one who loves to play off of the back foot. This delivery blocked by Lovell, but he's one who loves to play off of the back foot. And when the ball is just full enough, he'll just put his hands through it and play over the top. So Griffith, he knows his game, and rightly so. You mentioned something there that caught my attention though, Mr. Payne. You mentioned that you've had quite a few good knocks here at Wanderers. Do you mind sharing a bit more about your knocks here?
Yeah, well, it was so long ago. Sure, we'll go through that as the day progresses. We have quite a bit to discuss. Some matches that I would have played here at the Wanderers. Delivery outside the offset, cuts and a miss. Goes through to keeper Mario Albert. A new acquisition to the Empire side, coming over from the Maple team on the West Coast. So a good acquisition in the keeper, one who's very competent behind the stumps and as in front as well. So I can tell you the Empire, they'll be happy to have him in their ranks.
Yes, he's an experienced campaigner, Albert. As you mentioned, that he's played at Maple, and interestingly so, he's a keeper. But not only in cricket, he's also represented Barbados national team in football as a goalkeeper. So he's what you would call an all-round sportsman.
Very all-round sportsman. Knew him from a young lad, going to school at the then St. James Secondary School, now the Frederick Smith. But he's been around for some time. Introduction to Albert as a junior player coming to the Maple side. But Dre Springer continues to bowl a good line and length outside the off stump. Good delivery again, by on target. Lovels in defense. So yeah, another good over there from young Dre Springer. Just conceded 1 run in that over. So at the end of the over, the Empire side having an early scale. So the Wanderers, they have to be very patient. Spend some time. They will want a partnership between the captain, Lovell, and Jazz Griffith here if they're going to provide anything of a semblance of a good score this afternoon.
Yes, Lovell and Griffith will definitely have to stand up and battle this morning session. At least that will be the goal for Wanderers to put them in a good position. But I really love how Empire have started. We've seen the consistency from Springer, especially. Edmund starting a bit loose, but he came back and picked up that wicket. So he's now hitting his straps into his line and length. And Springer, he's been holding it down on the other end. You mentioned just 1 run conceded last over. So Springer and Edmund, this partnership looks good.
Yes, it's going to be Edmund to continue from this, the pavilion end or the northern end. He'll be bowling to Griffith. Another full delivery this time. Bomb ball through to the gully where Captain Seeley, he's a feeder. But again, that full delivery.
That full delivery again, and Griffith just hanging back. So we see that he's not necessarily capitalizing on the full deliveries because, as I previously mentioned, the weight appears to be on the back foot. So I want to know if, I'd like to see if Empire will make this observation and explore it, if that could be the potential reason why they continue to go full.
Good delivery. This one's just nipping back into Griffith, who just played that one with soft hands and into that forward square position where Springer is essayed and picking up an easy single in the end. So taking the tally up by 1. So yeah, but off slow, you said if they've recognized, you've seen them also strengthen that offside field really with that short cover and the short extra cover really in Kofi Hurdle. So I'm sure that they've made some observations as well.
Yeah, they've definitely made some observations strengthening the offside field, as you mentioned. So it's all just Edmund to hit his line and length at the top of that off stump line. Full delivery into the batsman. There's a bit of confusion in the middle. They scamper a quick single. Griffith makes it safely. 1 run to Lovell. A bit of hesitation on the non-strikers and just now from Lovell. From Griffith, my apologies. Lovell was all there for the run, but Griffith, like he wasn't sure.
Yeah, a bit casual in the outfield there by Dre Springer. No, he's bowling from that sudden end, but delivery worked pretty just to his left. He got to it, but he had a bobble. And that allowed the batters to come through for a single. Swing and a miss.
Big swing and a miss. Doesn't catch me by surprise because he's one. Griffith, he's an aggressive batsman. He likes to go after the bowling. He does not make sport. He's one that when the ball is there to block, he'll block it. But as soon as you come up into his half, he will go at you and he will go at you hard. So he knows his game, as I previously mentioned. Anything too full or anything too short, he will go after, and he will go after it with wrath.
Leaving shoulder and arms to that one, allowing it to go through to keeper Mario Albert. But yeah, surely after that shot, the previous delivery, I'm sure he will come back into his reins, really. Edmund, another full delivery this time and driven past the mid-off position, and into the boundary for 4. Jazz Griffith on that occasion getting into a lovely position and just beating the mid-off there and past the ropes at Wanderers. You know the outfield is very quick, and once he passes the infield, it's boundary.
A lovely shot from Griffith indeed, and another over comes to an end. Five overs completed. Wanderers 27 for 1. Springer returns for another over, facing up his skipper Lovell. Just pulling out of his action there, probably missed his run-up. Short delivery, he's back on the back foot, pulls that one. And it goes all the way into the fence for 4 runs. A lovely shot off the back foot from Lovell. Just waiting and pulling that one from Springer. Springer just got slightly short on that occasion.
Yeah, bad length there by Springer. He's not express pace like we said by any stretch of the imagination. And just bowling what's really considered a half tracker. And Lovell getting into a good position and pulling that one past the mid wicket. The man from mid on. He had no chance but just to go to the boundary to retrieve.
Springer goes fuller on this occasion. Good comeback delivery. Lovell just digging that one out.
It's like we said, he will walk to be a bit more consistent there, Dre Springer. His first delivery, like you said, a half tracker really, and asking to be hit. Really avoid the pace and getting the full treatment. Follow up with a nice full delivery. So Captain Lovell, he's on 5.
Back up the length delivery, just cramping up Lovell on this occasion. Great delivery by Springer. So after bowling a slightly short delivery, pulled into the boundary for 4, he's came back and returned with 2 great deliveries, hitting his line and length.
Yeah, just beat him for pace on that occasion. Is Lovell. Good back the length delivery, like you rightfully said. That's the consistency he will want to bowl, Rashawn. Those are the areas that he will want to bowl this spell in.
Another good delivery. Springer is on the ball. I'm loving this consistency from Springer. After being hit for 1 boundary, it didn't phase him. He came back and he got back right on his line and length, tucking up Lovell on 2 different occasions. So he's into a really great spell.
Yeah, well, those are the areas, like you said, those that he was known to bowl. He's deceptive, like we said, on that 3/4 length, just asking questions, not sure if to get on the front foot or the back foot is Lovell, and just hustling him for pace.
Another back of the length delivery. Lovell just up on his toes, blocking that one.
So I'm sure Coach Ryan Nurse of the umpire team, he'll be happy to see the follow-up deliveries after that short delivery to start the over. But this is what he'll be asking of his bowlers, if you can just contain them on that 3/4 length, hard length, as we say nowadays in the cricket. And that's what he's returned with after that first delivery.
Yes, I'm sure that Coach Nurse would have had a chat with his guys before coming out, and the plan most likely would have been to just hit your areas.
Yeah, just move a pitch on this occasion, and just playing that one through the covered region to pick up a couple. So 2 more to the total, 2 to close out the over. So 2 more to Captain Lovell. He takes his tally up to 7, and the Wanderers team winning the toss and that's it about 33 for 1.
Yes, and as I was mentioning, I'm sure that the plan was to come out and hit good lines, good lengths, because there's really nothing in the wicket for our bowlers. So bowlers have to create their own pace, create their own variation. So the plan would really be to come out, hit good lines, hit good lengths, swing the ball on good areas to get batsmen doing things out of the ordinary to earn wickets. You're not going to get much out of this wicket because it's so flat and dry. Bowling change for Empire from the pavilion end. New bowler into the attack, Jaden Yard.
Yes, Jadon Yard. As I asked you a bit earlier about this young man, tell me a bit of a medium pacer. So I'll be interested to see how he starts. Good delivery outside the off stump. Goes through to the keeper, Mario Albert. Continues with the 7-2 feel for Jadon Yard. We've got 2 steps of gully and backward point. There's a man at cover. There's a short extra cover in Kofi Hurdle. There's a mid off. There's also a mid on, and that man station that's just forward the square in front, just pretty close to the left of the square leg umpire.
Yes, Yard, he's really a young player, and he's one with so much talent as well. He's no older than 20 years old, now finishing school, and he's one not express pace as well. He's similar to Springer because he does not have express pace, but what he does well is that he varies his line and length to get batsmen playing shots in uncomfortable areas, and he does swing the ball, so he's definitely a bowler that threatens batsmen.
Yes, on this type of surface, his patience will be called for. If any 2 batters can really get themselves set on this surface, I'm sure it could be cause for concern late in the afternoon. Jazz Griffith, if he's there, he would want to do such for his team. And Captain Lovell, they will want to employ a fantastic partnership for the team. And his ball, a full delivery, as we said. Jazz Griffith again camping back on the back foot, a full delivery on the middle stump and losing his wicket in the process. So Wanderers will lose the second wicket, that of Jazz Griffith's gone ball by Jadon Yard, the new bowler, getting the wicket in his first over.
Excellent, excellent stuff from Empire. They saw Griffith struggling with the full delivery, and they persisted and continued to bowl that full delivery, challenging Griffith to get forward on the front foot. But Griffith succumbed to the challenge, being bowled. Another batsman goes bowled down.
Yes. So Jazz Griffith, he'd be disappointed. A delivery full in length, really. He just needed to get something on that one. He should be looking to get on the front foot. Like we said, Jadon's Yard is not of express pace, really. And a delivery which should have been probably driven. He lost his wicket in the process. So 2 wicket goes away again. The umpire, after being inserted to field, will feel that they're in the ascendancy at this stage, Rashawn.
Yes, Wanderers probably not batting the way that they'd like to when they won the toss and elected to bat. They'd hope to be without loss at this time, but instead they're 33 for 2 in the 7th over, so there definitely is a need for a partnership. Captain Lovell is at the crease, so he'll have to stand up and bat and anchor his team to a good total.
So good start for his spell, Jaden Yard. He said just his 3rd delivery and picking up a wicket. So medium pace and some accuracy on that occasion, targeting the stumps on the full length. And he saw Jazz Griffith losing his wicket in the process. So that's the end of him. His knock for the day is finished. He's gone for 17.
New batsman to the crease, Hayden Hart. Hart, a new addition to the Wanderers elite team this year. He's one that he did not play last season, but he's highly talented. He's a highly talented all-rounder. Batting all-rounder, I must say. So I'm excited to see what he does here today. Ooh. Yard starts him with a full delivery. Plays and miss.
So Hayden Hart, like you already said, would have played his trade mainly in the Division 1 last season, but making his introduction into the elite side. A solid middle order batter. I've seen quite a bit of Hayden Hart, and he's one who's not very quick, really, once he gets going in the middle. Like he would want to put a score here for his team.
Good delivery outside of the off stump, left from Hart. Yard into a great over. Fantastic first over here, already picking up a wicket, and he's just hitting that consistent line outside of the off stump. So Yard and the entire Empire bowling unit are off to a great start.
Yeah, and like you said, a no ball being signaled there belatedly by Leon Lane. Really not caught by us here, so no ball, just overstepping the front crease is yard.
It looks like I gave him the commentator's praise, Andy. As soon as I was giving him commendations, umpire called a no ball.
Yeah. But just striving probably for that extra pace. Like you said, very anxious after picking up an early wicket. It can happen, you know, you just pick up that early wicket and you want to be so impressive. You're just going for that extra pace and just overstepping the front crease.
Closes out the over with a brilliant delivery outside of the off stump.
So
34 for 2 after 7 overs. Empire are currently on top, having 2 early wickets.
So yeah, that's a good start there by 100 yard. Just picking up the wicket of Jazz Griffith in the over. You can see him, like you said, not express pace, but he's got the accuracy. He seems to be able to bowl to a steady line of length, really. Because you've seen him bowl all those balls outside the off stump, and it didn't seem to phase at that stage. But just to inform all our viewers here, or everyone following the stream, live stream on YouTube, remember this is in conjunction with the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell Imagery, bringing live streaming to you for the first time in this elite division put together by the Barbados Cricket Association. It's the home team, the Wanderers, and information coming to the fore is that the Empire Sports Club, they've acquired a sponsorship of the A&A Auto Parts and Accessories. So we got the A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire Sports Club. That's just making sure everyone gets their flowers.
Terrific stuff from A&A. It's always good to see when corporate entities come on board and support these teams, support these young men, and support the future development of cricket in Barbados. So all thanks goes out to all of the sponsors.
As Sprayer continues, bowls to level, a good delivery again, by on target. Those are the areas where he's strongest. So you can say Jerry Sprayer, if he continues with that accuracy, he can probably get his rewards soon. But he's been pretty accurate. Wickets came fall for the other end, but because of his accuracy, maybe the added pressure of trying to get after the bowlers from the other end.
Very, very impressed with Springer's opening spell up to this point. He's not the wicket taker as of right now, but what he's doing is he's creating that pressure so that when batsmen get on the other end, they'll look to score off of the other bowler. So he's playing his part fantastically here. Another great delivery outside of the off stump. Lovell just leaving that one alone.
Yep. And Trey Sprayer, I'm anxious to see how his season goes. I mean, like you said, pretty deceptive. He's coming off an injury. I know he was probably injury prone over the last season. I wasn't able to complete the season, really. He didn't feature in a lot of matches. But I had a chat with him this morning. He said he's fully fit and ready to go for the duration of 2026 season.
A lovely drive to the offside from Lovell, and they'll look to run some. And it goes all the way into the boundary, and exquisite cover drive here from Lovell, just easing on the front foot, stroking that one through the covers, 4 runs.
A lovely shot there for Lovell, the captain, just quietly coming onto the front foot and caressing that one past Jaden Edmonds station in the cover region and all the way up to the fence. Remember, we said this outfield at the Wanderers is generally pretty quick, and once he got past Edmund, there was no chance for Perryman running around to his left there from it off to catch that one. So a lovely shot from the captain.
Yes, Lovell, he's really shaping up well up to this point. And he pulls this one, another short delivery from Springer. And it goes all the way into the boundary. Consecutive boundaries for Lovell, 2 fours.
Yes, again, just erring on the short side. After that fantastic drive, you just see him trying to go for the bouncer. But again, in good position, the young captain Lovell, and getting into a good position and hitting that one over the mid-wicket region and into the fence for 4. So he's got some shots. Good all-around player with the looks of this young man, Lovell. He's got nice shots on the front foot as well. You see him playing a few pull shots off that back foot.
Yes, Lovell, as you mentioned, he's a great all-round player. Interestingly, he also has 100 in this division versus Gladiola in 2023. I'll touch back on that. 42 for 2 after 8 overs. But yes, Level, he's a fantastic young player, just 26 years of age, and already has 100 versus Gladiola in the 2023 edition of this competition. And he also scored 250s last year, one coming against Yui. Well, actually, both coming against Yui. He scored 80 and 56 in the first and second innings, so he has runs under his belt, which probably explains why the captaincy was handed over to him this year. He's one who can lead from the front with his performances and his experience.
Well, he seems to be in a good nick here right now. He's played some fantastic shots so far. Young Lovell, he would want to carry on. You want to see him raising the bar, getting over that half century and going on to another century. Remember, he haven't scored a century since 2023, as you rightfully said. So he would want to capitalize here in what's good conditions for batting.
Yes, Level, who definitely look to capitalize and lead his team to a good total. He's off to a good start, 15 from 20 deliveries. So he'll just look to carry on for the team.
Yes, he comes into strike on this occasion as a single from Hart, getting off the mark. The ball just played outside the offside and beating captain Nathan Seeley there to his right at gully and picking up an easy single to get off the mark. Hart.
A fantastic delivery. Loud appeals from umpire, but umpire says no. That delivery just rising off of the surface, getting a bit of extra bounce and yard. He's also getting into a great spell here, hitting his lines, hitting his lengths, and he's doing what he has to do.
That's what we call a peach. A delivery just on or about the off stump, getting some good bounce and just leaving the right-handed batter true to the keeper. Did well enough not to get an edge on that occasion, but another excellent delivery being produced there by Yard.
Those are the sort of deliveries that get the slips up and chirpy, because when you see that, they know that something is coming their way soon. An exquisite shot, but no run. Shot for dot, we'd say.
Yeah, again, off the back foot on this occasion, punching that one up to Edmund Station in the cover region. But he has some time, really, Gerard Lovell, just getting on the back foot and timing that one nicely, but couldn't beat the field on the occasion. So, like you said, he's got shots off the front and off the back foot, and he looks a very excited, impressive player, if you want to add.
Yes, just looks easy on the eye. Looks to be a technically correct player. Good off the front foot, good off the back foot. And he drives this one uppishly, but it lands safely. Just going through that shot a bit too early. Yeah,
just not getting to pitch of that one. Just playing through the line a bit too early there on that occasion. Remember we said it's not express pace, so just trying to get onto the front foot on that occasion. Just void the pace. Just things to be held up a little bit into wicket. And fortunate enough not to carry all the way up to mid-off. And he's be interested to be very bit more watchful at this occasion.
Yes, he just have to watch what's going on, get his eye in, get his timing right. And he cuts and he goes into the slip region, caught out first slip by Kevin Stout, a loose shot outside of the off stump. And he was looking good. We were just saying how good he looks.
Well, he loses his wicket in the process. An easy catch there by Kevin Stout, just over his head and poaching that one. So a second wicket for Yards as Captain Lovell, he comes back to the pavilion, losing his wicket against a random player, really, I wish to say. Like, he was looking very good, like you rightfully said, but delivery short of length, a bit wide outside the off stump, going for the cut, not able to control it, really. And he loses his wicket in the process, and Wanderers loses their third.
Yes, Wanderers batsmen just looking a bit loose here. They seem to be forgetting that it's a 3-day game. They have loads of time. They can bat the whole of the day if they want to. Just a loose shot outside of the off stump, flaring his hands at a wide one, going straight into the hands of first slip, Kevin Stout. So Yard picks up yet another wicket. He seems to be bowling an impressive spell.
So a new batter. It looks like Raymond Reefer. He needs no introduction to domestic cricket. He's good enough to apply the trade for the Barbados team, as well as we represented Guyana Harpy Eagles at some point, went on to represent the West Indies at a higher calling, and here he is giving service to his home club, the Wanderers. They would need someone like Raymond Reefer to stick around, really put together a partnership here with Hart and lead their team to a fantastic total. They need something on the boards, Rashad.
Yes, huge responsibility on the shoulders of Reefer here, having been an international player, and he's also played franchise cricket all around the world. So playing at this level, they'd expect him to come and lead the team out of this position that they're in right now. Just play a patient innings where he can get some runs under his belt.
Yeah, precariously played station there at 43 for 3, and we're over and over number 9. So Empire just losing the toss and being inserted to field. They will say that they're in the driver's seat so far, just losing wickets. 2 new batters ready to the crease. Hart, he's on 1. Just haven't looked like he's just trying to bide his time. But this man, Yard, he's been creating a little bit of havoc.
Shaky start there from Reefer, just chipping one to the mid-wicket region, but it dropped short. Another good over comes to an end for Yard, 43 for 3 after 9 overs. Yard bowling 2 overs, just 2 runs conceded, and 2 wickets. So he's into what you would call a great start to the season.
Yeah, this is a good start for the young man. Like you said, just age 20, probably by your estimation. But a good start, just continue on that foolish length. And you can see the batters just trying to get over it. As he seems to be holding a touch into the surface for the young Yard. And just playing a bit too early there. But the wicket, like you said, of Captain Lovell, he'd be disappointed when he watched the replays of that. I'm telling you, he would be very disappointed with himself of going after what was really a nothing ball wide, well outside the off stump, high over his head. And he just offered a catch to Kevin Stout.
Springer returns for his 5th over. Full delivery outside of the off stump. Hart looked a bit late on it.
Yeah, could be early nerves the Wanderers side. I mean, Hart, like you said, the newer player. Lovell, a new captain, really. Griffith, he didn't carry on. Like you say, he's got his technical flaws to work on. But the Empire side, the Springer continues to be good, but showing that man Yard being introduced and picking up those 2 wickets in the middle.
Hart just looks to play that delivery down. You mentioned Springer's health earlier and having been out for part of last season due to his fitness, but I love what I'm seeing. He looks back. He looks like he's back better and stronger this season. He was battling a shoulder injury last season, but now this season he's done all of his rehab in the off season. He's had all of his rest, so now he's back stronger and he looks to be in good stead.
Well, good to see him as well, given the extension of another over in this spell. He's into his 5th over, so doing good work. So like you said, looking stronger and good enough to get a 5-over spell under his belt. So good to see that the Empire captain and young Seeley, he's persisted with him after those 2 boundaries, the last 2 balls of his previous over. And he's got a good start to this over so far.
Good delivery outside the off stump. Hart just shoulder and arms.
And Hart, I can tell you, that's a name synonymous to the Wanderers. His dad, Andrew Hart, would have played here at the Wanderers over the years with some success as well. And he's also got a brother who's probably playing his trade in the 1st division. But good to see the elevation of Hayden Hart, and that Hart name continues to reign here at the Wanderers.
Yes, it definitely is a family affair. Dad playing here, Hart playing here, and his brother Dominic also plays for Wanderers, most likely in the 1st division. So it's always good to see when you have families coming out representing their name at club level cricket. So all kudos goes out to the Harts.
Yeah, very much the Wanderers clan here, and the Wanderers, they'll be like that over the years. They were probably a good family connections over the years. So Hearts, the latest of that. We've also the Ensids, who's in the latter days as well.
Full in swinging delivery, just dug out by Hart. Through the covers, they just come for 1 run.
You've seen them asking questions, the A&A Empire side. You see Roston Chase there, slip, just in crown of a umpire's referral. It's reminding him he's not at the test level, but he's thought that that one probably did get a bit of pad before it got onto the back of Hayden Hart. So you can see him just gesturing of that referral by the umpire.
Yes, umpires seem to be convinced by that one because Albert, the wicketkeeper, was also gesturing just now. But we're at the club level and umpire's decision is final. Our two umpires are two very informed, experienced guys, so I'm sure that whatever decisions they make will be good decisions and they will govern this game fairly so that both teams get a good shot at victory.
Like you said, that's Kareem Tate, the man in trust with that decision, but it brings the left-handed Raymond Reefer into strike.
Springer just pulling out there. Looks to be missing his run on a few occasions.
So when we look at the makeup of the Empire's team, he said, likes of Kevin Stout, he's there. Who can bowl some stiff medium pace. Ralston Chase, the off spinner. We've also got the captain in Sealy. Kobe Williams, a nice off spinner. Not entrusted as yet with a ball. A good delivery there from Springer. It's played up to mid-off is Raymond Reefer. So the over comes to an end. That is the end of 10 overs. The Wanderers side winning the toss and let it to bat. They're 44 for 3. Can tell you Raymond Reefer, he's yet to get off to Martin Hayden Hart. He's on 2.
Yes, you are now mentioning the makeup of the Empire team, and it's a very balanced team in my estimation. We see a fair bit of pace and spin. The spinners being Nathan Sealy, Ralston Chase, Kobe Williams, and the pacers would be made up by Jaden Edmond, Kevin Stout, and Jaden Yard, currently coming back for his another over from the pavilion end. Yard returns for his third over, currently boasts of figures of 2 overs, 2 runs, and 2 wickets, so he'll be looking for another one. Hart just indecisive on that occasion. Hart looks to be a bit late. Looks to be not sure of whether to come forward or back, so hopefully he gets this sorted early on in his innings and makes up his mind, because as a batsman you never want to be in 2 minds. You want to be decisive and sure of what you're doing. Loud appeal from the Empire side, and umpire gives him caught behind. Mario Albert taking a catch, skipping to his left. Hart on that occasion again indecisive, not sure whether to go forward or back, which was just previously mentioned in Mr. Payne. He was in 2 minds. He didn't know whether to get forward on the front foot or whether to go back on the back foot. So he ended up getting stuck on the crease, and the ball just catching the inside edge, and a great catch behind the stumps from Mario Albert. Yard picks up his 3rd wicket.
Impressive spell here by this man, Jaden Yard, picking up his 3rd wicket, only in his 3rd over. Hayden Hart guilty of not getting forward on that occasion, just stuck on the crease like you rightfully said, getting a bit of an inside edge. Albert, the competent keeper, he's not going to drop that, and they lost their 4th wicket, but more importantly, that man, Jaden Yard, 2.2 overs, 2 runs, and picking up some 3 wickets. What an impressive start from him.
What an impressive start from Yard. A young man just starting the season with a terrific spell. He's hitting his lines, he's hitting all of his areas, and he's deceiving the batsman and doing a great job at it. So all kudos goes to Yard.
And you know, Rashawn, when we saw Yard this morning going through his paces, I was asking you what is his role. You said gentle medium, and I was like fancying myself to have a knot against the young man. But here he is showing his worth with the ball. He's picking up wickets and picking up at regular intervals, really, just inducing that edge. And Hayden Hart had no answer, really, and he's lost his wicket again. 3 very good wickets for this man, really breaking the bat here of the Wanderers team.
Yes, Yard, he's a true testament of what skill looks like, because as we mentioned previously, he's not the fastest in terms of pace, but what he does is that he varies his line, he varies his length, and he deceives batsmen with the lateral movement of the ball. So Yard, he's definitely a skilled youngster to look out for this season.
Yep. Very short in stature, but I can tell you he's standing very tall here with the ball. 3 wickets for 2 runs. New batter in is Shim Watson, a left-hander, so he'll be joining Reefer, who's also a left-hander. And again, like you said, a partnership is badly needed for this Wanderers side if they're going to put up any semblance of a good total on day 1 of this domestic Elite domestic season starting here at the Wanderers live stream, coming to you by conjunction the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell Imagery.
Wanderers finding themselves in a spot of early bother. Watson faces his first delivery, left alone outside the off stump. But as I was saying, Wanderers finding themselves in a spot of early bother, losing 4 wickets for just 44 runs in the 10th over. So this is not where they would have wanted to be, but they still have batting in the tank. So a partnership is desperately needed. Reefer and Watson at the crease, 2 experienced campaigners at that. They're 2 guys who can bat and really put on a partnership for the team. So I wouldn't count Wanderers out just as yet. They're just in a spot of worry at this point, but they still have batsmen to come.
Good delivery there again by young Jalen Yard. Full delivery, asking questions of Shimmer Watson. Full blocking that one out, but this young man continues to be in a good spell.
Watson, also a new addition to the Wanderers side. He represented Yorkshire last season, and he would have also represented Gladiola previously. Lovely drive to the offside, and it's racing away on the outfield. 4 runs. Watson looks good on that occasion.
Well, that's a good start to get his runs for his new team. That's coming on the front foot of ball over pitch.
He'll probably be looking to get the ball a bit of movement, a bit of swing, so he'll be looking to induce that drive to get the edge of Watson. So I don't think he'd be too short delivery. This scamper a quick single. Reefer was eager and ready to run.
So you just see the effort, the extra effort there being placed in that delivery from Springer, but just ready that one down to gully is Watson to pick up a single, also to bring up the 50 for the Wanderers team. So they're now up to 50 for 4 in the course of over number 12. That single takes Watson up to 5. Remember, he's on 1 and he comes back into strike. Still 3 slips there in the waiting, really, for the A&A Auto Parts Empire side. A very experienced slip cordon. Delivery down the leg side of this occasion and neatly taken by keeper Albert. First slip, we have Kevin Stout. Second slip, Roston Chase Seeley, the captain. He's there at the third slip. So 3 very good men to have down there just waiting for that edge if it comes. Now he's changed his attack again. He's now gone back over the wicket, really, to the left-handed reefer. Delivery off the outer edge and a good stop. A delivery just taking the outer portion of the bat all along the ground. You see Captain Seeley there at the third slip, just going to his left and taking what could have been a boundary.
Yes, Springer taking a change in approach now. He'll be looking to push the ball across the batsman, creating a bit more movement away from him, potentially inducing that edge. The slips are still eagerly waiting.
Delivery again, back of the length, and reefer just looking to hit that one a bit too square. Just holding up a bit and adjusting well in the end, just keeping that one down. Try to have Jaden Yard there at the short mid-wicket position, and no danger in the end.
Springer continues his consistent spell. I'm just interested to see how long he will bowl here, because he's into his 6th over, and by now we'd see a lot of fast bowlers off the attack taking a bit of a rest. So it's always good to see when you have strong fast bowlers running in, bowling overs, long spells. Just clipped off the legs from reefer, no run.
Again, so he's bowled 6. We're coming up to that first hour of play, really. So he's rightfully say he's bowled a 6 on the trot. From that, the southern end, he's done a good job for his teams. I can tell you he's bowled his 6 overs. I just look to see what his figures are. You know, Springer, so 6 overs, no maidens, none for 27. So he's done good work, support work from that, the southern end. Jones, he's picked up some 3 wickets, and Edmund, he's picked up 1. So the 4 wickets for the ANA Auto Parts Empire team goes all from this to northern end.
Empire currently on top of the game at this point, picking up early wickets. That's not what Wanderers would have wanted. Lovely drive over the top from Watson, goes into the boundary for 4 runs, a positive stroke. Watson showing some resistance, fighting back for the Wanderers side. Well,
really showing cautious the win on that occasion, a delivery over pitch, and just throwing everything into that one, hitting it over the infield, pass over the man that cover, who had no chance. And like again, she said the swiftness of this outfield, and once it passes that infield all the way over the rope for yet another boundary, so showing his intentions.
Yes, definitely showing his intentions. He's another aggressive player. He's not scared to play his shots. He's one that if the delivery is there, he will go with it.
Good follow-up delivery. Full into the block hole there, as we said. This man, Jaden Yard, continues to be good. It just seems like a substitute coming onto the field. Look like Roach. Perryman is going to make his way off the field. The field continues. 7 men on the offside. Jaden Yard. Now as well, sees that cordon again intensifies. 3 into the onside for an easy single. So good rotation of the strike there from Watson. Looks to be a kind of a busy player, Shem Watson.
Yes, so looks to be one who likes to score runs. He doesn't like to be bogged down for too long. He's one that will look to fight back even in good spells of bowling.
Is that similar to you, Rashawn? Were you that type of player?
No, I would say most persons that watch me would say that I'm quite a patient player, so I don't mind. Not I don't like to score, but I don't mind sitting down sometimes and just batting through tough periods. I'm not one to go at it. I would just have a patient approach.
So you're a grafter?
Yes, I would say so. I would say so. A lot of guys that watch me would compare me to Craig Brathwaite. I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. I personally love Craig Brathwaite. I love his determination and approach to batting. Although he's not the most technically correct, he is one that has a positive mindset towards batting. So I personally love his approach and style to batting. I personally am someone who likes the old school way of batting. So players like Craig, I like Pujara, one who sticks in, bats long, he'll stake out the bowlers, as some would say.
Well, Craig Brathwaite, captain of the Barbados first class team, also a member here at the Wanderers Cricket Club. A delivery outside the all-stand and Raymond Reefer, his walk. So yet another wicket for this man, Jaden Yard, picking up another scalp, taking the edge of Raymond Reefer, through to keeper Mario Albert, and he's really breaking the backbone of this Wanderers team, Rishon.
Yes, and we see the emotion, we saw the celebration. He immediately ran because he knew it was out, so that means he had to hear something. Reefer falls, another Wanderers batsman falls into the trap of umpire.
Yeah, he didn't wait for the umpire's dismissal there, the umpire's finger. Raymond Reefer, he knew he nicked that one, and you could see him walking immediately. But what an impressive spell by this man, Jaden Yard.
Yes, Yard is definitely an impressive youngster. He's one that looks good for this season and one that looks to be someone to watch. I'm very, very impressed with how he's been bowling. I'm very impressed with how he's been stringing good deliveries together, causing batsmen to play shots that they would not normally play. So, very impressive spell by Yard.
And that's a big wicket in the contest. Like you said, Raymond Reefer, with all his experience, he would have wanted to carry on for his team here. He didn't get going. He didn't get that start that he needed. And the Empire side, half the Wanderers side have gone. So Empire, they're very much in the ascendancy. Rashawn Hackett, as you said, yourself being a former Wanderers man, they might need you to go out there in the middle and help the cause. But it's Ian Boyce. He's the man making his way into the middle. He's the one who can pack a punch. So it's just be interested to see his method as his team is in some trouble.
Yes, Ian Boyce, former Wanderers captain. He brings a wealth of experience to the side. He's predominantly an off-spin bowler, but he's also one that can bat. And he's another player that looks to be aggressive. He doesn't look to stay bogged down for too long. So Boyce will have to play out of his role this game and look to just stick in. Someone needs to build a partnership desperately for the Wanderers side. I don't think that they necessarily need too much shots right now. They just need someone to just bat time, bat overs, and take a bit of the game away from Empire.
Well, take it away from Empire. They need to take it away from this man, Jaden Yard. He's picked up his fourth scalp, really, and he's only in his fourth over. He's a man who's used the conditions fantastically. It's just a bit overcast right now. He's not one of express pace by any stretch of the imagination, but he's bowled some good lines and good lengths, and he's asked questions, continues to ask questions, as a good delivery again there by on the middle stump, and all the boys can do is play it up to mid on. So no run resulting as he over comes to an end, and picking up his fourth wicket is Yard, and further trouble for the Wanderers team at the end of that over.
Looks to be a change in the bowling for Empire. Roston Chase is taking his run up, so he'll bring his experience off spin to the attack, and we see some helmets coming out, so there appears to be short legs coming into action.
So 55 for 5, 13 overs completed. This man, Yard, a former student of the Princess Margaret Secondary School as well. He's really showing his worth. Expert spell by him. Good figures, 4 for 11 off of 4 overs, and really, really breaking the backbone of this Wanderers side.
Yes, Yard, you mentioned that he's a former student of the Princess Margaret School. He would have transitioned from Princess Margaret. He played a bit for the Barbados youth team, and now he's at Empire. But impressively, he's also capable with the bat. He also scored 100 in the intermediate division last year. So he's an all-round cricketer, as some would say.
Yep. So the introduction of Roston Chase, the off-spinner, West Indies Test captain, is coming back to his home club, the Empire, to start the season. He's not going to take part for the Barbados Pride in this opening round of the West Indies First Class Championship. Start with a short delivery, and Watson punching that one past backward point, who should have faded that one up. Misfield though allows a single. So one more to Watson. Takes the score up to 56 for 5. And it brings the right-handed Boyce into strike. As you can see, the adjustment's going to be made for the right-handed. Remember Watson, he's a left-hander. The off-spinner. Ball into the right-hander. I'm sure we look forward to this battle.
Most definitely, and we see the continued aggression from the umpire side, implementing a short leg into play now, so that is a bit of mental pressure on the batsman, just knowing that there's someone there waiting to take that catch. Good delivery from Roston.
Play on target. A tall man, Roston Chase. Gets quite a bit of bounce. You see him got a slip and a slip it on. Perryman. That's delivery outside the off stump. This time another misfield there by that man at point. He'd be very disappointed, Roston chasing that feeder. I can tell you. A delivery cut to him. And just gone directly to him. It looks like John Ruck really at point and wasn't able to feel cleanly. It's all being exchanged. So it looks like Edmund coming into that point region. But the delivery cut to him should have been no run on that occasion, but it went all the way to the boundary for 4. So 4 to Boyce. He'll be happy to get off the mark with that.
Yes, you mentioned that they exchanged the fielder at the point region. Point, one of the hardest positions to field because there's always that spin factor. You don't know which direction the ball is going to spin, and it, most of the times it's also coming at pace, so it takes a very exceptional fielder to field at point.
Yep, a la Jonty Rhodes. As here is Chase. Delivery this time plays out to point where Edmund clings freely on this occasion, so no run resulting there. So probably the change move. The move and feeder, the change of feeder?
I would say so, because probably the first ball that we've seen stopped at point 40 there, so we have to see if Edmund continues his good work at point.
So just bring his man forward, played nicely into the offside to pick up an easy single. That was expertly done there by young Ian Boyce, playing it with soft hands into the offside. Good response from his man in Shim Watson and picking up an easy single, just picking off the off spinner. That is what you need to do. Rotate the strike and pick up your singles. But the over comes to an end. I can tell you, I'm going to take a break. As the players are going to take a water break. Lyndon Yard, he's going to come a calling to join you for this period of play. But at the drinks break, the Wanderers time, winning the toss, electing to bat. Some 14 overs conceded there, 61 to 5. Watson, he's on 11. Boyce, he's not out on 5. I can tell you that first over by Chase conceding some 7 runs. So that's it for me. So you're going to be joined by Lyndon, the Boogeyman Yard.
I thank you very much, Mr. Payne. Empire dominated the morning session. Wanderers will be looking to rebuild, but now the players will have a break, and so will I. Mr. Yard, I'm gonna you. We're back and ready for the resumption of session number 2 in the Empire versus Wanderers clash. We had a change in commentary. Joining me today is Mr. Lyndon Yard. Mr. Yard, how are you doing today?
Well, good afternoon to you, Rashawn, and good afternoon to listeners and viewers on the stream. It's certainly a pleasure to be here alongside you as I endeavor to learn a couple of things from you. You've done a fantastic job so far, if I may say, and the encounter just about continuing with the young man, young Jaden Yard. And that's far.
My apologies. It's also a pleasure to be alongside you, Mr. Yard. Being a young guy, always hearing the voice on cricket commentary across the island. So it's a pleasure to be next to someone who we've always looked up to and heard. So I hope to learn some things here from you today. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. And I shall endeavor to pass on what little knowledge I have of it, or experience I have with whether commentary or cricket is concerned. As Yard no doubt continues. And this delivery is played to the short mid-wicket position. There's no run. And nice to see the young man. Figures of 4.2 overs, no minutes, 4 for 11. 4 for 11. And as a former player myself, I envy him because I've never gotten a 4-wicket haul at Wanderers. It's a pitch that has always been good for batting. It's a matter of time of the year you come to Wanderers, early part of the season, the lower part of the season. I always consider a batting strip. Then we forced through the offside. Brilliant bit of fielding there by the fielder at the cover position. And Wanderers, who opted to take first knock, they're 62 for 5. So you say that they're in some trouble. First day of the season.
Yes, they're definitely in some trouble. It just appears as if they're not fully back as yet. Probably still wearing off some of the rust from being off so long.
Well, I guess that is distributed evenly because the Empire will be starting at the same stage as well, without some of their main players. And the Yard, who would have played in the first division last year. This bowler, very, very good line. Must say, must impress with his line and length. He doesn't have the pace, but he looks very busy running from the northern end of the ground. And like I said, I envy him simply because this is a very benign pitch, usually customary at Wanderers, very, very good for batting. And I think that over the years, apart from Stephen Farmer, who would have moved the ball appreciatively, didn't have the pace, but he moved the ball in and out, swung the ball a lot. And Fiber Green was another player who swung the ball appreciatively.
You mentioned
stiffish medium, or just maybe just a little above medium, but did a lot with the ball. And those are where the fast bowlers, Richard Prof. would have gotten their wickets here at Wanderers, but in the latter stages, the later parts of the 90s into the 20s, maybe a Henry Bryan and so on, Ian Bradshaw would have relied on more line and length than pace because they definitely never had it, and it's difficult to get pace here at Wanderers. Yard is in, pitches up, and he fires the return that came back to him into the stumps. But it's been very impressive spell, and just to give you some bowling figures, Jaden Edmonds, who started the attack, throws him in as 1 for 17. Dre Springer, over from Barbados Youth, 2 overs a minute, and then for 27. And the West Indies Test captain just introduced himself, and he will continue for his second over, operating from the southern end. He sent down 1 over for 6 runs. They've been very disciplined, where extras are concerned, only conceding 2 no balls. And those of you just joining us at the top, Charles Griffith was bowled by Jaden Yard for 17, faced some 20 degrees. Joshua Morris, a player whom I have a lot of time for, the keeper, bowled by Jaden Edmonds for 8. Jared Lovell, also a patient player who did well last year and the year in front, was caught by Stout off the bowling of a Yard for 15. 24 deliveries he faced, dropped some 3 4s. Hayden Hart was in and out, caught by keeper Mario Albert, also making a switch off the bowling of a Yard for 2. And the price cap you see of Raymond Arifa as this debut is stroked up to long on for a single. And like I was saying, the price cap of Raymond Reefer. Scotland Albert off the bowling of yard with delivery just unlike the off stump. He nibbled at it and got a healthy edge through to the keeper. Shem Watson, he's not on 11. With him is the ever reliable Ian Boyce, and Wanderers would need these two to kind of rebuild the innings. Could give you the follow wickets: 1 for 20, 2 for 33, 3 for 43, 4 for 44, 5 for 55. Maybe it'd be 6 for 66. What are your thoughts?
My thoughts are that Empire have been very disciplined throughout the whole morning session, and you mentioned Wanderers being predominantly a surface for batting, which is very true. We've seen a lot of runs scored here at Wanderers throughout the past couple of years, but Empire have done very well to hit their lines and lengths right today. They've done well to be consistent in the right areas. So I think that Empire have been putting on a really good show at the start of this season. What is your assessment of the performance so far? We've seen young Jaden Yard taking 4 wickets in quick succession. What has been your assessment?
Well, I think that he, like I said, he's gone well from inception. Doesn't have that pace. He's slimly built. Looks to be a lively medium pacer. But he's bowled a good lines, and the batsmen look a little, I would say, starstruck, I would say. It's early days in the season, very first day of the season. Not so sure how many players would have gotten the regular days during the week to go to practice. Things are so tight and so different these days. I remember when I was playing, he would attend practice Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. These days, it's very difficult for some players to get practice 2 days a week, far less 3. And he would want to come out running, especially if you get on a strip like this Wanderers strip here. Having said that, it'd be interesting if I could get hold of my good friend Keith Holder to know which cricketing ground in Barbados holds the most century, maybe in the last 10 years. And I'm sure that despite the fact that I say that Wanderers is a strip always good for batting, the Centurions have always been missing. So quite a few players that get good start. You always get a good start if you're a good batsman. You get good starts at Wanderers. But how many of them do carry on? It'll be interesting, like I said, to find out how many centuries have been scored at Wanderers, say in the last 5 to 10 years, in comparison to, say, a Carlton, Queen's Park, Bayfield. And this is before those teams got relegated. But having said that, the end of over number 16, 64 for loss of 5. And you see Operation Rebuild definitely in store here for the Wanderers side.
Yes, you talked about centuries, not that many being scored at Wanderers, and it's a great observation because it is one that is so true. And I think that what's been happening is that the batsmen get a bit complacent because they come here to Wanderers, they know it's going to be a terrific wicket. All kudos goes to Ernest, the groundsman, who's been preparing wickets here at Wanderers for decades now. So they come here and they get in, they get the starts that you mentioned. But I think that they just get too complacent knowing that the surface is going to be good, it's going to be through. So sometimes batsmen tend to let their guard down, playing some loose shots, looking to go through deliveries that are not theirs yet. And we've seen it this morning with some batsmen playing some loose shots. Watson plays this one in the leg side, some loose fielding from Empire, so they get a single. But as I was saying, we see some batsmen coming here, getting starts, getting their eyes in, and then they just fall victim to a loose shot. We saw it here today where Lovell was batting brilliantly. He was leading the team from the front, as he should do as the skipper, and then a wide delivery outside of the off stump, he just flashed his hands at it, being caught in the first slip region. So I think that a lot of batsmen just get too complacent and take advantage of the fantastic surface that is here in front of them, whereas on another ground, like you mentioned, some batsmen would know for sure that they have to come with their A game, come with their technique, that the pitch is going to be difficult, and they have to play their eye in and play their game smart. So I think that it's a matter of mindset. It does not have anything to do with skills. It does not have anything to do with the wicket.
So it's mind over matter. And in this instance, we've had some good scores at the Wanderers grounds, some big scores, but they've consistently been rivaled at other grounds where the top scores are concerned for the day. But I'm sure a beautiful delivery goes right through Boyce's delivery, pitched up outside in the off stump. He's looking to play to the mid-on region, and the ball might have taken a little bit of shape and past the outside edge through the keeper Albert, and the Wanderers remain 65 for the loss of 5 in over number 17, and this is the first day of the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Competition 2026. And Empire have a new sponsor this year, A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire. And the champions of 3 years ago versus the champions of 2 years ago. So it's a nice all-important clash to start the local Division 1 season. The outfield semi-parched, green in some areas, as the country has been devoid of water. The odd rainfall here and there, it's not been enough to maintain a green on the outfield, but still good enough for cricket. As yard moves a delivery outside in the awesome, shortish in length, and there's the post looking to get on the front foot, caught into no man's land, looking to get on the front foot, then trying to force his way back onto the back foot, looking to give himself room in the end. He hit it hard into going off the under edge, hard into the pitch, and there's no run. He remains on 7 with him is Shem Watson on 13, and as I was saying, one of probably the better outfields in Barbados at the moment, and that is simply because that they have a lot of activities here at the Wanderers cricket grounds. There is a plethora of players practicing on any given day of the week, that is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then of course the chaps from the district will assemble and play football, and that helps to keep the ground in shape, as opposed to when the ground is unoccupied, then the sun torching the grass and then the earth starting to open up creates those cracks. It's not one of the things that you like to see in the cricket season, but it's one thing that really creates havoc for players, all players, not only the batsmen, but when the roles are reversed and then the batsmen becomes the fielders, having to negate those cracks and be very careful how they step, how they maneuver around the field. It's usually very dangerous. So that season beckons, which is I would say early April to maybe the first week of June, the hurricane season. But at the moment, I would say kudos to the Wanderers team and their ground staff, the management, for the way the club has been maintained and run. As Chase continues outside the off stump, and there's Watson looking to beat the fielder at the backward point. Doesn't make contact, taken by the keeper. Your thoughts of the keeping of Mario Albert?
I think that he's been really tidy behind the stumps this morning. He's taken a few dismissals and he's been skipping to the right and the left well. So I think that he's one who he's very able behind the stumps. And I was talking about his ability to also play football with Mr. Payne earlier. Mario Albert has also represented Barbados at the national level in junior football. So I think that probably could have aided with his wicket-keeping abilities, that lateral movement, being able to move left, being able to move right, being able to get down low. So he's an all-round sportsman, and guys who tend to play more than one sport often tend to have great athletic abilities, and they often tend to perform better, more agile in the sport of cricket.
Good observation. Good words from a young man with a budding future. Like his use of language. His knowledge of the game is always important, to know the various aspects of the game. And from listening to you while I was not on air, I saw that Andy Payne definitely had his hands full, as this delivery is of a shortish length, and Watson just stands up straight and plays it back down the offside to Chase, who's operating with a slip backward point. There's a cover, extra cover, there's a short cover as well, long off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And stretching forward is Watson, showing some respect to Chase, who's operating around the wicket, right arm around the wicket. And there is no addition to the total. It remains 67 for the loss of 5 Wanderers on day 1, having won the toss and opting to bat. As a matter of fact, just to be naughty, there is Watson swinging across the line of the view that started on the line of centre and turned appreciatively outside line of the off stump, and he missed and taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. As I was saying, just to add some insight into add some intrigue into it, I was saying that it's always a good batting strip here at the Wanderers ground. The scores traditionally are not very, very high, despite the fact that it's a good batting strip. It'll be interesting to know how many teams win the toss and opt to send the opposition in at Wanderers. I'll take a bet. It is 70 to 30% that most teams that will win the toss will bat at Wanderers first, unless you're in the rainy season, and that's before covers.
I think that you overshot there a bit, because I don't even think that 70% of teams would send the opposition into bat. I mean, I don't even think that 70% of teams A loud appeal here. Right, as I was saying, I don't think that many teams win the toss and send the opposition into bat here at Wanderers. Wanderers is the sort of wicket that once guys know that they're playing here, they already make up their minds from at home that I am coming to bat, because it's always a good surface, always a good outfield. The boundaries are not the biggest, they're not the smallest also, but it's a place that is suited for batting. So I definitely think that captains come here with the intention of batting, and at the toss this morning, the captain of the Wanderers side had no hesitation when choosing to bat. He told me instantly, we'll have a bat. I asked him why. He told me, we're playing at Wanderers. So that in itself is enough reasoning without knowing what the pitch is like. As long as you're playing at Wanderers, it's always a good surface. All kudos goes to Ernest once again, who's ably helped by coach Mr. Ricky Clark. So they do a tremendous job here at Wanderers.
Yes, well done to those two. And just to again add to that sentence there of win the toss and opting to bat, I would say that in my time of playing, which would have been the early 90s into, well, we didn't go into 2000, so let's say 1990 to 1991. So 1990 to 2000, sorry. Yeah, back to that after this delivery from Yard, who's continuing this lovely spell. Brings Watson forward, finds the fielder at point, and there's no run. There would have been the situations where pre-season, when the fixtures come on, you look forward to the BCA to get the fixtures in your hand, and most teams would count their points. So it would say YMPC, you say, alright, or the way it used to go then, combined schools north and south used to be worked out as 8 points automatic. Now the ball has bowled, the toss hasn't been spun, but that's 16 points you got in the bag. Mind you, you still have to go and play for those points. Then you will get to those teams. So you say Carlton, that's another 8. You will say Wanderers, you're going to pause because they're not an attacking team. They're not, back then they were not a team that were going to go in for any kill. You say Maple, another 8. So you got 32 points already and you haven't played a game. Wanderers, like I said, you will say, all right, that's a team that usually they're content to play for 1 or 3. They're not a team that can say we're going to beat anybody, you know. So if you're playing at home after this delivery, which is played hard into the ground involuntarily, they're going to force it through the offside, gets it back to the bowler who fields, and there is no run, still 68 for loss of 5. You would get to Wanderers and you say, all right, they're going to play for 3. If you're playing at home, you're going to work it out as 8. They're not going to play as well away as they play at home because of the surface here at the Wanderers ground. Then you go to St. Catherine's and you pause. You're going to bat a 4-pound attack. You're going to fight for that. There's no guarantee you're going to win. Empire, 3 is important. 3 is the important part, and not to get beat, because Empire at those stages was one of the strongest sides in Barbados. Still remains to this day, which is launched high.
Lovely shot over the top, all the way for 6 from Watson. He takes the boom back to Yard, and he just takes the attack back to Yard, hitting that one straight back over the top for 6 runs. Completes another over, 74 for the loss of 5 after 19 overs.
Yes, and he pitched up, and the young man taking the opportunity, given width and room, and throwing his right hand through it, and hit it over long off all the way. A beautiful shot. Yard maybe guilty of searching a little bit, maybe might be just tiring a bit. 7 overs, I mean, it's 4 for 20, but the thing about when you're tiring, it's very hard to get tired when you get wickets. You just believe you can continue, you can get another one. The captain asks you just get me another one, and if you get that one, you get another over. So it could be a balance here for the young man. Haven't gone 7 straight, no maidens, 4 for 20. So still have good impressive figures. And like I was saying with reference to those points that you count before the season, once you get the fixtures in your hand, then you come up against Police, who was very, very dominant in the 80s, and you can't count Police points. You will say, all right, you're going to try it. This is a game, a drawn game, so the emphasis is on those 3 points.
Loud appeal.
Caught behind. And
Umpire says not out.
Not out, says the umpire. And like I said, you wouldn't count Police, you count Police for 3 points. Spartan will be a team counted again. You would have but in those days George Linton and Henry Springer. So 9 out of 10, you don't count the 3. You just you hope to get 1. You hope to survive, because the spin twins are going to get you. And like back then to all now, not a lot of players do play the spin well. No, most teams struggle against the spin, and that is a trend that has continued. Delivery worked out to deep mid wicket. Off the boundary comes the fielder, and they'll take 1. That is Edmund. So another one to the hatch, 74 for loss of 5. So I'm not so sure the teams these days do count points before, like they used to happen in our time. The difference is as well, now there's the bonus points, and there's points for bowling, there's points for batting. Back then it was 8, 3 and 1, 8 for a win, 3 for first innings and 1 if you draw. And the emphasis has shifted considerably, that the average team back then had right arm off spinners. Today there's a plethora of left arm spinners. And the notion of back then where 2 fast bowlers would open the bowl and then a first and a second change would be 2 medium pacers. Today consistently when you're looking for results, you can get a fast bowler at one end and then a spinner so using your ball at the other end. And that has been a trend where the point system is concerned, the importance of getting points. So having said that, I know I'm saying a mouthful. Having said that, I know that it is important to win the toss, because these days with points up for grabs, most teams work it out. The easiest points to get in Barbados is bowling points. So you win the toss, you put the opposition in. Within 75 overs, you're 9 out of 10 times likely to bowl them out.
Yes, and you mentioned counting points before the season. I'm not sure that it's done as much as before, as you previously mentioned, except Barbados Youth, because having played for Barbados Youth for 3 years, I know what it's like to show up to games and teams just already saying, this is 8 points, and that's the reality of it. Teams would come, they would bat, they would sun us, and then bowl the team out cheaply. So teams don't do it as much nowadays, with the exception of the youngsters. But I definitely think that the Barbados Youth, although they don't win a whole lot, is definitely a good program for development, playing against guys who are older, more experienced than you, because you learn a lot from it. Watson just pulling this one straight to mid wicket, dot ball. Appears to be a bit frustrated.
Well, one of the things that I would say where the youth is concerned, I thought that they had a good team for the last 2 years, and they have been showing more resistance than normal. It's always difficult to get schoolboys to gel, because you have 2 from Foundation, 3 from St. Leonard's, 1 from Gordon Parry, 2 from Commonmere, or if I could put it more straightforward, Commonmere and the Foundation were exempt from playing with the schools because they had their own size playing in the, I think then it was the first division or elite, and especially when the knuckles concerned. So, and me personally, I always believe that the school team should be the strongest team put out, whether you're from Foundation, Commonmere, St. James, Colgan, Parry, Alexander. I believe the school side should be made up of the best schoolboys. That being said, we had those divisions where Commonmere wanted their players for promotion, demotion purposes, so too were Foundation, and you couldn't fault them. So as a result, what it did, it offered other schools who would not have gotten a look in. Say, for example, Grantley Adams, where Kevin Wickham came from. Now that would have offered him the opportunity to come up, because you wouldn't normally find a schoolboy coming from the Grantley Adams school making a first division side or the combined schools north or south. But I'm saying that the best schoolboys from the various and respective school in terms of development should have been allowed to compete for places in that combined school side, or the Barbados Youth as it's called. And I always believe that as the underdog, you have nothing to lose. So despite the fact you're in a gentleman's game and you're going to be the future, I think that they need to show some more resolve, as we have a bowling changes John Rock into the attack, and his first delivery is a loosener, and that loosener has been put away down behind backwards clear for 4. So he replaces Jaden Yard, who comes off after 7 overs a minute, 4 for 20, and the top spell for the young man deserved that rest. And having conceded 20 runs, picked up 4 wickets, being replaced, like I said, by Shaquem John Rock, who would have made a trip over from Yorkshire, whose president, Louis Linton, was laid to rest a week ago.
Rest in peace to Mr. Linton.
And will be sadly missed in the commentary arena, and definitely at the Yorkshire side, as Rock, who, like I said, has been with that team, I think, since his school days at Foundation, has now made a trick. And this is also part of, I'm speaking a mouthful, similar to how you count the points before the season starts, once you get the BCA fixture in your hand, remember you look forward to getting the Friday Nation before the season starts, so you will know, as the older guys used to say, who's club hopping. So you know, for example, you'll see, all right, Shaquem John Rock is no longer with Yorkshire. He's now at Empire. Mario Albert is now Empire. You know, and you see these changes. Dre Springer has, that wouldn't be club hopping, that'd be moving from the school because he's no longer in the school system, and he's now joined a club. But in terms of players who leave from one club to go to the next club, that is something that we used to look forward to reading the papers to get an idea who's going to be what, so you have an idea of who's what each particular team's strength is.
Yes, you're definitely educating me here, because as you know, I'm a young guy, so I
It's a
don't know
little
much.
old.
I don't know much about the newspaper. I do see them, but as
You see them, but you don't read them.
No, I mean, all the news today is delivered digitally. We have
Agreed.
We have Instagram, we have Facebook, which I don't too much use, but it's still there. We have Instagram, we have Facebook. So all of the news comes digitally, so you can still be online and be just as informed as what persons would have gotten from the newspaper. But we've seen a lot of transfers this season, John Ruck being one of them. He previously came from the Yorkshire side, who were demoted.
And you usually get that a lot too, that when a side is demoted, they will lose the better players because they want to compete at the top level. And there have been some debate as to whether this ought to really be allowed, since that if you're really a club man, you will stick through the club through thick and thin, unless something don't go right with the club, with you and the club in terms of personality or anything like that. But also that then you weaken that side, and then that side is forced to have to find players, replacement players, to work their way back to the top. Example, Spartan. Now, when they got demoted last year, just short of the outside edge, just short of fielder at slip, and luckily there for the batsman that he survived, and he ended that over. 21 gone, 84 for the loss of 5. But it was saying the Spartan side that went down last year haven't come back up. They didn't lose any players last year, and that was one of the few sides to go down not to lose players. We've seen every team in the Division 1 gone down, with the exception of Empire. So Spartan, Pickwick, YMPC, Maple, Police, and you name it, and all those teams have gone down and not come back up. But the importance of maintaining players to bring you back up, and that was the reason why Spartan basically ran the opposition into the ground last year. They having the best players that came down stick with the team, and now they're back up, so you see how they go, if it's just a one-off thing or if they can just hold their own.
Yes, most definitely. Roston Chase back into the attack. 84 for 5 after 21 overs. Watson just driving this one out to the extra cover region.
If my memory serves me correct, Watson is also a product of the Yorkshire side as well.
Yes, he would have played for Yorkshire last season, making a trip over to Wanderers this season. Sweeping through the leg side, they look to come back for 2. This one doesn't look to have the legs to go all the way into the boundary. Good work from the fielder John Rutt, and they complete 2 runs. But we were mentioning John Rutt, who plays for the Empire currently, and Watson, who plays for Wanderers. They both came from the Yorkshire side. Do you think that there's any possibility that they would have came over due to the fact that Wanderers have been demoted to the first division and they still want to play the highest level? Yorkshire, my apologies, and they still want to play at the highest level of cricket in Barbados.
Yes, I do agree with you wholeheartedly. The nucleus is to play the cricket at the highest level. My take on it is that not all these players are top quality material. If you use elite and first division, but they all want to play at the top level. The aim is to play at the top. And when your team goes down, remember your team got demoted with you in the side, so you were part of the reason why the team went down. So when you jump ship, obviously there's a rule on the high seas. The captain is the last man off the boat, so it's his responsibility to make sure that all his members of staff, his crew, his guests are off safely before he gets off, you know. But like I said, the zest is to play at the highest level. So you want to play the elite, so they move into different clubs. And it begs the question then, how strong where the other clubs that are demoted side will go down, and you have 5 or 6 players who will just walk straight into the team of their choice and walk straight into the first 11.
Yes, I most definitely agree with you. Watson cut through the point region. Beautiful shot that goes all the way down to the boundary, moving the score to 89 for 5 at the end of 22 overs. We will now have a change in commentary. I am going to allow you to have a chat with Mr. Andy Payne now, Mr. Yard.
Well, before you go, and before Payne comes in, since that's the end of the over, I'm a little mystified. Here you said that he would have played for the Barbados youth, but at your young age, you've opted for the commentary box. I'm sure you still have plenty to offer to the game of cricket. I'm sure you must have a love for the game.
Yes, most definitely. I do have a love for the game. I'm a cricket player first. What just happened is that last season I would have sustained an injury with my shoulder, so it forced me to transition into the commentary area, the media area, which I also have a love for. Anything to do with sports, anything to do with cricket, I do have a love for. So that's how I got into the commentary.
So is it a temporary rest, just allow the injury to heal properly, or you've just decided, well, with the injury there, I might as well bounce right in now that I have the love for it and I have the know-how?
I would not say that it's
or
temporary.
you would return to the field at some point, is that?
I do hope to return to the field at some point. I wouldn't say that the commentary is temporary though, because it is something that I do have a love for and I would like to pursue to the highest of its abilities. But lovely shot over the top. Boyce taking that one all the way to the boundaries for 4. But as I was saying previously, the commentary is something that I do have a love for and I would like to explore to the fullest of my potential. But as my mom would always say, you don't cross the bridge before you get there. So I'm just taking it one day at a time, currently focusing on my recovery and healing of the shoulder and doing a lot of rehab. And when I get back fully fit, I will make that decision. But I'm not looking to make any decisions before, because persons often see me and ask what you just asked me. Oh, you done with cricket? Are you not playing anymore? Will you make a return to the field? But my answer is that I'm not crossing any bridges before I get there. I'm just taking it one day at a time. So as of right now, as you can see, I'm here with you doing some commentary. And when my shoulder does heal, we'll see and I'll make that decision.
Well, I've definitely enjoyed my stint with you so far. And that's why I use the word temporarily, because that as a young man, you still have that decision to make. And I think that if you have a natural love for the game, you don't just pick up and walk away just for it. If you're forced away, well, then you make those decisions. So that's why I use the word temporary. But like I said, Rashawn, I wish you every success in your recovery. It's always good to come back fully fit and fighting fit. And, put your hands up to be counted. And, of course, you are doing an excellent job. The only injury you will get commentating is if you overuse your throat, and you definitely have overused it. So I will allow Andy Payne to replace you, and you'll get your well-deserved break, and we will chat later on.
I thank you very much, Mr. Yard. It has been a pleasure to sit beside you. So we'll now have a change in commentary to Mr. Andy Payne.
And they say the youth shall lead him, and they should be brought on as well, as Andy Payne will join me. 95 for the loss of 5 Wanderers in the 23rd over, with Shem Watson on 27, now hitting his 6, as all spin attack of Roston Chase, 5 overs remains done for 17, and Shaquem John Rock into the attack, and he's conceded 18 runs in 11 deliveries. And the Wanderers 100 has come up, 100 off 22 overs and 4 deliveries. 22 overs and 5 deliveries. This one's hit through the cover region, go close to the boundary, and brilliant bit of fielding there by Jaden Edmond to come back for 2 to return. Fired in from the cover region by Washington Chase, and the Wanderers side up to 103 for the loss of 5. So recovery in effect. They were 55 for 5 effectively. They've these two have added some 48 for the 58 for the 5th wicket, the 6th wicket, sorry. As a welcome back, Andy Payne. Good afternoon to you, senior pro.
Good afternoon to you, Lyndon Yard. Pleasure to be here with you. So Wanderers side, they're making a fight back, really. Excellent partnership being put together here between young Ian Boyce and Shem Watson, coming over from the Yorkshire, just joining the ranks here at the Wanderers team. He's doing a great job. Some 35 not out of 38 deliveries, then 3 fours and 2 sixes, and really a great repair job between himself and Boyce.
Yes, and to bring you straight into the topic that I have today, Andy Payne, we know, and I'm certain that you would agree with me, that whenever you've turned up at the Wanderers ground here in Dales Road, the pitch is always a good one for batting. Always deem a good one for batting. Even before you come in the ground, you expect a good pitch. Your thoughts on today's pitch?
I said that to young Rashawn Hackett earlier, that this is one of the favorite places in the batter. Back in the day, will want to play his games. The pitch was always that one good for batting. The outfield is always quick, and the boundaries are not. It's pretty much on the larger side. I was a bit surprised this morning when I got here to see a few cracks into the actual pitch. Not a general first day pitch that you would get at Wanderers, but I'm sure as time goes by, it seems to be getting a bit better there for batting.
And as you should say that, I also would have said to young Rashawn, the surprise I think I have, and we'll let Keith Holder to assist me with this, is to give me an idea how many centuries have been scored at Wanderers in the last 10 years, because this team, in my opinion, has won the better batting wickets consistently in Barbados on any given Saturday, and that's even before, even when you didn't have covers. Once you had no range during the week, you could almost guarantee that you have a belter here at the Wanderers ground. But like I said, the missing element for me with the centres I'm making of the pitch being that good is that not a lot of batsmen have capitalized with consistent scores. I'm going to go back from shortly after the exit of the Richard Armstrong and Mark Seeley, because those guys, when those guys batted on Saturday, the scores used to be 218 for 1, you know, Armstrong entrenched or Seeley entrenched, and a bowler's nightmare, you know. So given the fact that the wicket has continued to be good, just wondering how many centuries. I think that the centuries don't match just how good the wicket here at Wanderers, the pitch here at Wanderers usually is.
Yeah, and we continue to mention the pitch, but also, like I said, the other facilities, the aspects to batting that matters. The outfield, like I said, always quick. The size of the boundaries are always within your range, you know. And like I said, down to that western side, you know, once you beat that infield, or what will become mid-wicket, if you're batting from the southern end, is always an avenue for scoring here. So, like you said, void of centuries, albeit it might be those with a batsmanship that we've seen over the last couple of years. But I can tell you, as a previous batter, this is one of the grounds that you see it on your fixture, that you always want to play once. You say the conditions like no rain throughout the week, you want to be here.
You say you want to play, but you speak as a batter, and I would say as a bowler, I didn't want to play as a fast bowler.
Advantages and disadvantages.
Oh, yes. So you say you had to play, kudos to the quality of bowling, the bowlers that Richard Prof Edwards, Stephen Farmer, of Vibert Green. When you talk of fast bowlers and medium pacers who got wickets consistently at the Wanderers grounds, well, they had to be doing something with the ball.
In your
swing,
era
pace.
And my era, you've seen the likes of Henry Bryan, Ian Bradshaw, Chris Humphrey.
Oh, yeah.
Who's gone missing. And that trio, I tell you, back in my era, they was very, very prolific in getting wickets here at the Wanderers. Pedro Collins, to add to that, you know, and that would have been only in my era. So for those 4 guys, running and bowling fast at the Wanderers, he must really pay tribute to them.
I remember even the medium pace of Sean Armstrong. He fancied himself as a wicket taking bowler at more than 25 miles an hour. And I think for me, playing against him too, it was more thought that would get you a wicket than it was what he was doing with the ball. You know, he just would bowl that nagging line, asking the question, you're a big bat, hit the ball, you know, and he would end with 3 or 4, you know. But like I said, the pitch here at Wanderers always good for batting, and the Wanderers side find themselves in some trouble. They're recovery mode now at 104 for a loss of 5 off 24 overs, thanks to Shem Watson over from the Yorkshire side, recently demoted. He has 35 from 40 deliveries, 3 fours, 2 sixes, and with him the ever reliable Ian Boyce, 21 from 36 deliveries, 3 fours, and every player needs an Ian Boyce. Yeah. Mr. Reliable, I call him here for Wanderers. Yeah, if it's with the ball, if it's being as the captain, feeling, no batting, he just puts his hands up.
He continues to show his prowess. Lyndon Yard was a useful man to have here at this Wanderers side. say he was a former captain as well. Still a very young man. I think he can be about the age of 28 right now. But just continue to showcase as that lower order batter. I mean, you would think he probably taken over for someone like a Diego Stewart, who used to play this role for Wanderers in the Elite Division. Just remember as well, Wanderers would have won this Elite Division in 2024. So they've still got
so basically a clash of former champions, because 2024 champions versus the 2023 champions in Empire, and then the cup last year going to Worldie.
Yeah.
So what a way for the season to start. As we have a bowling change, and Jaden Edmonds back into the attack. Slimly built, long, lanky, fast bowler. I've not gone on that express pace when I first saw him representing the youth. And little niggles here and there has always been problems with fast bowlers, and we see how he goes on this trip, second time around. 3 overs remaining, 1 for 17 in his opening spell. And one would think Andy Payne as a fast bowler, in your third over, you're just about getting warm, basically. So I think that a fast bowler deserves at least 5 overs, unless he's erratic early, because I think that it's important to get your rhythm, feel it loose, like you can just, your blood flowing through the arms, you know, and to be given 3 overs and then taken off.
Yeah, so that brought up the 50 partnership then between this pair, 50 of 71 balls. But like you said, Jaden Edmund, he was struggling a little bit for the rhythm in his first spell. But I mean, the umpires say you would just want to see him carry on, but they brought in a young man by the name of Jaden Yards, who really caused a lot of trouble in that middle period for the Wanderers side. But Edmund, he's back, like you said, and he's got the capacity to do just what he's done, run past the edge of the left-handed Shim Watson.
And the interesting thing is that, despite the fact that these two have formed a good partnership, that the Empire side have kept up the attack. They remain in control of the game. 2 slips, it's a gully cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and it's deep square leg. And you saw moments ago scenes of the crowd here at the Wanderers ground, the usual Saturday crowd early in the season.
To give kudos to our scores here. We got your favorite, Jacqueline Crick. She's doing the duties for
the Empire side, having transitioned from St. Catherine's. And Andy, we were speaking about players that leave one club when they're demoted and go to the next club.
Jacqueline Crick, and alongside her, you've got Melissa King, who's pretty much known here at the Wanderers ground, done fantastic work with the club as well, not just as the score. I'm sure she looks after a lot of other activities here.
And of course,
referee Leslie Reefer,
national selector,
yes,
former police successful captain, police that would have dominated the cricket in the 1980s, and they simply had the country under arrest where cricket is concerned every given weekend. And the likes of Kermit Marshall, Sylvester Louis, Jeffrey Mapp, Derwin Thompson, Fellows Jilts.
The list goes on. But I mean, one of the more prolific batters in Division 1 cricket back in the time, Leslie Reefer.
I can't even forget my good friend Emerson Bolt.
How could you?
You know, I thought that it was a wonderful sight, and I usually would have admired him playing for YMPC. I would go at square leg and sit down and have a look at this young man running from the globe end, long run up with good gas, and you would hear when the ball hits the wicket, when the ball thumps into that pitch, you know, and he wasn't your kind of pitch up guy, you know. And I remember one side he said to me, "Young man, you have a cork?" And I didn't understand what he meant by a cork. I looked in my pocket. He said, "You have a helmet?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, put it on." You know? And I didn't hesitate to put it on because I saw Sherwood Campbell out there. He had his share of problems with Terry Roddick, with Roger Coward. So, you know, Kurt Sean, Ian Strong. So those days, even though police had one out-and-out fast bowler, you had Kermit Marshall at the next end, he was steady. Sylvester Louis also steady. Jeffrey Mack will come under his leg breaks, you know. Stanton Proverbs, and you look forward to him batting, and you don't want to bowl anything short or over pitch. Always a joy to watch. So those days were I would say the halcyon days of the beginning of the turn of the century. and police side who wants very, very dominant, and they've gone from one extreme to the next because having been dominant now, they've been dumped into the Division 1 and struggling to get out of it. But good players always coming through. So we can have another bowling change. Kobe Williams is into the attack. And I think this young man got some good wickets last year. And I think he had 7 in a game, if my memory serves me correct. I'm just trying to remember that game. I think it's the game before they played Barbados Youth. And he's operating from the southern end of the ground, replacing Captain Ruston Chase.
Well, that's
Chase,
the West Indies captain.
the West Indies captain, correct?
Nathan Seeley, he's the man entrusted to lead this A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire Club in the season. But Kobe Williams, as Ray said, nice flight, gives the ball generous flight. All spinner, comes from a very high action Linden. So like you said, he's got the ability to get wickets. You said you saw him get a 7-wicket haul last season. But this is a good time to come into bowl now. As you said, Boyce and Watson entrenched in a good partnership. But the new bowler, I'm sure he will want to run further inroads into that lower to middle order.
So 6 bowlers using, still no Captain Seeley.
Still no Captain Seeley.
Which if you go against the if you go with tradition normally, and he's not playing for foundation, and he's driven through the offside, through the mid-off region down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot. I was saying that young Seeley would have had the ball in his hand before the second over's bowl, or actually I should say before the third over's bowl, because he normally would open bowling from one end. But here he is now. He is the captain, and we've gone through 6 bowlers and still no Seeley. But having said that, his team are still in charge despite the fact that Wanderers are in recovery mode and are doing well, with Boyce on 26, with him is Watson on 35. From position 55 for 5, they know 110 for loss of 5.
That was a lovely shot by Ian Boyce. He's coming on the front foot. Remember, the off spinner is bringing the ball into the right hander. He wants to get through that gate. And he was very watchful. He covered it well, and then essayed a fantastic drive. And that ball went to the boundary for 4. So the overs come to an end. And then it's 110 for 5. Boyce, he's on 26. Watson, he's on 35. But a good partnership continues to build between this pair.
And once again, you can see that. You know that the cricket season is on when you look at the image there. You see the cars parked in the driveway of their homes adjacent to the Wanderers club. Then you can see sprinkling of spectators. This was a typical Saturday or Sunday here at the Wanderers grounds. Early days in the season, the opening day of the season, and those spectators there. You see the regulars. You can see Mr. Green, a die-hard Wanderers man in the blue shirt. Played softball, tape ball. Love his Wanderers side, as Edmund will continue, and he bowls a Yorker, just outside the awesome, and there is Watson looking to hit it square. It's off the inner portion of the bat, comes off his boot, and he survives, having faced some 44 deliveries. Looked well for his 35, and the ever reliable Boyce, steady as a rock.
Yeah, Watson, he's done a good job for this Wanderers team. His new home here at the Dells Road. He said he came into the middle when his team was losing wickets all around, and he's really buckled down, and he's found a good ally in his Boyce. But he continues to look at any delivery over pitch. He's really capitalizing, but you see how solid he is in defense, as he's really biding his time. A patient not, but he looks really good in the middle.
And on this the opening day of the season, another important game will be the Clash of Champions. The Elite Champions Wildy and the First Division Champions Spartan, Fusions Boutique Spartan, who today will be making a return back to Elite Cricket. So that game will generate some just beautiful shot, bisecting cover and mid-off, a little bit in the air, airy-fairy, giving the room, giving the width, and just using the pace of Edmund to hit it through the onside for 4. So another good shot to Watson. With that, he's up to 39. And Andy Payne, no, it was not a bad delivery. It's just a little bit wide of the off stump, shorter than left. But here's where I always feel so frustrated as a fast bowler. No pace in it whatsoever because of the nature of the pitch.
Yeah, but this is where he's good. Like you said, he's defended those balls which were on a better length, that 3/4 length, but as soon as he went a little bit fuller, like you said, just a marginal error and going a little bit fuller on that occasion, and he was quick enough to get through it. So, but sure, the bowler wouldn't be too perturbed, as you said, the ball went in the air, but albeit bisecting the two fielders in that region. But Watson continues to be good, like I said, anything slightly over pitch, he seems to be really getting the metal of it.
Excuse me, as Edmund gets some advice from Kofi Hurdle. And standing at mid-off is young Perryman. It's a season Empire side with Kevin Stoke deputizing as well. So they have a blend of youth and experience. As Edmund from the northern end bowls the delivery into the pitch. And basically not a lot of bunks. The batsman standing on top of his crease, Andy Payne, and the ball, I would say, did not even reach the top of his tight pad.
So yeah, getting a bit more placid as the time goes on. Like you say, this is generally wonders. Get into that. If you can get past that tea period and you come back late in the evening, there's always the ability to capitalize on anything. So the aim was not to lose too many wickets in that top half and try to battle to the afternoon period.
And here's a delivery that goes on through the defense of Watson. I might say he played inside the line, but I prefer to say he was beaten. The ball just moving a little bit back into him. The ball, I would say, pitched leg stump and came across towards the off stump, and he played it the line. The ball moved a little bit. Nice take by keeper Albert. Another transfer.
A transfer over from the Maple side. He said he was played for Police in 2024, Maple in 2025, and here he is at the Empire in 2026.
So he's rolling the dice, they say. And now Edmund goes around the wicket and bowls a short delivery. The batsmen have a time and a half to play. It takes long to get to him. Plays it down in front of him, and the Elite Division 1 Wonders Jasmine was bowled by Yard for 17. Morris, he was bowled Edmund for 8. Lovell was caught by Stout off the bowl of Jaden Yard, and he had contributed just 15. Hayden Hart was in and out quickly, caught by Albert off the bowling of Yard for 2. Raymond Reefer, he was out even quicker. He was caught by Albert off the bowling of Jaden Yard for 1. Watson, and the boys, he's still doing tremendous work, a good repair job, and they've taken the score from 55 for 5 to 114 for the loss of 5. So he's still in a good partnership. The 5th wicket fell, the final ball of the 5th ball, penultimate ball of the 13th over. Before that wicket, the Warner side would have lost wickets at 44, 43, 33, and the first wicket at 20. And here is Williams. Not fielded or misfielded by the captain. Poor effort on his part. And I think what might have happened there is was to his wrong hand, you will say.
Yes, he's left-handed by Brian, and that one was to his right. But again, good batting there by boys. Remember the off spinner just getting that ball into the right-handed batter, and you see just work that one through the mid-wicket region, get into the full pitch, and just staying over it, Lyndon, and working it past the captain to pick up a couple.
As he continues in the 28th over. Well, that's the opening day of the Barbados Cricket Association cricket season. It's the Elite feature game featuring the Wonders and A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire. How important is it, Andy Payne, to regain a sponsor or to have a sponsorship for the season?
Well, you need sponsorship, Lyndon. You know the cricket has become very expensive, so any corporate partner that comes on board, I'm sure they'll be welcomed by any team. It definitely enhances your product, and by extension it can go a long way for the clubs, because all the clubs need the help. I know the BCA does quite a lot, but it's still very, very expensive to carry this cricket, and any partner that comes on board to support any club, I'm sure it only argues well for that club.
Of course, you can follow the streaming on the Barbados Cricket Association website, brought to you by collaboration between the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell's Imagery. Here is an on drive on the bounce to the bowler, and must say, Andy Payne, that the wicket, I wouldn't want to say the pitch has settled down, because there's no real never was any terror, but now the batting seemed to have come a lot easier. So maybe a little early moisture, you would say.
Well, it calls for a little bit more application. I don't think the batters at the top really applied themselves that well. You saw young Joshua Morris losing his wicket in the second over, so just going for a big drive outside the off stump and losing his middle stump in the process. So he just needs application. Then Jazz Griffith as well, stuck on the back foot, looking for a full delivery, beating them ball as well. You saw a naughty shot there by Lovell, the captain, who was a wide delivery outside the off stump when he was looking to get set. But he just needed that application, and the applications came from this pair in Shem Watson and Boyce, who's really applied themselves. And you've seen, as you apply yourself, the batting tends to get a bit easier.
So to use a couple of words of the old commentators, Grantley Brown, Sidney Arthur, Professor Sidney Arthur, Franklin Gill, a rush of blood.
They had quite a few.
Louis Linton as well.
yes. So all that rush of blood, then that could be cause for disaster, as we saw the first 5 wickets.
Richard the Rainy Man Bino.
Richard Bino,
Let's
leave
roll
it
him
to
back the
him.
years
Man,
of
I
the
saw
commentators.
a bit earlier in the week. It goes back up to St. Catherine. You had the likes of Rudolph's, Cappy Greenwich in that
Oh
lot.
yes. The commentators of yesteryear. Here's a drive. And a knockdown by Hurdle, who's patrolling that extra cover region. There's no run. Jaden Yard at cover. Then there is a point in position. Seeley himself, the captain, is at a gully next to 2 slips in Stout and Chase. Edmund, haven't gone around the wicket, he's now back over the wicket. And stretching forward is Watson, who plays it out to the man has been the main destroyer at Jaden Yard, 4 for 20. He's patrolling the cover region and being watched by his father, Junior Jones, former product of Kings Park Club, a good keeper, a good intermediate keeper. And he's now given away, spending some time watching his young man, his son. Here's a short delivery, hit high, out of the ground, short delivery and hit. Andy Payne, you see that has been hit with disdain, because for a fast ball to be hit over long off, and it was long on, and it was a pull shot. You know, I think it just showed the nature of the wicket. The batsman had enough time, Shem Watson, to get inside the wicket, but it obviously was outside of his reach and his range, and he just dragged it around. Never in danger of being caught. The fielders up, and the ball sailed over the road here at the Wanderers ground. The walls into the road, and another 6 to Shem Watson. He moves to 45 and 53 deliveries, and the Wanderers now coming nicely back into it. They're 120 for a loss of 5 as a water break beckons.
Well, you mentioned that word disdain, Lyndon, and it was really struck with disdain. And again, the shortest delivery, and the batter is now getting himself really in. As you can see, he's so set. He had lots of time to get in position. The ball just stood there to be hit, and he really played a meaty shot off the middle of the bat, over the road here at Wanderers. Like you said, the sizing of the boundaries here are ideal for a man who's get sets and want to score runs. So that delivery just being struck over Lawan via the pull shot, Lyndon, so you can see how disdainful it was. But like you said, a good prepared job being opted here by this pair, Watson and Boyce. Remember, coming together when the score is 55 for 5, and they've taken it all the way up to 122. Remember, Wanderers there would have won the toss and elected to bat, and Empire put themselves well into the game. That excellent spell of bowling from young Jaden Yard, Lyndon. What an impressive spell from the young man.
Oh yes, he bowled well, he bowled good length and good length, and looking at that short delivery that was just dispatched of the ground, I think this is where young Jaden Edmund has to learn his craft. You come here by the pitch at Wanderers that is benign in pace, isn't offering anything. And if you don't do a lot with the ball, and I reckon from what I've seen, he doesn't do a lot with the ball, he relies on pace, then you're going to have to find that length. And you want to, one, you're going to contain the batsman, and two, you want to make sure that he has enough time to make him, you want to make him play at least 5 or 6 deliveries, play at 5 of the 6 deliveries. You know, you don't want just to be shouldering his arms, because he's going to start trying to find a way to score. And like I said, you want to make sure that you have it under control. The action resumes, and he's in to bowl to Watson, and delivery down the leg side, and it came off the bat by signal by the umpire, so that seemed to have hit something and took off Andy Payne.
Yep.
Might have found something in the wicket, took off down the leg side. The keeper Mario Albert threw himself at it, goalkeeper style, didn't get close to it, and 4 runs taken by umpire Leon Lane, a former YMPC Wharton Banks, a little more said Willie, Banks player who's transitioned to umpiring. So too has young Adrian Jones. So quite a few players turn umpire. You have any visions on the pain of turning umpires one of these days? I mean, you turn to commentator, chief cook and bottle washer at the Maple Club. But any visions of umpiring one of these days?
No vision of umpiring whatsoever. It's the toughest job in the sport of cricket. I would say it's the job now. Well, technology is aiding to it now in helping the umpires, but I've never really had an interest in umpiring, even to concentrate on count 6 deliveries.
Here's Edmonds without an S, and it's hit square down to third man, wide third man for 4. As Watson moves to 49, and we were talking earlier in this over Andy Payne about he lacks this movement with the ball, and hence he's not getting any pace out of the pitch. So therefore he has to consistently concentrate on bowling a good line. It's a little over the shop. He's gone for 0-0-6, 4 byes and 4 runs. So Overweights conceded some 14 runs already, and his first spell was 3 overs, minutes, and then for 17. He's now about to complete his 3rd over, and he's gone 1 for 33. He's on the way into bowl to Watson at 49, and Watson is driving outside the off stump and brilliantly caught, magnificently caught by the keeper Mario Albert. So he takes a 3rd catch, and 130 for loss of 5 now becomes 130 for loss of 6. And Andy Payne, at the end of the day, he batted well, but he threw it away.
Yeah, failed to carry on. Watson goes for 49. A fantastic catch, though, by keeper Mario Albert, throwing himself to the left. Remember, this is a left-handed batsman, Watson. But again, a magnificent catch by Albert. Goalkeeper style again, but he's the one who is actually a goalkeeper. And to get Aiden Edmund to his 2nd wicket, but really the keeper, he will take that any day of the week.
Yes, a brilliant catch, and Watson comes back very disappointed with himself, as he has every right to be. It was yesterday pitched up outside in the off stump. Very little foot movement, having just played previously down to a wide third man for 4, and he gets an educated edge and a brilliant take by the keeper just in front of first slip, and that resulted in his dismissal. So he comes back and gone for 49, and the Wanderers side now losing their 6th wicket. So another time you would want to lose a wicket.
2 things about that also, Lyndon Yard. He just showed a bit of impatience by the bowler.
Correct.
You saw him going, runs on the leg side, runs on the offside, down the leg side again, and then on this occasion just hitting that area where you would want him to bowl consistently and picking up the wicket. And then also you saw the batter who was really entrenched there. He's had some 10 runs in the over of the bowler previously. He had a pull over long on. He's also had that square drive for 4. There was also 4 byes in there. Delivery which was a bit wider on that occasion, and you saw him just playing at that one. So a bit impatience on the batter's part as well, and losing his wicket in the process. So this is where it differs. Then when you're in, you've already had those 10 runs. You really got to buckle down, shut up shop, take it past your half century, and look to go into a new bowler. I'm sure the captain had to have some thoughts of changing Edmund at the end of that over.
Oh, definitely, and you have to rethink that now. You always say once you pick up a wicket, maybe that's the adrenaline you need, the impetus you need to make further inroads. I'm thinking that Captain Nathan Sealer will want to go for the juggler here with Jordan Nels, Pius Emilian and Kyron King to come. Jelani Joseph has now journeyed to the crease, and he will join Ian Boyce, who remains steadfast on 28. He has a strike as we have a bowling change, as Young Yard is being switched around, and he replaces Kobe Williams, who sent no just overs for 6 runs. Shamrock He also Shaquem John Rock sent on 2 overs for 20 runs. So the two off spinners being given 4 overs together costed the team some 26 runs, and they've both been pulled out of the attack. So rightfully so. Seeley, who positions himself at the third slip position as Yard is back in the attack, and both short deliveries is pulled through mid wicket, and the Pigeons fly for cover, and the batsman is back for 2. So Boyce to 30 from 53 deliveries, 132 for loss of 6.
Yeah, a lot was resting the shoulders of Boyce here now if he's going to get his team up to anything in the 170 area. Remember, and this cricket is also played with bonus points. I'm sure Empire they've already got a bowling point in the bonus, and Wanderers would like to at least get up to a couple of batting points in this innings on what's a good batting surface, day 1 of the Elite Division Championship. They don't want to risk that of getting bowled out before picking up a batting point here on this surface.
Short delivery. And Boyce with a lot of time plays into short mid wicket, where Williams is the fielder, and there is no run attained. Still 3 slips in position. There's a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, and the mid wicket.
Oh, well ball again there by this young man Yard. Continues to impress Lyndon Yard. Just coming in for a new spell from this to Southern End on this occasion, and he's asking questions immediately.
Yeah, good delivery, a lot closer to the batsman, forcing Boyce to play. Actually squared him up, as I don't think he was getting too much in line. Wanted to stay side on to the delivery, and being squared up, but fortune favours the brave. Got it all along the ground. He survives. 132 for 6 over number 30.
Boyce continues to look good. A full delivery on the leg stump, and you see him playing with a nice straight bat up to mid on. Really not going too square on it. You can see it just dropping onto the batter, but he kept a nice straight bat, Lyndon, and was able to hit it up to mid on.
I guess that might have been the final decision after he released the ball at that pace. Now he gets a short delivery and is brilliantly caught. Magnificently caught. Poor shot selection, and once again Andy Payne, for the second time in the space of 3 overs, or 2 overs I should say, we've seen 2 well set batsmen gifted the wicket away, but we must commend the catch taken at the point region as by Edmund, throwing himself to his right. It was at his chest height, he held on to it. Brilliant catch. Boyce goes. Further trouble for Wanderers. 132 for 6 becomes 132 for 7 off 30 overs.
And it also brings up that 5-wicket haul for that young man, Jaden Yard. Yard picking up a 5th wicket, immediately being reintroduced into the attack and making further inroads, picking up a 5th wicket. Impressive work by this young man. 8 overs, 5 for 22, Lyndon Yard. He's really put together a fantastic spell and put the Empire side in a really excellent position, really. I mean, big unknown, like I said, been a former Princess Margaret secondary school boy who's also played for the youth, the youth team, Barbados Youth, and here he is now into the Empire setup and really helping the Empire in the forms of picking up wickets.
Yes, a fabulous spell by the young man, young Jaden Yard. This has some tours and the Payne taking in the action here. The Barbados Cricket Association Elite season, and they're obviously enjoying the exchanges. And having a few of this game, this young man just practicing his arm. Maybe he'll turn up for England. Maybe he can transition to play for the Barbados and West Indies side. 132 for loss of 7. As you were saying, young Yard is bowled exceptionally well. Andy Payne, he has a 5 and he joined the league group. And like I said, I envy him because I've never even gotten 5 wickets in 2 games. Andy Payne here far less in 1 spell.
As on top of that, as a seam bowler coming in and picking up a 5 at Wanderers in probably your first outing, really.
Yeah, would have played in the first division last year. Was left out in that final, that knockout finals. I think they were where they defeated the green side. There wasn't much talk about the club as to why he was left out, but he's gotten his chance. Sometimes it pays you to wait, and now he's got an elite chance. He started with a 5, and here is Jaden Edmund. And there's a nice off drive by Jelani Joseph to open his account.
And you continue to speak about yards, and Gillingham, remember the Barbados pacer in Shaquille Kamabach, he's missing from this Empire side. So maybe if he was available, you probably would not have seen someone like Yard, and who's really grabs this opportunity with both hands, really, if so to speak, picking up that fifer in his first outing.
Superb spell by the young man, like I said. Doesn't have the pace, but I love his consistency. And he's been asking questions of the batsman. And there's a short ball, pulls it over by wicket by Jordan Nels. And he is the type of player, Andy Payne, that he's going to throw back. He's going to put back the ball. He fancies himself as a hitter, not one who will stick around. He can play the situations, but this, I think, is his type of cricket. And he was kind of anticipating that short ball from Edmund. The left leg came down the wicket, and he just went right across it. Good shot. And it takes the Wanderers side up to 139 for loss of 7. They aren't out of the woods as yet, but Nels is 6 for 1 delivery, and he has a partner with him in Jelani Joseph on 1. So Edmund, 2 for 40, and again, having picked up a wicket, you figure this is the reason he had another over. But here he is, bowling at a number 7 batsman and number 8 batsman, number 8 and 9 actually. Okay, we have 10 and 11 to come, and that division hit over my wicket off the front foot.
Yeah, it just seems to be lacking that penetration, Edmund, really. But this man, Jordan Nels, underrated all around the land, and this is one of the players that you would like to see. In 2024, when Wanderers win the cup, I remember hearing Coach Ricky Clark speaking highly of this young man, so I was always eager to see his capabilities. I've seen him with the ball, very deceptive, and here he is showing his worth of the bat, albeit one shot, but with the amount of confidence that he played that shot, Lyndon Yard, I'm sure we would like to see a bit more of that.
Yeah, he has to stick around, and this is an opportunity for him to lift his side out of some trouble. 139 for loss of 7. I have some time for him. I actually like him as a fast bowler. He reminds me a lot of Emerson Seeley. He has that type of a run-up. He is kind of a slingy fast bowler, maybe underused in my opinion, and I can say that without reservations. But having said that as well, playing at Wanderers side, you wouldn't expect your fast bowlers to want to strike early. Most captains these days expect a fast bowler to get the wicket in the first streak. I remember playing at the Empire side, and if I'm handed a new ball and there's no wicket in the second over, by the end of my second over, I can see Sherlin Graves at slip, and he's rolling my shoulder. He's rolling his shoulder, signaling to captain.
He's ready for it.
He's ready. We're I'm ready. You know, and you're only 2 overs into your spell. Your body's not really warm. The blood's not flowing. But such was the intensity which champions play their cricket. You know, and I like the young man. As I said, like him for his batting, for his bowling. Now he has to do it with the bat. He has 6. And he bats away and drags it involuntarily down to fine leg, and will take a single. A full toss still in the off stump. And Andy Payne, the nature of his batting, he pulled the left leg away, which is just showing the intent. I think what happened there, the movement of that left leg over indicated he was expecting a short ball.
Yeah, you just open out looking for that length ball probably, but it was following him and went full. Good work there by Jaden Edmund on that occasion, but he said just missing that penetration. He's gone a bit expensive. He's into his 7th over and he's conceded some 41 runs.
And here's a delivery which comes down to the keeper. Albert is after it, and a single taken. 141 for loss of 7. And there's no signal from the umpire, so Joseph up to 2, and Edmonds 2 overs remaining, 2 for 42. He has 2 deliveries remaining in his 7th over.
Lovely shot there in the yard.
Stroke through the cover by a conventional shot there by Jordan Nels. This time he decided to stay in his ground, stay in his stance, and just realizing the ball was pitched up and just eased it through the cover region. Quickly back for 2. And And it Wanderers from a position of 55 for 5. They know 141 for the loss of 7. Beautiful shot. Over pitch. And there is Nels with an extension of the left arm and the pin through the covers, albeit in the air. And beautiful shot for 4. So with that 4, Nels announces himself. He's into double digits.
That was Joseph, really.
7.
That actually was a shot from Joseph.
Actually, shot from Joseph. My apologies. So both batsmen are on 7. And the Wanderers up to 146 for loss of 7 as the players make their way Andy to the pavilion. And I can tell you that is at lunch. I can tell you it's 146 for loss of 7. Wanderers off 31 over. Shem Watson 49 from 56 deliveries. Ian Boyce 30 from 57 deliveries. And at the break 146 for loss of 7 off 31 overs. Quick scorecard. On the scorecard, Jazz River made 17, Joshua Morris made 8, Jazz Level, the captain, made 15, Hayden Hart contributed 2, Raymond Reefer got a single, Shem Watson made 49, as I said earlier, Ian Boyce contributed some 30, Jelani Joseph is not on 7, also not on 7 is Jordan Nels, and 10 extras, 4 no balls, 4 byes, and 2 leg byes, 146 for loss of 7 of 31 overs. Bowling for the E&A auto parts and accessories Empire side, Jaden Edmond, 7 overs minutes, 2 for 47, a tad expensive. Trey Springer, 6 overs minutes, 9 for 27. The man of the day for the Empire side in his first elite game, Jaden Yard, 8 overs, no minutes, 5 for 22. 8 overs, no minutes, 5 for 22, including 7 for 40, operating from the northern end before being switched to the south. Roston Chase, 6 overs, no minutes, 9 for 18. Shaquem John Rock, 2 overs, no minutes, 9 for 20. And Kobe Williams, 2 overs, no minutes, 9 for 6. 4 of wickets, 1 for 20. The wicket of Morris. Jazz Griffith made it 2 for 33. Gerard Lovell was out with a score on 43. 3 for 43. It became 4 for 44. Hayden Hart was dismissed. 5 for 55. Raymond Reefer. 6 for 130. Shem Watson. 7 for 132. Ian Boyce. And all she wrote in this game so far, featuring Wonders the home side and A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire right here at the Dallas Road Ground on the opening day of the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Cricket season. Wonders bring the toss and batting in perfect cricketing conditions. Not a lot of sunshine, but a lovely breeze. Overcast conditions, but perfect for cricket with a nice breeze. At the break, having been tottering at 55 for 5. Wonders, they go to lunch at 146 for loss of 7. For your thoughts for the lunch session, and then we'll take a break, Andy.
Yeah, so I can tell you, all 7 wickets was taken by the Pacers for the Empire side. So being Wanderers winning the toss led to about 7 wickets for the Pacers, albeit they got up to 146. They were some 55 for 5, so just in that 7 wicket haul, Jaden Edmond being a bit expensive, he's picked up 2 wickets at the expense of some 47 runs from 7 overs, so he wasn't able to support his counterpart in Jaden Yard, who picked up 5 for 22 from his 8. So you could think that if Yard had given a bit more, was given a bit more support for someone like Edmund, who's got a knack to pick up wickets anyway, they could be in a better position. But excellent partnership between a pair of Boyce and Watson. Watson, like you said, coming over from the Yorkshire side to the Wanderers, and in his first innings, some 49 off 56 balls, 5 4s and 3 6s, and Boyce 30 off 57 deliveries with 4 4s. They've really put together a good partnership and offer some regard for that, the Wanderers side. But at the top of the innings, like you said, not much to shout about. None of the batters really stood up for the challenge. Lyndon Yard, like I said, easy wickets, like opening batters in Morris and Jazz Griffith losing the wickets early. Captain Lovell, who's looking very good, giving his wicket away. Hayden Hart losing his wickets, and the very, very experienced Raymond Reefer going cheaply. It really put the Empire side in the ascendancy at that point. I can tell you, But some good keeping as well by Mario Albert. He makes his way over from the Maple side to the Empire, to the Bank Hall Blues, and he's really picked up some 3 wickets. One excellent catch to dismiss Watson off the ball. Of Jaden Edmund can tell you diving full length to his left and picking up a fantastic catch. So all in all, Lyndon, the Wanderers side losing wickets, 7 wickets, but the Empire side, they would like to think that they're still very much in the ascendancy.
Well, and they have to thank the former captain Ian Boyce and Shem Watson, the new contractee coming over from the Yorkshire side. They put on a 6-wicket stand of some 75 of 26 overs and 5 deliveries, and they really batted well by Andy Payne. Like we were saying earlier on, we alluded to the fact that the pitch at Wanderers is traditionally always good for batting. You can get good scores, but then when you look at it in terms of the pitch is always good for batting, there aren't a lot of consistent centurions. And when we look at it, here's a perfect example. Shem Watson, he's in sync.
Didn't carry on.
Ian Boyce is in sync, and they opted not to carry on. In other words, they gifted their wickets away. They weren't particularly out by fantastic deliveries, but they looked well set. There was no trouble in that partnership between the pair, which yielded some 75 runs, it said 16 overs and 5 deliveries, and a trouble-free partnership, you will say. But then a clutter of wickets just further brought the Empire side, put them back in the ascendancy, as they have been in control of this game ever since the Wanderers side opted to bat, having won the toss. So with that, we are going to take a break for lunch with the news that on day 1 of the Barbers Cricket Association's elite competition, Wanderers versus A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire. Wanderers opting to bat 146 for loss of 7. A top score of 49 to Shem Watson, and an enterprising spell, 8 overs, no meters, 5 for 22 to the young man Jaden Yard in his elite season. So we're going to take a 20 minutes break, and then we'll be right back with the action right here at Darrell's Road.
welcome back to the action here from Dawes Road as the players are making their way back into the middle after the wonderful lunch break. Wanderers will resume at 146 for 7. Some 31 overs bowl. I can tell you, an excellent start there for the A&A Auto Parts and Express Empire team, picking up 7 wickets in that opening session. I can tell you, welcome back, Rashawn Hackett.
Yes,
Sean, how you feel about that first innings position? Who do you think will be in the ascendancy?
I definitely think that Empire will be in the ascendancy after the first half, having bowled so well, having bowled so consistently and brilliantly. They were consistently on the mark, but there was a bit of resistance from Wanderers in the back end. Shem Watson, he stood up and scored a well-played 49-40 side, and he was ably supported by Ian Boyce, who contributed as well. So I think that Wanderers did well to rebuild from the point where they were at just 40 for 4 to now come back and be 146 for 7. So they're still in this game with a fighting shot. We now have Jelani Joseph and Jordan Niles at the crease. So if these two guys can stand up and put on a partnership and get the team up to about 200, I think that they're still in good stead in this game.
Yeah, well, Empire, they will have different ideas to go to run through this lower batting order. They're down to the lower order of the batting, and they will want to dismiss this Wanderers team as soon as possible. The action continues, and here's a delivery from Dre Springer, who's picked up the attack from that the southern end and getting a couple of runs there is Jelani Joseph. He picked up a couple, is it?
No, I think that's
It's
Niles.
really. So Jordan Niles picks up a couple. He moves his tally up to 9.
Yes, Niles in a no-nonsense mood here, coming out and smashing a 6 on his first delivery, and he now hit that one over the top for 2. So he's come for one intention and one intention only. It looks as if he's coming here to just beat bowling.
Well, with that, he's kind of put the fielders back on the defensive. You've seen the field going a bit deeper. They've got a deep backwards square. They've got a man at long leg. They've seen a mid-wicket being employed now and a mid-on. There's 2 slips. There's a backward point. A slower delivery there by Springer. You can see him just changing that the full variation, and now he's allowing it to go through to keeper Mario Albert. Continuing that field, he's got a cover and a mid off to complete the field allotment. But yeah, so Niles, like you said, he's made his intentions pretty clear. And again, remember, we said the batting bonus points. They will want to at least secure a batting bonus point here.
Another big swing from Niles, but he doesn't connect on that occasion. And the previous ball, it was really good to see from Springer because we talked about his variation earlier, and he implemented a slower ball trying to deceive Niles, who's just going at any and everything. So I assume that he's looking to get Niles probably to miss hit one. You see the mid-off and mid-on have dropped back on the circle. So they're looking to get him caught here because he's going at everything. Deep square leg in place. Big swing. Goes down to the mid-on area. They'll complete 1 run.
So yeah, Niles, like you said, making his intentions clear. Looking to be aggressive. But another good delivery. Hard length. They're being bowled by Springer. And all he could do is get that one up to mid-on to pick up a single. So the score each is closer to that 150 mark. I can tell you at some point earlier in the day, it looks to be a long way off. They were 55 for 5. So some regard action, especially with that all-important partnership between the pair of Boyce and Watson.
Joseph just forward, keeping this one out. Springer, he's continuing his consistency that he started with early up in the day. He's now into his 7th over. 6.5 overs delivered, just 30 runs conceded, no wickets. But although he has taken no wickets, what he has done very well, Mr. Payne, is keep the pressure on the batsman, allowing Yard to strike from the other end. Yard has came and he's been fantastic all morning. He took 5 wickets, so well done to Jaden Yard. Another slower ball there implemented by Dre Springer. He's now exploring his options and variations, looking to deceive the batsman.
So just to close out the over with that slow delivery, so it's come to an end. They're 149 for 7, but I'm sure they'll be probably looking to bring someone like Yard back from the northern end to add to his 5 wickets. He picked up some 4 wickets from that, the northern end, and 1 from the south, but rightfully said, yes, he's going to make his way back to the bowling mark here at the northern end. That's his Jaden Yard. replacing Jaden Edmond. Edmond, who's proved to be a bit expensive, he bowled some 7 overs and he conceded some. Let's get that correct bowling figures of Jaden Edmond. For the 7 overs, 2 for 47, so pretty expensive by his standards, but it's called for the employment of yards from this to northern end.
Yard into nose. A big swing from nose. He goes over the third man region, and that one looks to go all the way into the boundary for 4 runs. Yard goes for 4. Nels takes his tally up to 10 from just 6 deliveries. He's come here with one intention and one intention only, just to score runs.
Well, it's brought up to 150 for the Wanderers team. They're 153 for 7 with that 4 off the outer edge, like you said, peeling off the outer edge and going over the slip region. And there's no third man on that occasion, but now they're going to employ someone at the short third man, more of a fly slip. Looks like Williams down there. So just one slip and a gully in place now, because he said he's looking to be ultra aggressive. Niles.
Big swing, but he misses on that occasion. Yard just pulling his left back on that occasion. Ball getting a bit of bounce off the surface.
You must give it to this young man Yard, though. He continues to run in. Like he said, he's not that fast. He's not express quick, but he's hitting some good lines and good lengths, and he continues to just hustle the batters, and continues to be on a good line and length.
Yes, he has been excellent all morning. And what has been fantastic to see from the Empire Seamers is that they've taken up the ball. I'll put a pause in that. A big shot over the leg side, flips off the legs from Nels all the way into the boundary for 6 runs. Nels is continuing to take the attack to the Empire bowlers, and in doing so, he's doing so well.
Yeah, counter-attacking here, a delivery over pitch on this occasion and into the legs of Jordan Nels, who whipped that one well over the mid-wicket region, over the trees for another maximum here at the Wanderers ground. So he's continued to be aggressive. 20 of 9 deliveries with the second 6 in the innings for him. So he's showing his intention. 159 for 7.
Yes, and what I was previously saying about the Empire bowlers, what I've really admired about them is that they've put their hands up and taken up the responsibility in this innings. The spinners have bowled but not as many overs as the pacers, and it's always good to see when young fast bowlers are fit and running in fast and strong, because we currently have an issue in the West Indies where a lot of our pacers are being injured. In Alzari Joseph facing injuries, Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals, they've all been in and out over the past year facing injuries. So it's always good to see when we have young fast bowlers who can run in and bowl long spells, and not just long spells but strong spells. So I've really enjoyed watching this Empire pace attack.
Yeah, you need a stock of fast bowlers. You always need those reserves. He said fast bowling is such a hard job. Can get injured out of nothing, as you've seen with the likes of Alzari Joseph and that lot. So spreading the field to all parts of the boundaries here now to Jordan Nels. See, they've now employed a deep mid-wicket, a man at long on. They've gotten that third man, like we said. So you've got quite a few patrolling the boundaries presently for Jordan Nels, who's really changed the complex of this innings.
Yes, he's come in and he's immediately had an impact, striking the ball to all parts of the ground. What will he do here now? Another big shot coming down to the boundary, and it one bounce for it into the long on boundary. Fantastic batting from Nels. He's attacking the bowlers. He's not scared of them. He's just telling them, come at me and I will come back at you.
Yes, well, you see the keeper Mario Albert coming up to the wicket. He's now standing up to the wicket for Yard, but that didn't perturb Nels from hitting that ball down the long one. There's a long one in place. There's also a cold corner, but the man at long one had to move a long way to his left, and he still had no chance of stopping that. The mid off now is going back to long off. And he works this one along the ground where that man from cold corner comes around, wide mid wicket, and allowed him to pick up a single. So the total moves up to 164 for 7. Takes Nels up to 25, and he's really putting a total together for his team, something that they would think they've got a chance to bowl at.
Yeah, he's doing an excellent job here. He's playing his role, the typical tail ender role, just come in and put on as many runs as you can before the team gets bowled out. But Nels, he doesn't just look like a tail ender here. The shots he's playing, he looks like a batsman.
Yeah, he's a good all-rounder, like I said, very underrated. Remember Coach Ricky Clark speaking highly of this young man.
Full delivery, and he's out. A soft delivery from Joseph, gets a full toss and just hits it into the hand of mid-off, and he looks to be very disappointed with himself, just holding his head down. Yard gets another wicket. He takes his wicket tally up to 6 for 37 in 8.5 overs.
So that's a good 6 for, but like you said, Joseph, he'd be very disappointed. A full delivery, and he tried to belt that one over the top, hitting high into the slice of the bat, and finding Captain Nathan Seeley placed there at the mid-off region and taking a comfortable catch for this 8th wicket to go begging for the Wanderers side. So they're now 164 for 8. 33 overs completed. Jaden Yard picking up a 6 wicket, 6 for 37 off 9 overs, and the young man continues to pick up wickets at all ends of the field. Wherever you put him to bowl, he just continues to pick up scalps.
New batsman walking to the crease is Pius Emilian, also a new addition to this Wanderers side. Well, no, he's not a new addition. He represented Wanderers last season, but he would have played for a club previously. Is it Wildy that he played for?
He had a stint at Wildy for sure.
Yeah, so he's coming here with the score 164 for 8. He would look to put on as many runs as possible. If I were the Wanderers coach and the Wanderers unit, I'd be looking to get to at least 200 runs and put Empire to chase that total.
Well, as a rate at which Jordan Nels is going at, it seems like they can get to that total. But again, they just need someone to stick around with him. Joseph, with that final delivery, like he said, again, offered a single after ball number 5. All he had to do was really defend that delivery. But he gifted his wicket away and put further pressure on the Wanderers team and more pressure on this man, Jordan Nels, because he's in good nick. He's batting well, but he would want. Going to be Springer to continue. He'll be bowling to Jordan Nels. Said a well spread field. There's a deep backward square. The long one now goes to the fence. There's also a third man in place, and there's a fine leg.
Springer into Nels. Big swing. Beats him on the outside of the off stump.
No ball. It's actually no ball. Be a single there by umpire Kareem Tate. So just guilty of infringing the crease is Springer. So one more to the total. But a real good counter attack here from Jordan Nels.
Big swing, and it goes up. Fielder settles under it, and he's makes a mess of that one. He's complaining that the sun is in his eye. So Nels lives on.
Yeah, just trying to hit that one over the deep square leg region, and Kofi hurdles the fielder place out there. He said he had no chance of seeing it. He was seeing him trying to get under it. He knew the ball was coming in his direction, but he never got into any position really to catch that one. He said the sun very much settled in there in his eyes, so you could offer some compassion to Kofi Hurdle if you've ever feeling in that position at this time of day at the Wanderers. It's always pretty difficult to pick up those deliveries. So one more to Nels, but it brings Emilian into strike. Pius Emilian, left-handed bat. He'll be facing up to Dre Springer.
Springer pulls out on this occasion.
We've seen that on quite a few occasions from Dre Springer, just losing his run up in the process.
Yes, I wonder what's going through the mind of Springer, because as you mentioned, we've seen it quite a lot this morning where he's run through and pulled out at the crease. Could it be a potential issue with his run up?
Good delivery, played in the miss outside the off stump. Just ran his man forward, just feeling for that one was a million, and going through to keeper Mario Albert. So Sprayer, he could say he's the unlucky bowler not to pick up a wicket. On this occasion, he's had an offered a chance from Niles, but Kofi Hurdle was able to get vision of that, and chance went a begging.
Springer on the money on that occasion. Emilian just keeps it out.
Said all 8 wickets in this innings have fell to the Pacers. 6 wickets for Yard and 2 for Jaden Edmond. So spinner is being used, and quite surprisingly, the captain in Nathan Seeley, he hasn't had a spell in this innings so far. Some 33.3 overs being bowled, and Captain Seeley hasn't delivered a ball.
Yes, I observed that as well. Seeley would normally come flicked off the legs. Fine leg fielder attempts to get there, but he doesn't make it. Emilian picks up 4 runs off the leg, just flicks it easily down to fine leg, picks up another boundary.
And these are useful runs for the Wanderers side. Like I said, regard action from the back end of the team. Like I said, that delivery, we were delivered down the leg side and just work away to fine leg. So again, trying to get around to his left is the fine leg feeder, and had no chance as the ball carries very quickly across his outfield. And 4 more to the good of the Wanderers team, moving them into the 170s. They're 170 for 8.
Flicked off the legs again. They come for the first run. They'll settle for just 1 run on that occasion. Brings Nels back onto strike. Nels is the danger man here for Wanderers. He's been taking a liking to the bowling of Empires, striking. He's 26 from just 13 deliveries. Striking at just about 200 right now.
Well, he's doing a good job.
The field is spread. Anyone who's watching the cricket would think that this is a T20 game, Mr. Payne. Almost every guy is on the boundary.
Well, that's the pressure that he's put back on the Empire team.
Short delivery.
And he's up, caught behind. Effort delivery from Drew Sprayer. Short, bang into the turf. Tried to pull that one, beat him for pace, top edge, and goes short to keeper Mario Alba, who takes another catch, adds to his tally of 4 for the innings, and a wicket for Drew Sprayer, and the dangerous Jordan Niles has to make his way back into the pavilion.
We'll just take a moment, Mr. Payne, to just have a look at some of the other games in the Elite Division, and we'll have a look at some of the action. So currently, Windward is going up against YMPC, and the scores in that game are looking like, I'll give you the scores now for that game.
Okay, so it looks like Windward, they're 172 for 5. 36.3 overs being completed. The batter is at the crease. So Latrell Greenwich, he's on 11, and Amari Goodrich, he's on 27.
Yes, and young Micah Greenwich had a brilliant knock earlier, scoring 61 from 46 deliveries. He's a product of the Barbados youth team. He represented Barbados at the under 15, on the 17, and on the 19 level. And he's really a good player, Micah Greenwich. Do you know much about him, Mr.
John Michael Greenwich, I think, if I remember serves me well, he had a stint with the West Indies on the 19s as well, in the initial stages before the cut. And yes, a good attractive batter. Good to see him getting amongst the runs.
Yes, he's gotten a score early on in this tournament, but also for the YMPC, Kemar Smith has taken 4 for 77. He's in brilliant form. He represented himself at Barbados Trials just a few weeks ago, and he scored a century in the last game.
Yeah, so I think that would make him 2 centuries, if you remember serves me correct. And he's continued to do well with his batting and as well as his bowling. He's picked up a 5-wicket haul in one of the trial matches. I think he had an 11-wicket haul in one of the trial matches as well. So he continues his good form. A first-class player. Play can't be that far off for someone the likes of Kemar Smith. He continues to impress. But back here at the action is 171 for 9. The Wanderers team winning the toss and acting to bat. Kyron King, he's a final batter in for the Wanderers team, but he's at the non-striker as a million continues to do battle against Jaden Yard, who will be looking for a 7th wicket.
Yes, and you talked about Kemar Smith at trials. He's been so superb. He scored 200s, and he's also been in the wickets constantly. But it just goes to show how talented our Barbados cricketers are, in the fact that he was not able to make the final 14, and it was very hard luck because he showed up, he performed, he represented himself. But Barbados is one of the strongest cricketing nations in the world. So many cricketers that want to play for the West Indies come from Barbados, so it was hard luck, but he's a young man who has so much future in this game.
Another good delivery there from Yard. Goes through to the keeper, Albert. So just driving the misses, Emilius, and that one, another dot delivery. But rightfully so, speaking about the Barbados team, the amount of depth that they have in the team. You've seen the new acquisition in Joshua Bishop, just forcing his way into that first-class team. And they've also got the ever efficient Jamal Warrican, he's always there, so it will always be pressed to get a new player into that setup if you have the likes of these players available.
Yes, most definitely. So much talent coming out of the Barbados Pride squad. I just want to take a moment to just read through the Pride squad. Captain in the side is Craig Brathwaite. There's Joshua Bishop, Lenny Cole Boucher, Cheyenne Brathwaite, Joshua Drake, Johan Lane, Kyle Mears, Jair McAllister, Shane Mosley, Ramon Simmons, who was actually replaced by Jadier Blades because of injury, Shamar Springer, Jamel Warrican, and Kevin Wickham. A truly talented unit, guys who have all represented themselves at the first class level, some at the West Indies level, and have done well at that. But something I heard people talking about that I wanted to ask you is the fact that the Barbados team has no specialist off spinner.
You put me in the spot for that. Well, before you go there, I just want to say continued good selections by the selection panel, led by Chairman Hendy Brooms. You've also got our match referee who's here with us today, Leslie Rifa and Jason Haynes. They've, over the past couple of years, put together some really good selected squads. So I know it's always pressure to really get everyone involved, but these guys have been pretty consistent in doing their work and trying to put out the best teams for Barbados. But in the absence of an off spinner, I know you said a first choice off spinner, but if you look at the resources available to them, you have someone like a Kevin Wickham, who I've seen bowl in first class cricket previously, and he does a fantastic job. I don't think that his off spin bowling can be underrated. So again, I think they've got the resources to do the work for the country.
Yes, most definitely. There's also the likes of Craig Brathwaite too. He's a specialist batsman, but he also has a handy off break when necessary. He's bowled it in test cricket, he's bowled it in first class cricket, so some would think that they've opted not to go with the specialist off spinner and gone instead with the two left arm spinners in Jamel Warrican and Joshua Bishop, and they will use Craig and Wickham as the off spinners.
Well, again, like you said, as the over comes to an end, 175 for 9, the Wanderers team, when the toss elected to batting some 35 overs to date. A million, he's on 9, and King, who's yet to face the delivery, he's been there just offering support so far. But here it will be Drew Springer to continue from this southern end. And if you want to speak about the two specialist left arm spinners, do you think they're equipped to get the wickets, the left arm spinners?
Yes, most definitely.
I think that answers the question.
Yes, Jamel Warrican, he's one who has done so well at the test level, and he's done so well at the first class level, so he's more than equipped to come and deliver for this Barbados side. And also in Joshua Bishop, he's a young man who has proved himself playing with the West Indies Academy over the years. I recently saw a statistic that he has over 100 first class wickets in just very few games. I can't remember the exact amount of games, but it was very impressive. So he's a young man who's proved himself in first class cricket. He's also played some CPL editions.
With 2 centuries.
With 2 centuries, correct. So he's a handy all-rounder. So I definitely do think that these two left arm spinners are fully equipped to help Barbados in the bowling department, but not only the bowling department, but also in the batting department, because Warrican is also capable with the bat when he's ready. He can come and put on some runs for Barbados, and we know what Joshua Bishop can do. He's an exceptional cricketer with 2 centuries in first class cricket, so he's definitely one that can carry a side further.
Yeah, and that would have aided the selectors. I mean, albeit you're thinking about that good delivery, short delivery, good effort. That's good intensity coming there from Sprayer. Like you said, in his second spell now, and just right to the occasion, pace. So that's a good delivery to the number 10. But yeah, so kudos to the selectors, like you rightfully said. In terms of the bowling department for me, I think they've really put it together. We've got the Pacers, who we'll be looking forward to see young Johan Lane coming out to prize share for Barbados for the first time. Delivery down the leg side. A nice skip on the gather there by keeper Mario Albert. Really seems to be fitting into this Empire setup in his first outing here at the keeper.
Yeah, Mario Albert, he's been exceptional all morning. He's been moving laterally well. He's been moving left, right. He took a fantastic diving catch to the left to dismiss. Who was it?
Shem Watson.
Shem Watson on 49. Disheartening him because I know that he would have been so eager and so happy to get to that half century. So Albert, he's really been a great addition to the Empire side. Taking a lovely catch down the leg side again. Not a catch, but he takes that one down the leg side. Albert, he's one who's a great addition to the side, and he's also very capable with the bat. So I look forward to seeing him batting somewhere in the middle order for Empire, hopefully piling on runs for the team.
Yeah, very competent gloveman. Like you said, he's also kept for Barbados in the football circuits. So a man who's known to keep a lot behind the stumps and in front of the bars. But here he would like to have a fifth dismissal. As a delivery down by on the outside stump by Sprayer. Stoutly defended by Emilian. No run resulting. But yes. So I think we've gone through that setup for the Barbados team in terms of the spinners. We was just discussing the Pacers. We said Blaze, who's came in as a replacement for Ramon Simmons.
Yes, Ramon Simmons unfortunately being injured, but it opened up an opportunity for Jediah Blades, who's represented West Indies before, and he's a young man as well who has so much potential, so much talent, who I know will go on to do great things for the region. And Blades, some were asking why Blades, but I think that the selectors did a great decision there. They made a great decision because Blades goes very similar to Ramon Simmons. They both have similar bowling styles. They both have similar bowling actions. So they're two guys that can go hand in hand. So I understand why the selectors would go that way.
So as you see, another short delivery bang into the surface, and Emilius just offering regard action and just playing that one into the front of him for no run, and the over comes to an end. So yet another good over for the Empire side, but the Wanderers, they're 176 for 9. Remember, at one stage they were 55 for 5. So this is what we call a good recovery, really, and giving the bowlers a chance of having a target, runs on the board. Like, you know, as runs on the board, so it could put them in a position where they think they'll be looking to get a first innings whenever the Empire team gets a chance to bat. But they will want to get as many runs as they can here amongst this last wicket pair.
Yes, this last wicket pair will definitely look to put on as many runs as possible. We saw Nels, who was recently dismissed. He put on a good set of runs for the Wanderers side, getting them up to the total that they're at now. And Watson did it earlier. He scored 49, a fantastic 49. It was stroke filled. He played shots all around the ground, along the ground, and over the boundary for 6. So it was really Nels and Watson who aided the Wanderers side, and they were ably supported by Ian Boyce, who played a well-constructed innings earlier as well.
Well, here is Yard, who's done the bulk of the work for the Empire side. He's picked up some 6 wickets in his 10 overs, 6 for 41. I'm sure he will love to add a 7th as we continue to speak about the pace bowling stock of the Barbados team and what they've selected in that side. You said the likes of Jerry McAllister. You've also got Johan Lane, who I'm excited to see in his Barbados jersey. Really played tests in New Zealand for the West Indies. So here he will be looking to really impress and force his way back into that team. As the final wicket comes a begging, it looks like Kyron Keane losing his wicket, a 7th wicket for Yard, flicking that one into the mid-wicket where Kofi Hurdle made no mistakes with that one. So a 7th for Jaden Yard, picking up the final wicket of Kyron King, caught by Kofi Hurdle for 1. So 176 all out the Wanderers team, winning the toss and electing to bat. Rashawn.
A subpar total there from Wanderers, just 176, but that takes no credit away from this game because I still think that they're in this game with a shot. Still early days, first day of the season, and they have a talented bowling attack in Kyron King, who was just dismissed, Jordan Niles, who came up put on some runs earlier. So it'll be interesting to see how Empire come and navigate this evening session, because as anyone who plays cricket would know, the evening session is always one of the hardest sessions to bat. There's so many different factors to account for. There's the factor that they've just been in the field all morning, and there's also the factor that the pitch is a bit weird down. There will be a bit of cracks and things that will give the bowlers some opportunity to get a bit of deviation off the surface. So it'll be interesting to see how Empire navigate this evening session.
Yeah, and they'll be keen to navigate the new ball, like you said, but they've got a lot of talent in that Empire hat. There's the likes of Perryman, who's more than likely to be the opening batter. You've got Kevin Stout in there. You've got Austin Chase, the present captain of the West Indies senior team. He's very much in that lineup today. And also down the lower order, the likes of someone like Mario Alberts. But here it is, a 7 for the man on the screen. Jordan Yards, 7 for 41 from some 10.2 overs. His first outing for the ANA Auto Parts and Express Empire Club. He'll be ecstatic and excited to go back to the Whitehall Blues tonight to just share that performance with his fans and family.
Yes, Yard, a young man coming into the Empire Elite Division, and he's made his impact straight away with 7 for 41. So I'm sure that he'll be happy with that. I'm sure that the entire Empire side will be happy with that performance, and he's definitely one to watch out for this season. We have quite a crowd on our hands, Mr. Payne. We see some tourists in the midst, and we see some locals as well. This game has been interesting, and it's attracting persons from the district, and it's also attracting persons just coming out to support their side. So I'm sure that there's some Empire supporters down there. I see some Wanderers supporters. So it's always good when supporters come out and support our young men who come out every Saturday and represent their clubs.
And if you can't be here at the grounds, I'm happy to tell you, if you can go on the BCA website where you can follow the live stream here in conjunction with Bell Imagery, where you can catch all the action live here on the stream. As you can see, continue to speak about that spectators, see quite a few that we know. Charlie Ishmael is very much there in the Empire camp. So again, all told, 176 all out. The Wanderers team winning the toss and opting to bat as we wait for the reply of the Empire team to make their way into the middle. At this point, we'll take a little bit of a break.
Welcome back to the stream. Here on screen we see Yui versus Gladiola, and currently Yui are batting 123 for 7. In a spot of bother, we see that Demel Evelyn scored 59 from 105 deliveries. Shamar Holder is currently batting 16 from 45.
You've seen the veteran Ashley Nurse, he's very much into the attack. But Yui 123 for 7, so the Gladiola, they'll be very happy to
Yes.
get themselves in this position. Remember, this is the first day of Elite Division action. And clubs they'll be jostling for points. The Water get up the blocks with some good points. It seems like that's a wicket. So the fall of the 8th wicket for the University side. Losing that wicket there.
It appears that he's been bowled behind the legs.
That's Shamar Holder being bowled by Ashley Nurse for 16. So he's got to make his way back into the hutch. Well, 123 for 8. 37.1 overs being bowled. Can tell you some of the bowling for the Gladiola side. Jaden Lloyd, he's picked up 2 for 31 from 10 overs. Stephon Griffith, 2 for 23 from 7 overs. Rashawn Worrell, who had a bowl, he had 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 12. Matthew Jones, the captain, he's bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9. And now the veteran and Ashley Nurse picking up his first scalp, 3.1 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9. So, all told, the bit of bother really for the University side. A good knock though from Demel Evelyn. He got up to 59, and he only had a double figure contributor in that innings so far was Shamar Holder, who was just dismissed for 16 from 46 deliveries off the bowling of Ashley Nurse. Calvin Marcus, he's a new batter who's about to join Javid Leacock, who's not on 1, but we're back here at the Wanderers where you can see the action carry on. Let's go over to another game here. Is this that Pickwick?
Yes,
Square?
this is that Pickwick. Pickwick is going up against the Barbados youth team. They're currently 164 for 4 after 39.2 overs. Young, talented bowler Justin Paris currently has 3 for 52. He's definitely one for the future, Mr. Payne. You know, Justin Paris, we've seen him at the under 15 level, we've seen him at the under 17 level, and I'm sure that we'll see him involved in a bit of the under 19 cricket this season.
Very talented bowler. I can tell you he's getting taller. You can see he's got a very nice action. One with a very good googly in his armory. So happy to see the young man getting some wickets. He's known for his batting predominantly. But I can tell you not to rule out this leg spin of this tall and lanky leg spinner. Very leaf. He's got some very nice high action. And like I said, he's very deceptive. Deceives quite a lot of batters with that googly. A really big turner.
Yes, he definitely is a big turner of the ball, but what he also deceives batters with is his flight. So he's not afraid to flight the ball. We now saw him bowl that one quite a bit flatter, but he's not afraid to flight the ball. Even at grown men, he will throw it up and tell them, have me. And a lot of Barbadian batters fall into the trap. They have a big swing, and they either get dragged out or they're caught on the boundary. So I really admire when a leg spinner is not afraid to flight the ball and put revs on it to deceive batsmen. It makes them a lot more skillful, and it makes them more helpful when it comes to outing and fooling batsmen.
Like you said, a very talented batter as well, not to be left out as his main trade mainly. I'm sure his dad, Jason Paris, who continues to put in the work with this young man, he'll be very happy with the progress as to how he's going. And I can tell you one thing, he's also a part of this Empire camp. He played for Empire in some games last season, if my memory serves me correct. I think he was very much there in part of their cup, the cup competition. So I'm sure that he'll be hopefully turning out for them sometime again this season.
Yes, he is an Empire product, and he recently represented Empire in the CCL Community Cricket League on the 16 competition, which they won. And I'm more sure that he was the MVP of the tournament, so he's definitely a young man that's doing well for himself. And he's one that you can look forward to doing great things for Barbados and West Indies in the future. But we've now moved back over to Windward, where Windward are currently batting and are 193 for 5 after 38.3 overs. currently on strike is Amari Goodrich, 42 from 36 deliveries, and he's accompanied by Latrell Greenwich, 16 from 24 deliveries. So we see Gary Austin coming in now. Just flicks that one off the legs. Down to deep square, takes a single.
Well, Goodrich is a man who's a very good all-rounder, talented player, known for his bowling, pace bowling, but he's also a very competent batter. And good to see him getting the most runs, like I said, albeit bowling being his number one forte. But he's one of those lower order batters that can really move the score along for his team, as he's doing here for the Windward. 194 for 5. Gary Austin yet to get a wicket, as it's in a short delivery and pull behind square, just waiting for the signal there. So 4 runs, an impressive shot there from Greenwich.
Yes, Greenwich, he's also a capable batsman, just pulling that one all the way into the boundary for 4. I just want to take a moment to look into this Windward side. Seth Agar batted at the top of the order, accompanied by Micah Greenwich, who scored 61. Joshua Branch came in at number 3 with a contribution of 21. Rico Wiggins, Jaden Roberts contributed 23, followed by Amari Goodrich, who scored 47. Latrell Greenwich, 22. Shaquan Bell and Maxwell Lewis, along with Komari Griffith, Jarion Hoy, and Amari Wiggins. And I wanted to go through that side because we see quite a lot of youthful players in that team, in the likes of Micah Greenwich. We see Joshua Branch. There's also Shaquan Bell, Komari Griffith. Those are all guys who would have represented the Barbados youth team last season. So it's good to see them now in the club setup at Windward.
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity now that we are Windward to say a special good evening to Tennyson Rhodes Jr. Hope he's recovering well. A young man who's had a little bit of a surgery a bit earlier before the season. So if you're watching the stream, Tennyson Rhodes, I wish you well success and your recovery, and hope to see you on the park sometime later on in the season. But yeah, as we're making our way back here at the Wanderers ground, the main feature really of the afternoon, where the Wanderers side winning the toss and let into bat. They got dismissed for 176. Rashawn and the A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire, they're just club, they're just about to make their reply.
Ball in hand for Wanderers. It looks to be Kyron King, a young, exciting fast bowler. He's a very aggressive bowler. What I like about him is that he's aggressive. He's never shy of a word, always getting in the heads of batsmen, and I'm sure that we'll see some more of that today. He's represented Barbados at all of the youth levels, on the 15, on the 17, and on the 19. So he's definitely one who knows his craft, and he's definitely one who can trouble opening batsmen early on.
Well, the opening batters here for the Empire Club will be Hakeem Perryman, and at the non-striker end, it will be Kevin Stout. Stout, like I said, fresh off a century in the Keith Boyce Memorial Tournament, played up in the north in the semi-final. So he's seen his team Shannon through to the final on the 28th of April at the Keith Boyce Pavilion in Diamond Corner in St. Peter. And Shannon there be coming up against the Welsh Mahal out of St. Thomas in that all-important final. As you can make your way down, there's a picturesque ground, a picnic style, at the Keith Boyce Pavilion in Diamond Corner on April the 28th. So, action about to resume. The umpires are all in the middle. Kyron King to start the attack from the southern end.
Starts down the leg side. Tidily cleaned up by wicketkeeper Joshua Morris.
It's a no ball as well. So just in front of this crease with his first delivery. Just remember Perman, he's a left-handed batter. Just needs to get his alignment right. Just get that radar well aligned. It's got 2 slips in place. There's a gully, there's a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, there's a mid-on, there's a man at deep backward square, and a fine leg. That's the field being employed here by King.
Yes, King, he's now started, and he hit his line and length on that delivery, just getting Perryman to defend that one. Perryman too, also a very talented young batsman. He's represented Barbados at the junior level as well, along with representing Barbados A team to a tour to Dominica in 2023. So he's one to look out for, and he can take a game away from bowlers. King, we see the aggression that we talked about earlier, just loading up at the batsman. He didn't release, but he's a very, very aggressive fast bowler, and that is always good to see when we have fast bowlers that go at batsmen in a competitive manner.
Yeah, Perryman, he's looked very organized every time I've seen him. I've also seen him score a century in one of a trial game a couple of years ago. But he's always looked very organized, Hakeem Perryman. Oh, and he's off the mark with a 4. An exquisite square drive over pitch here from Kyron King. Room given onside the off stump, and see him just opening the face and hitting that one past the point region and into the boundary for 4.
Yes, Perryman, he opens his account with a lovely drive through the covers. King will be looking to redeem himself after that one. 2 slips and a gully in place for King. And he nits. Oh! And he puts him down in the slip region. A lovely delivery from King, but dropped in the slips. He couldn't have asked for better. Hitting top of off stump, just squaring up Perryman slightly, but it goes down in the slip cordon.
Tell you what, Rashawn, no matter if you've taken that catch, you've infringed the front crease again. So yet another no ball. So it's like that man Ian Boyce there at second slip, who couldn't hold on to that chance, but King, he's also infringed the front crease. So there you go.
Yes, so Boyce will have his record clean after that one. Didn't count.
No count whatsoever. But importantly, Perryman, he's got off a strike. It brings Kevin Stout into strike for the first time. But a good delivery nevertheless. It has some pace, it has some movement, and it has some good bounce.
Good delivery outside the line of off stump. Starts Stout with a brilliant delivery. I know I went to call the name of Kevin Wickham because I'm so accustomed to seeing him representing the Empire side as well. He's one who is representing Barbados Pride this season in the regional first class season.
Well, he's very much here. He's in attendance along with his teammate in Jamel Warwican. They're both here, all members of the Empire Club. Another good delivery there, by on target from King. But we've got a handful of young seam bowlers who've been off the mark for a while. I remember young King. They've also Smith, Renil Smith.
Yes, Renil Smith. His brother is also Renico Smith, who would have represented West Indies on the 19th at the World Cup.
Renico Smith, young pace bowler, who's off to bowl at the moment. Delivery down the leg side, and there was also Jatario Prescott. So I saw those 3 young men together, and I thought that our stock looked pretty good at that stage. But injuries, like you said, always plays a part to these fast bowlers, so they just need to keep their fitness. But the first over is completed, and it's 7 without loss, sorry, after 1 over. And I'm going to make a break. I'm going to take a change. Lyndon Yard is going to come and call in with you, and you can carry on your expert commentary.
All right, Mr. Payne, thank you very much. Jordan Niles will continue from the pavilion end, and now rejoining me in the commentary booth is Mr. Lyndon Yard. Mr. Lyndon Yard, it's good to have you back, sir.
Hi, Sean. It's good to be back in the firing line with the A&A Auto Parts and Accessories sponsored Empire in pursuit of 177 for first in this point. So critically important. They have started the season with 4 valuable bowling points. And we'll now look to add the first innings points to those first set of points for the season, and remain in the driver's seat. This early days is only day 1, and the Wanderers with their backs against the wall at the moment. Empire reply 7 without loss. That's Jordan Niles to continue.
Lovely drive down to mid-off. He'll just take 1 run. What did you make of the rebuild from the Wanderers side, from coming from just 40 for 4 to getting almost all the way up to 180. We saw Shem Watson with a brilliant 49, a stroke-filled 49. Jordan Nels coming in the back end and smashing some a long way to get up to 20-something. And there was also Ian Boyce, who played a valuable contribution. What do you make of that rebuild from the Wanderers
Well, we'll
side?
say that the middle order did rally, had a 75 runs partnership for the 6th wicket between Watson and Boyce. And then, as you say, towards the end, a late flurry by Nels, who was his speakers on his way in with the ball.
Lovely straight drive down the ground, and he just holds the pose on that occasion. Stout looks to be in good stead.
Perfectly executed on drive. They describe it as the hardest shot in the book to play, the hardest great shot to play. Stand straight, elbow very straight as well, and elbow well cocked, I should say, and playing the ball left toe angle towards mid-on, straight through mid-on off a fast ball. Always a lovely shot. Not a lot of batsmen are able to play that, and well executed by the veteran Kevin Stout as he moves to 4.
This one down the leg side, good clean up by the wicket keeper Joshua Morris. I was now having a chat with Mr. Andy Payne about the Barbados Pride team that was recently selected to represent in the regional 4-day, and he told me that I should ask you about the Pacers, because you being a former fast bowler yourself.
Form is the operative word there.
Yes, so what is your opinion of the Barbados Pride makeup of the team? I'll go through it for you and we can break it down together. There's Craig Braffett, the captain, Joshua Bishop, Jediah Blades. I'll put a pause in it 1 second. Short delivery, and it's pulled down to deep square. Fielder makes his way around, but he builds it, and it goes into the boundary for 4. Stout picks up another boundary off the back foot, pulled into the square leg boundary, 4 runs.
And a poor bit of feeling there by Hayden Hart. Coming around to his left, he was always in control of it, but seemed to have gone wrong footed with his travelling. And it went down in the unapproved fashion. The ball went right through him. A critical and crucial and unaccepted blunder at this stage of the game or of your career, and costing his team 4 runs as Stoke pivoted on the front foot in anticipation of that short ball to move his tally to 8, and Empire soldiering on to 16 without loss. We are in the process of over number 2, being bowled by Jordan Nels.
Full on this occasion. Fielder running it down, and they complete 2 runs. Stout continues on his run.
I think that one before you come in, I think at the moment Nels is looking for the Yorker, but he's a little all over the shop. He's either on off step, he's down leg side, he's at the middle, so he just needs to find that consistency. He's good as they're going to pitch the ball up, but at this stage I think I would want the batsman to be searching for the ball rather than carrying the ball to them. It's new in their stage and you don't want to give them a sighter of it, and Stoke seems pretty content to stand in this crease and play under the eye.
Yes, I'll go back to the Barbados team that I was previously mentioning to you. Craig Brathwaite, captain, Joshua Bishop, Jediah Blades, Lenico Boucher, Cheyenne Brathwaite, Jonathan Drakes, young Johan Lane, Kyle Mears, Jair McAllister, Shane Mosley, Shamar Springer, Jamel Warrican, and Kevin Wickham. So what Mr. Payne and I were discussing is the fact that Barbados opted not to go with a specialist off spinner, and before we discuss that, I just think that the selectors did a fantastic job in selecting this team. There's a makeup of guys with mixture of youth and experience, guys who have performed at the West Indies level. But a lot of talk has been around the fact that they opted not to go with a specialist off spinner, leaving the only 2 spin bowling options, not spin bowling options, off spinners, would be Craig Brathwaite and Kevin Wickham, and there are the 2 left arm spinners in Jamel Warrican and Joshua Bishop. What's your take on that?
Well, I think that from the spin department that Captain Craig Brathwaite fancies himself as an off spinner, and it gives me a good chuckle when I think of him as an off spinner. But his record shows that he has a 5 in Test cricket, and he thinks that he has the right makeup of the side, that he doesn't need to recognize off spinner, educated edge of the bat of Perryman, who's living dangerously. He was put down by Boyce off a no ball, so in essence it wasn't a put down, it was just his edge was broken, and there's another educated edge down through the second slip and the gully down to the region to the boundary for another 4. So Perryman is up to 10 in double digits, and like I said, he's living dangerously. 22 without loss. We are in over number 3 being bowled by Kyron King, and also good to have him back on the park. And he's operating from the sudden end. He'll be outside of the off stump, taken by Morris behind the stump. Good line, good length, no ball. And he has had this problem throughout his career. He's been plagued with no balls, overstepping that front crease. And to start the season, he's had a no ball in over number 1, a drop catch. Now in over number 2, he's had another no ball. Picture with the outside of the awesome batsman. Allow it to go through, picking the left there. Now they decided to plug that third slip, and I agree with that move by Captain Lovell. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, and a cover. And now he slashes it square between the backward point and the gully, and down to the region, down to the boundary for 4. So a control shot there by Perryman, but if I was king, I would not mind that. I concede the boundary. When I'm getting him to open up his arms and play the ball through an area where victory will show that the bowlers has had 2 without success and 1 to Perryman. So if you were to itemize the deliveries, I say 1 delivery, 1 victory to Perryman. Without 4, he was in control of it, and the other 2 victories has gone to King, but he's not reaped reward for them. He's in, he's outside of the awesome, and the ball darts back. The outside of the awesome darting back, as keeper Morris didn't take clean. He was following the ball in front of the first slip, but then on pitching, he went too far across and had to hurriedly adjust his action, tried to take it with both hands, and the ball fell to the carpet. There is no run, 27 out loss in pursuit of 177 after Wonders. That one went to lunch at 146 for 7, folded for 176.
Just works this one off the legs down to the deep square leg area. And they jogged for 1, bringing Stout back onto strike.
Give me that for the fast bowlers in that Barber's time again. Jediah Blaze, Johan Lane,
Jair McAllister, Shamar Springer. Yes, those would be the 4 specialist fast bowlers in the squad. There's also the likes of Kyle Mears, who bats and can bowl a bit of swing. So what is your take on the selection of those fast bowlers?
Well, I like the Johan Lane selection. He's been on the threshold of West Indies cricket, going to the next level. He was just hovering around the senior selection side, so you have to keep him in the makeup. He's a nice prospect for Barbados, and it's good to see that they have entrusted him with a call into the 13 short delivery. And there's a short hand jab by Stout to square leg for a single. And just thought we know this one is wicket all too well that he would be flustered by the Pacers in operation. He moves to 11, and the 15 is Perryman, 29 loss. Like I said, I'd like the prospects of young Johan Lane. Jediah Blaze, budding prospect who was thrown into the equation some 2 years ago. He's coming back off on a niggling injury that I think has ruled him out of West Indies tour selection, and that is something that has to be monitored. Having said that, he's been selected, so I'm going to take the selectors oath of faith that they're fully confident that he has recovered from his injury. And here's a short ball, and that will be needed to come back as well. Short ball and pull through mid wicket by Hakeem Perryman. He's up to 15, make that 19. And the partnership of some 33, 19, Perryman 12. 11 to Stout, and 33 foot loss. And again, a benign, docile, Wonders pitch. And the fast bowler is guilty of pounding the ball into the wicket. And Empire, A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire, 33 without loss. And you'll see they're in good control at the moment.
Yes, Empire, they've looked in good stead all morning with the ball, and now they're coming with the bat, and they're starting aggressively. Just 33 for 3 overs.
Like I said, getting back to the selection, the Pacers, Jediah Blaze, he will take some time to get his action and rhythm going again. Like I said, he's coming back off an injury, and it's always like you would have some idea when there's an injury. It's always a setback. You have to go and get your rhythm back. You have to get your fitness back. So there's lots of things to be considered. It's left to be seen whether he will make the final 11. But I'm happy that he's back. Jair McAllister has been around for some time without making that ultimate consistent breakthrough. He's been in and out of the side. He has the pace and bowls with some aggression. As
Just driving that on that occasion, straight to mid-off, no run.
But it's found him. This is McAllister found himself more out of the side than in the side. Like I said, he has that pace factor. Predominantly a short pitch bowler, which is something that batsmen these days, or West Indies batsmen these days, are not inclined to play. And we're going to see if he can sustain his play and or recapture his place and get a sustained run. Shamar Springer, more on the medium pace side, pretty much in the same vein as a Kyle Mears. Good to have him in the park. They said he might have been a tad unlucky to have missed out on.
Lovely shot, flicking that one off the legs all the way for 6. Stoke is in a no-nonsense mood here, just taking that one to nails.
Well, that was a tremendous shot by Kevin Stoke, and again, a batsman can only play that shot if he's in certain league of a batsman, if he's a certain class about him. To describe it in slow motion, I think it was a ball on a goodish left. It was not quite a half volley. It was more center and leg, and he just was inside the line. Like I said, watching him in these 3 overs that he's been at the crease, he's content to play from the crease. He's allowing the bowlers to bring the ball to him, and he just got inside that delivery and whipped it all right hand. He just rolled the wrist over and it sailed over square leg. Tremendous shot given the fact that it came off the fast bowler. And this is where I think that I have my beef with fast bowlers these days, because this is just friendly fast bowling. There's no way that in the old golden days you're going to run up and get hit like that. There was a shot that was played with disdain that young Shem Watson played over long on, straightish long on, off the fast bowler in Edmund. That was hit with disdain. A short ball, outside was awesome. He had enough time because of the nature of the slowness of the pitch. Stood up tall and dragged it around, hit it with disdain over long on. I thought that was a tremendous shot, but looking at the shot that Stoke just played, tremendous wouldn't even would do justice to that shot. And as a fast bowler, I'll be hurting, I'll be annoyed. So if you're going to play that, you're going to have to play the same shot or similar shot with good gas, because I think he's just running and putting the ball down. There's nothing really in the wicket, but I believe that despite the fact that the wicket might be docile, you are a fast bowler, and before anything, you are fast. So in some cases you're going to say you're going to wake up a dead wicket, and it's not necessarily a case of waking up a dead pitch. It might be a simple situation that you're going to make the batsman uncomfortable. So we'll see how he comes back now. As the ball is back on the park, the field is pretty much well spread. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's one of a 5-4 field. A slip gully, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square leg, and the ball's going to be wide open in the off stump. Good line, good length, and Stoke again, very pronounced on top of the crease. Shows the value of the years of his experience, not looking to get forward, just waiting the batsman, waiting on the bowler to come in his arc, and he has a good eye. And the other fielder down on the fine leg boundary giving him some support is Kyron King. So you
talked about the experience of Kevin Stoke, and rightly so, because he's one who has represented the Barbados Pride team for a number of years. He has 76 first-class games under his belt with 316 half-centuries. He's also played List A cricket for Barbados along with T20, so he's an experienced campaigner that brings a wealth of knowledge to this Empire unit. So I'm not surprised by any means how he's came out and batted today. He's obviously in great form, coming off 100 in the semi-final of the Keith Boyce Memorial Tournament to earn his team Shannon a spot in the final.
As Nels is into bowl to Stoke on top of the crease, strides forward, plays the ball into the offside, and there is no run. And before we go into more discussion about Shamar Springer, for whom I have a lot of time for, who I think is a lively medium pacer who's not really getting his fold. For a while he's been in the wilderness, I would say maybe 5-6 years, trying to find his feet. He had a little bit of an injury, went off the park for a while. He's back on the park, came back as a batsman. Now he's gotten back into his old role as an all-rounder. Like I said, unlucky not to have made the T20 side, West Indies T20 side, to the World Cup. He's a short ball pulled through the wicket with nonchalant ease. He leaned back on it, delivery hit back in the wicket, no pace whatsoever, a docile trot, and he just swiveled and rolled the wrist over it, kept it down through mid wicket for 4. Stout on the charge. He's at 21, 19 is Priman. At the end of 4 overs, Empire galloping up 10 runs and over. They're 43 without loss. And if I may say, Rashawn, I'm deeply touched by your approach towards this profession, because you obviously have come up with all the news, and anyone hearing you live on the stream will be thinking that you are Googling your information, but the information you just spelled out on stout, not even I had that in my memory bank. And the fact that you didn't go to the computer for it, you have it in your notes, just shows that you are well prepared, and I think I must give you kudos for that, because the key to any good production that you're going to do as a broadcaster is to be prepared. Obviously you've done the work yourself, rather than waiting for someone to present you with it. I pause as King starts another over from the southern end, and Perman is in behind it, plays on the offside. There is no run. So with that information relative to Kevin Stout, his list A matches, his 3 centuries. I think the only thing you missed out there is what they don't have there, that he failed to make national selection for the West Indies side.
Yes.
You know, and his performance was always there or thereabouts when they were couple of years, especially in the early years. I think he went off to England, if my memory serves me correct. Had a fantastic tour in his first tour of the West Indies. I think it was a B-side, and was unfortunate not to have gained selection, in my opinion. And after several consistent performances, or several being a regular in the Barbados setup, he failed to make the breakthrough and go on to the next level to represent the West Indies. But like I said, the fact that you've done your research and you have all the information that you could present to the public, it always lends to the colour of what you are presenting as an announcer or comments person, whichever role you are in. But it's always good to have your stats and facts and not to wait for anyone to provide them. So I'm happy that you provided me with that information, and I think you are off to a tremendous start, and I should want to wish you continued success in that area as you help to develop your craft. But anyway, you can assist. Feel free to give me a ring, or just shout me up, and we roll on. So we've discussed the 4 fast bowlers. I suspect they will pick 3 and go over the heavy there, as Kyle Mears will be used as your 4th option of a medium pacer. The same way you can have the spin options of Craig Brathwaite. You have Jomar Warrican. I pause, and here is an on drive. Mid on is vacant. They take 1 through mid wicket. They come back for 2. So King being given the help, but I'm not so sure he's operating with 6-3 field, and that 6-3 field 3 on the leg side would be backwards square leg in Jordan Nels. Hayden Hart is at mid wicket. There's a straightish mid wicket on the boundary. There is a fielder who's bordering mid on and a straightish mid wicket. Now he is at a conventional mid wicket, and I think he's very tight in that position. 6-3. 6 on the offside, and King is in. And Perman allows this one to go about selling the off. Something well bowled, well judged, taken by the keeper. So 3 slips of gully, backward point cover. That's the offside field. And then there's a straightish mid on, which is kind of short mid on as well. He's not in the conventional, or what you call it, 30-yard circle. So he's maybe feeling maybe 20 yards in from that 30 yards, or 10 yards up. And pretty much close as King is in. Nice run up and forward goes Perman, and now seems to be settling a lot better. That ball is played on the offside to Raymond Reefer, who only contributed 1, and Shen Watson tops with 49-30 to Ian Boyce Jordan. That is a quick 26 off 14 deliveries and Wanderers total of 176 with out adding further 176 haven't gone to lunch at 146 for 7. At the moment, it is all A&A auto parts and accessories Empire. The team from Blank Hall, they're 45 outlaws, led by Kevin Stoke 21 and Hakeem Perman also in 21. And I suspect that we're going to be seeing some bowling change at some point in time.
Yes, it does look to be a bowling change. Raymond Reefer has taken up the ball. The ever so experienced, having represented West Indies, he's represented Barbados, and he's played a healthy amount of franchise cricket all over the world. But just to put a pin in that and go back to what you mentioned earlier, you were so in your flow state that you were just going on. I didn't get to say
it could happen. It's okay.
Yes, I thank you very much for the commendations earlier, and I do believe that preparation is key. I always enjoyed watching a lot of cricket. I'll put a pause in that. Refer into Stout, just tucks him up, just eases that one into the leg side, 1 run. But as I was saying, I always believe in preparation. I've always enjoyed watching cricket from a young age growing up, but now I take more of a liking to analyzing the statistics, watching back old videos. So although I may have not been around very old at the time, I've admired what Kevin Stout has done. He's definitely one who has been consistent for Barbados throughout the years. He's been consistent in Barbados cricket, and as you mentioned, he was a bit unfortunate to not get that call up to the West Indies team, but I still feel as if he would be happy with what he's done for Barbados and in Barbados. So he's definitely a player that has continued to be great throughout the years for Barbados.
I think one of the things that reality does hit home is that, once you've given your best, you must be satisfied. It isn't up to you where selection is concerned, but you just put your best on the table, and if you're to be rewarded, you will be rewarded.
Yes.
If you're not rewarded, then maybe that's not the case. And here's reward straight away as Hakeem Perman hits a half volley straight to Hayden Hart, who made a meal of a ball on the boundary. He makes amends now with a catch at point. And again, as we've seen for the better part of the day, another soft dismissal, Hakeem Perman, caught by Hart at point off the bowling of Raymond Reefer, entrusted into the attack in the process of the 6th over. He strikes right away, and any other parts and accessories Empire 46 for 1. Will you make of that wicket?
And it takes me back to what we talked about earlier, that wicket, because we talked about batsmen getting their eye in on this wicket, which is typically favoured towards batsmen, and then they just give it all away. So Perryman, he looked so good. He was striking the ball nicely, playing it underneath his eye, but then just a loose one outside of the off stump, just guiding it into the hands of point, which really and truthfully there was no need for that shot. He has a lot of time to bat today. He has a lot of time to bat next week. So I definitely think that batsmen need to have a bit of a different approach when batting on this wicket. Yes, it's going to be easy, but you still have to apply your skills, you still have to apply your knowledge, and be patient and take your time and bat on it. Because it's good does not mean that you should take advantage of it, take it for granted. So another batsman falling softly, a full delivery outside of the off stump, and he just cradles it into the hand of point.
Well, that lets in the Empire captain for the season, Nathan Seeley, and he's entrusted himself into the number 3 role. So a bit of a change up for him from his schoolboys days, where he would open the bowling predominantly almost every innings in whatever form of cricket, whether it's T20, 50 over, or 3-day cricket for the foundation side. He's now out of that institution into the Empire side. He's been entrusted in only his 2nd year as the captain, and he takes the responsibility to bat at number 3 with the likes of Roston Chase, Kofi Hurdle in the side, and he's in at number 3. So we see how he goes in this new role that he has put up his hand and says he's going to be responsible. He didn't bowl a ball today, and he waits for his first ball from Raymond Reefer, who's into him, and he gives him a short ball that has been hammered over mid wicket for 6. A short ball, like I said, a benign surface here at Wanderers. It stood up in the wicket, and the young man with the eye of a hawk, his very first deliveries, light up like the hit of an electrical switch, switched on, and he hammered it over mid wicket for 6. Of course, Raymond Reefer, not known for his pace, and following that wicket, he is hit for 6, and Empire 46 for 1.
Yes, I love what I now saw from Seeley. He just turned up and immediately got into his work. A lot of persons talk about approaching batting when you get in, just see off the first couple of balls, but I like the approach when a batsman can come to the crease and see ball, hit ball. If the ball is there to be hit, go through with it. And that is exactly what Seeley did just now. He's obviously a young guy, but he's one who has played so much cricket throughout his years. He's represented Barbados at the regional on the 15, on the 17, and on the 19 level. He's also played for West Indies on the 15, along with West Indies on the 19. And he also has a List A game under his belt for Barbados Pride. So although a young guy, he's one who has a wealth of experience, so he's definitely one who can come and heavily impact this Empire side. But a lovely shot over square leg, just getting back and pulling that one all the way for 6 into the road. So Seeley, he starts positively, 6 from 1.
I like the way how you see it, see ball, hit ball, and you always believe as a batsman, if you go out and you get a full toss, instead you put away, you put away. If you get a short ball, you put it, and you can put it away, put it away. If you get a good ball, you defend it. It's like if you get a good ball and it nicks your edge, it was a good ball. Or you get a good ball that does something, it defeats your defense and breaches the stumps. It's a good ball, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to take 8 or 10 balls to get away. Because some of these balls are half volley, some of these balls are balls outside the off stump that, you can help yourself steer the ball to backward point in cases, but every batsman approach is different. To be outside in the off stump, left alone by Seeley, not that far outside in the off stump, but the important part there is contrary to Kevin Stout, who's playing on the crease. He's looking to get a straight in, so he got his left leg outside towards the ball. Realized it was his left leg had shattered his off stump. The ball was not going to come back that much, and nicely taken by the keeper, Joshua Morris, behind the stumps. 2 slips, goes down, and Reefer starts in. Pass umpire lane.
Just flicks that one off the legs. He pierces square leg and fine leg well, but they come back for 2. Fielder on the boundary, firing it in, and Morris does the rest, cleans it up. So Sealy, 8 runs from 3 deliveries. I wanted to touch back on the fact that he did not bowl a single delivery today, because we know that he's obviously a talented left arm spinner, left arm orthodox bowler who deceives batsmen by varying his pace, and he also has loads of skill. It was interesting to see that he did not bowl a delivery today, leaving the bulk of the work to his pacers. The pacers did majority of the work today, and the spinners just kind of took a backseat role. So it's always good to see when captains can have faith in their team, knowing that their pacers can deliver, and just have a backseat look and just watch as things play out.
I'll get back to that after this delivery, as Reefer is in, and Sealy on top of his crease plays the ball on the offside. There's no run. 1 delivery. That completes over number 6. Kyron King 3 overs the innings, none for 24. Jordan has 2 overs the innings, none for 21. Pulled out the attack, and Raymond Reefer just haven't completed his first over. He sent no 1 over for 9 runs, and he's picked up 1 wicket, extras 3, and a total of 54 for the loss of 1 wicket. I was to comment on that statement you made with reference to Nathan Sealy. What I'll say is that yes, his fast bowlers or medium pacers did the job for him, but the fact that he utilized 2 spinners in Kobe Williams and Shaquem John Rock, it would tell me that yes, he had faith in his fast bowlers, but I think as a senior spinner that he should have been in the attack before both of those bowlers, but just giving them a run out, really 2 overs apiece. And I reckon that the batsmen were prepared just to hang in or probably give the wickets away. Short ball, and they're still looking to pull, getting inside the line and not able to make contact, the ball passing outside in the off stump and through to the keeper. So I think it's a situation where that maybe because he's the captain and because he's occupying a batting position, because he's in at number 3, and last year he would not have batted at number 3. Maybe he did bat at number 4 or 5. Remember one instance, I think he got a 50 or they had some useful scores last year, but not batting this high in the order. So now there is a naughty looking shot by Stoke, a standing deliver. He's stationed, if he's on leg stump, never move off that leg stump, and he's trying to reach a ball that is directed at a second slit, and luckily made no contact, taken behind by keeper Morris. It remains 54 for the loss of 1. So maybe that's the reason why young Sealy did not bowl in this instance. But I'm sure that if the cookies get too tight and wickets aren't falling, that he would not hesitate to pick up the ball.
Up and over all the way for 6 from Kevin Stout. Sorry to cut you off there just now, but I was just very impressed by that shot from Kevin Stout. He continues his rampage here at the Wanderers ground, taking his tally up to 26.
And he's showing the value of experience. He's just sitting back and waiting on the bowlers to do the work. So in other words, you're going to come searching within my arc. That's my advantage. And the bowlers, I think, showing signs of inexperience, because I'd say this, when you're up against a seasoned campaigner like Kevin Stout, you have, as a bowler, I would say this is your number 1 priority. As a bowler, your job is to control the batsman. The batsman, as a batsman, his job is to score. He has to find a way to score. And so the one way to control the batsman is by bowling him tight. So if he has a weakness on his leg stump, then you attack that leg stump. If he's strong on the off stump, you stay away from the off stump. You're going to try to starve him, make him find a way to get a score. Here he is with a much better delivery. Rear Stout is just coming across the stumps, playing from the crease once again, plays the ball into the mid-wicket region where Minas field, and there's no run. The option was there for Stout, however, that had he been in an aggressive move, he could have targeted long on, because the mid-on and long on is vacant, with Kyron King operating with a 7-2 field, which is a testing field, 6-3 field, sorry. Didn't see that man on the fine leg boundary. And the mid-on, not even a mid-wicket, the mid-on in Pricey Million is pretty much kind of whitish, so there's a deep square leg, a fine leg on the boundary in Jordan Nels. There are 2 slips in position, point in Jazz Griffith, that's gully Jazz Griffith, backward point in Hart, And Level finds himself patrolling that cover region with Raymond Reefer down at the mid-off as King is in. Short ball. And there's Stoke looking to pull it. And no ball once again. Signal by umpire Kareem Tate. And Stoke just taking it maybe a little bit on the hand. And the young man does seem to have some aggression about him, young Kyron King, but it's always, in my opinion, hard to bowl top spells at the Groundlight Wanderers. But it's good if you can learn your craft at the Groundlight Wanderers, because you're going to have to be very disciplined in terms of your lines and length. And if you're not doing a lot with the ball and relying on pace, then you're going to have to be patient. So it's a matter of patience here. And Stoke pretty much playing from at home. This delivery short, and he duck hooks down to fine leg for 4. So there you go. He's not, and this is what I'm saying to you about bowling. If you're going to bowl, the wicket doesn't offer anything, the pitch doesn't offer anything, but in that case, you've got to put your all into it. You can make a batsman uncomfortable. Stoke is up to 32. It is 65 for loss of 1 after 7 overs, but the results favor Stoke there with that boundary. For me, from watching it straight on, he was not comfortable at all. He got into line, pulled his head down, took his eyes off the ball, and left the bat there. The ball hit onto the bat. You say he rolled his wrist in the end. But I get the impression that, like most batsmen, between midriff and head height, most batters aren't comfortable. And if you're going to be a little bit uncomfortable on this Wanderers strip, then I think the bowler King needs to be more aggressive with Stoke. Force him into playing those balls behind square, especially those short left balls. So 65 for 1 in pursuit of 177 for first innings points. Empire trail by 111.
Yes, Raymond Reefer picking back up from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Nathan Seeley. I think that what Stoke is doing really well here. He's currently 32 from 23 deliveries. He's being aggressive, but he's being aggressive and knowing his areas. So he's not targeting every single ball, but it looks as if he's going after all of these short deliveries. And when the bowlers just get slightly full, he's going after it. Seeley, a lovely drive through the covers and holds the pose. Exquisite shot from Nathan Seeley. 4 runs.
Beautiful shot to Seeley. And Davey on the line of the off stump, or just outside of the off stump. And the thing here with Reefer into the attack, his pace is very predictable. And hence I think that Seeley's made up his mind. I'm going to play him off the front foot. A short ball can come along, but obviously he's not going to have any pace behind it. This wicket, this pitch, it's offering very little to the fast bowlers that it has done over the years. But Seeley looks good in his few scoring strokes. He has 12 from 5 at the other end. Stout and aggressive 32 from 23, 69 for 1. A&A all the parts, and accessories Empire rolling on.
And we now seen a change of angle from Raymond Reefer. He opts to come and angle the ball into Seeley instead of taking it across him now. So he'll be hoping that this change of angle hopefully can slow down the run rate a bit, because things are currently getting in the direction favoring Empire, whereas they're currently on top of this game, large and in charge. So Wanderers will be hoping to make a breakthrough and get back in this game before the end of the day.
As Reefer is in, a delivery of more effort. So his last 2 deliveries have been wrapped up, you would say, from maybe 32 miles an hour to 62, 64. Just using the numbers so to give listeners an idea of what he's doing. He's predominantly has been a bowler who's been known to bowl those overs. He can get you through those overs without conceding a lot of runs in the process. He will pick up a wicket. That has been his strength throughout his career, and never one for pace. But he's in from the north. Bowling. So the value of experience. David pitched up. First delivery, he crashed it through coverage loosely, but it was there for the drive. He hit it through coverage for 4. Second delivery, having changed the angle, was pushed through with pace. He stood up tall, played the ball in front of him. Third delivery, another delivery, a little closer this time with pace. He stood up tall on top of the crease, and in typical Raymond Reefer fashion, he does a little bit with the ball. Having changed the angle, he caught Leon Seeley, showing the value of inexperience. Batting at number 3, he went for a booming drive, and before he could essay half the shot, his off stump was cartwheeling. Fantastic sight if you've seen it in live action. Seeley, the Empire captain, makes his way back to the crease, bowl comprehensively, and you say beaten and bowled for pace. Yes, Raymond Reefer with pace on that delivery, not a fast delivery, but the experience in that. Young Reefer was still playing like if he's playing the slow motion angle. He departs, and Empire find themselves 69 for 2 as the West Indies captain, Test captain that is, Ruston Chase, comes to the crease.
Yes, as the Empire captain makes his way out, the West Indies captain makes his way out to the crease. And what was really impressive about that delivery is that you mentioned the experience of Reefer. He saw that from over the wicket was not working for him, so he opted to go around the wicket and change of angle, angling the ball into the stumps of Sealy, and instant reward one time. So he got the reward that he was looking for, pitched up delivery full, angling back into the stumps, and he just cleaned up the off stump of Sealy. So it really goes to show the value of experience as opposed to inexperience.
Well, it is test player. Who's your pick here now?
I don't have a pick, but if anyone watching, I would assume would go with the more current person, which is Roston Chase, who currently represents the West Indies, and he does so very well.
And in his elegance, his first delivery, pitched up, he strides forward. He's a long, lanky guy, and he got in the stride there. And like I said, he too will be very familiar with the pace that Reefer bowls at. So I'm sure he'll be pretty confident that he uses his left leg on a regular basis. Empire 69 for 2. And over number 8, the final delivery. And he stops on top of the crease and allows the ball to come into him. Hits the middle of the bat. A good over there sent down by Reefer. His second over. 2 overs a minute. 2 for 13. He's picked up all 2 wickets, having dismissed the Empire's opening pair. And Empire are in pursuit of 177 for first innings point, of which Jaden Yard, a young man who's schooled in 6-year-old St. Philip at the Princess Margaret Secondary School. He picked up career best 7.
Yes, 7 wickets.
And I'm thinking that I've called Keith Holder's name all day. Maybe he's sneezing. He can go back through the record and tell me when last fast bowler got 7-4 out wonders.
Yes, a truly tremendous spell, especially on this wicket, which favors batsmen heavily. There's not much in it for bowlers, no grass, no moisture, so it truly defines how skillful Yard was today.
King with 9 for 35 to continue.
Just timing this one through the covers. Fielder chases it, puts in a dive, and it's settled for just 1 run, which brings Roston Chase back into straight.
And 1 more to Stout. Empire 70 for 2 in pursuit of 176 made of 36.2 overs. Jaden Yard 7 for 41 on debut. So impressive debut by the young man. 7 for 41. Looked very busy. Both good lines and good lengths. Was assisted with some naughty shot selections, but that's not his fault. His job is to induce those discretions. And he won the ball short delivery, tap through mid wicket, stand tall and deliver. There's Roston Chase out to the field at the square leg boundary, and they take 1 no ball again by Kyron King. So he's had his problems throughout his career, and as the season starts, so too does. So it's a situation where you can adjust your stride next to the umpire, your closest stride to the umpire, or you can adjust your stride from the marker just to give yourself a little extra room to work with. He's trying to maximize full length of the popping crease. Now he's down on his haunches, he's doing some stretches, so I suspect that he might be suffering a little bit of cramp. He's getting some assistance from Pius Emilian. Umpire Kareem Tate also is going to have a look. A pigeon has a look at us. What do you think about the pigeons?
They're obviously...
Are you a lover of animals, birds?
I am a lover of animals, not necessarily birds. I find them to be a bit of pests because whenever you're eating food, bread, anything, they just come around. So, not I hate them, but I'm more like dogs. I'm a dog guy. I have 3 dogs of my own.
You do?
I do have dogs. Do you have any?
I have 1.
1 dog. Which breed?
I don't know her breed, but she works very well. She chases everything at the house. And anything in sight that's wrong, that's not supposed to be there, she would like to kill it.
Yes, I do have 2 dogs
They
like
call
that.
it Bordeaux or something like that?
I don't even know. I don't know the breeds that well.
It's a good breed. It's a good breed. I assure you that. I'll search it. I'll research it. Like how you've got your research on the players.
Yes, yes, yes.
Andy Payne comes a call in shortly. He's in a love of animals.
Oh, he's here saying that he has a love for golf clubs, not animals.
That's his sport, I think.
He's one
I
that
think
fancies.
if my memory serves me correct, he'd probably be missing in a couple of games. He's off to the Sir Richie Richardson Classic in Antigua. Oh, there you go.
Next Saturday.
I'm sure.
Yes, he fancy himself a golfer. I'm being told, Mr. Payne, that you fancy yourself as quite a golfer too.
That I fancy myself as quite a golfer. Oh yes, I've been meddling the area now for 5 years. I think it's a very lovely personal sport that I would encourage everyone to get into it if you can afford it, because it is an expensive sport, but it's a good sport, especially when one wants to find yourself, when you want to spend time with yourself. And similar to cricket, you play cricket with 10 players on your side, 11 opposition. The golf is you and the golf ball. You can have a partner, but still you and the golf ball. So it's a personal game. It's just you and the ball. And it is the only way you're going to win is if you control the ball. And it's very difficult to control the ball. Andy Payne could attest to that.
So there's quite a pause here as King goes down. We hope that all is well with him and that it's nothing too serious. Umpire and players are now checking on him. Yes, there's a pause in play, and now I will take a step out and welcome back Mr. Andy Payne back into the commentary booth.
So, as Payne prepares to come in 72 for 2 of 8.1 overs, and King is now up, and he's getting some assistance, and so trying to make sure that all is well with his instep. I suspect Andy Payne that could be some salt water that he just had.
Well, thank you,
Sip
Linda.
of. Welcome back.
Well, thank you. Well, remember this young man is coming off of injury as well, so I think this is pretty much his first game back. So, and he's carried on for quite a while. He's bowled some. This is it to his 5th over. So I guess they'll be looking at his management of his workload. But just picking up a bit of cramp. So probably he's bowled quite a few balls in this spell. Probably a few more than he would want to. All day is not too hot. Lyndon, remember you said.
I think that's a victory. The fact that it's not hot. It's a cool day. It's a lovely day for cricket. It has been from the inception of the first delivery. Not too hot. There's a nice breeze blowing continuously, and I think it's something that all players will definitely enjoy today on the park, rather batting or fielding.
Correct. But yeah, so it's just that eagerness of the young man to be back on the park. Just probably exerting himself a bit hard to start. The body's just getting itself back into that workload. So I don't think it's anything too serious.
72 for 1. And we are going to have a bowling change, so he's going to come out of the attack. Yes, so he's over, he's gone off. Empire Trail by 104, and Pius Emilian, I'm sure he's going to finish this over more than likely. He will probably pick it up from here as well.
Yeah, more than likely he will pick it up from that. The Prof Edwards Inn, Lyndon, we've eluded that all day. These 2 inns at this ground, one named after Richard Prof Edwards and the other one on the northern side after Stephen Farmer. 2 stalwarts really here at the Wanderers Cricket Club. Club of rich history.
Both of whom have done exceptionally well for the club, and rightfully having ends in their honour. And this first debut by Emilian is pulled dry through mid wicket really by Stout for his single.
And Stout continues to be aggressive. Didn't even have a look at Emilian. Start a delivery, looks to be coming in with the arm into the right hander, and aggressive play. But Stout taking the inner portion of the bat and just eluding the man there at short mid wicket, but picking up a single nevertheless.
Here is Emilian, left arm, ill-directed, down the leg side, not taken cleanly behind by keeper Morris. As that one, Chase was looking to work it down the leg side. slip in position, backward point in heart, and here is a drive up to the field of a long off boundary for a single. So Empire, you say Andy Payne in response to 177, 74 for 2, pretty much in control.
Very much in control, and if you got the experienced pair of Kevin Stout and joined by the current West Indies Test captain and Rawson Chase, you'll want to say that they're very much in control.
Nicely bowled by Emilian. Stout was looking to get on the front foot. That ball might have just deceived him in flight, might have been held back. And no ball called by the umpire, and the umpires are going to consult. So it's interesting, this no ball call here, Andy Payne.
Just be interested to see when's the call coming from. I think it was essayed by the man at square leg.
So
the young lane.
It does mean that the bowler, because the no ball was called from square leg, Pius Emilian is having a discussion with umpires Tate and Lane. Raymond Rifa also gets involved. There is Jared Lovell, the captain. So, Andy Payne, we don't want to speculate, but that no ball was called from square leg. And Emilian goes back to the top of his mark. And
said the call coming from square.
It has a lot to do with his action. That 15 degrees is what came onto the microscope there, and then he's in. Ill-directed down the leg side. They take one after it's Jazz Griffith, and Stout is only ambling the single. Not good running at all by two players who represented the Barbados national side, and it really should have been two. They took one. No change of signal. It's no leg by signal by the umpire, so change of signal. And 8.5 overs gone, 76 for the loss of 2. Much debate will continue about the no ball called. This one is tucked into the square leg region, out to Raymond Rifa, and that concludes the end of the 9th over. Empire, there's 8 other parts and accessories. Empire, there are 77 for 2 of 9 overs in pursuit of 177 if they're to get first in his points over the home team Wanderers.
Yeah, very eventful over there. Remember, this over would have been started by the young Kyron King, but then he had to pull out based on what seems to be cramp, and he was replaced.
So over of drama.
He was replaced.
No boundaries, but
he was replaced by the left arm orthodox Pius Emilian, who also has his fair share of whatever that happened there. But
these days you don't see bowlers getting called. I think there is, I think the term used now when they have consulted with several umpires is that you're supposed to report it. And I have my views on that, because I would say that an umpire has a job to do. And if a guy is infringing the rule, it's the same way you're infringing no ball, you call it no ball. If a guy is infringing the rules of the game, I think the umpire in his right has a right to do justice with every delivery, and it should not be hidden and carried away behind closed doors then to be handled with. That's just my view.
Well, understood. I'm sure we'll get something official. Our match referee today is Leslie Reefer. I'm sure the umpires will have some word with him, and we'll keep you updated as to what was the result of that infringement. But Raymond Reefer will continue.
And he's in, and Stout is squared up, plays the ball out to the fielder at that point region.
Looks like the substitute, Brown. Yes.
I think he is related to Adam Brown, and he's patrolling that point region. So it's 2 slips of gully point, cover, and the Pius Emilian, and there is Griffith who patrols the mid-off position. Jordan has at a short mid-on. Reefer is in, and across the stumps comes a Stout. He's been playing predominantly from inside the crease. Andy Payne, you're a guy familiar with playing inside the crease?
Well, yeah, Stoke is very inept in his batting style. Again, he's known to play some exquisite drives, and he's also good on the pull. But Reefer, who's just keeping him on that zone, a good 3/4 length line and length, and he's also pushing him on the back foot, getting the ball to shape into the right hand a bit.
And he starts in past umpire lane, and ball's delivery, which kind of stops into wicket on Stout as he's looking to come onto the front foot for the first time. And he plays it with soft hands to Jordan Niles, who's patrolling that short mid-on position. Can't score, it remains 78 for 2. 9.4 overs gone.
Yep.
And there are some people
Well,
of the view
fantastic run rate.
There are some people of the view, Andy Payne shouldn't say 9.4 overs, you should say 9 overs and 4 deliveries. But this is the day of technology.
Technology is there.
Reefer with his 5th delivery of over number 10. Similar delivery, a little closer, the ball coming in, so you see he's rolling his arms, his fingers down against the seam. And a good battle here, good intense battle. So equal to the task, coming onto the front foot and just rolling his wrist over it, turning it into the square leg region where Hart has had a lot of work to do. He's now being sent on the square leg boundary.
I know you're a very technical man and tactical in terms of these kind of battles. I saw him just putting the man out deep back with square leg, just probably to bluff Kevin Stout. But we just wait to see how he goes.
We'll see if he calls the bluff. He's in, and he does call the bluff. Was the ball pitched up outside end of the off stump again. Stout, with his experience, not looking to commit, stands tall, walks across the off stump, plays the ball off the back foot out to the point region, and the over comes to an end. And at the end of over number 10, the Empire side, they've moved nicely along to 78. For the loss of 2, having lost both openers, Hakeem Perryman and
the second wicket was that of the captain Seeley.
Not lost both openers, then I should apologize. Having lost
Yes.
the opener in Hakeem Perryman and the captain Nathan Seeley, but they're in control. And of course, you are following live streaming on the Barbados Cricket Association website. Collaboration between the Barbados Cricket Association and Bell's Imagery on the opening day, as the crowd has grown significantly here at the Wanderers Ground on a cool afternoon. So nice way, give the people of Barbados some way to go on the Saturdays and Sunday and have an enjoyable day. So from the Prof Edwards end, there you go, Andy Payne. I think I've earned my keeps now today.
And you should give Prof his keep as well. He deserves that mention.
Pass Emilian to continue, and Chase stretches onto the front foot.
I'm sure Chase would like to get himself a good knot here. He's been void of form of recent, and coming down to this lower level, by his standards, he would want to really bat some balls and get himself a score. Just pick up some confidence.
Well, he tucks this one to the leg side for what will be his 5th run, as Reefer comes off the square leg boundary. Empire soldiering on to 79 for 2. In a day that sparked by the performance of young 19-year-old Jaden Yard of Princess Margaret Secondary School. His first elite game. Picked up 7 for 41. 7 for 41. A spell which was highlighted with his determination. He ran in, gave it his all. He bowled good lines and length, and was rewarded with 7 for 41. A little busy medium pacer, slimly built, and his dad was watching today, as he usually is most of his games, because he no longer plays his trade. This is speaking none other than Junior Jones, former keeper for Kings Park, postman by profession. So his son had the job of doing deliveries today. And he delivered in fine fashion.
Well, he brought full meal.
Oh yes, like how the older folks in the country look forward to the meal at month end. Stout, in the meantime, continues to plug away for the Empire side. Another over comes to end, and Empire 79 for 2 in pursuit of 177 for first in his points.
Quite over there by Emilian, just conceded 1 run in that over. The difference here is that you can see the spinner coming in and trying to get some tight deliveries together. Just bowling that middle to the off stump line, just asking questions. Got a bit of an arm ball. The ball just arming back into the right-handers. He's not a big turner, passing million. He's one who's generally really tight, bowling into the wicket, wicket to wicket kind of bowling. So he's given good support to Raymond Reefer since he's came into the attack, just replacing Kyron King, who left us with a bit of what seems to be cramp. But Reefer, he will continue. He's picked up 2 wickets for 14 runs off his 3 overs, and he'll be bowling to Roston Chase.
Chase Musal over his bat, and he has 5. Stout on the other end on 34. Reefer to continue, 2 for 14, and Stout plays, Chase stands tall, plays from the crease, and there is no addition to the total.
Yeah, you can see the method being approached here by Roston Chase. He just wants to get himself in. You can see him just watching the ball close down his eye. He's not pushing out at it by any sorts. He's just watching it closely. Just really trying to get himself in.
Reefer is in, and there is Chase. Thought somehow he had a pending drive, and again the ball not bouncing as he would anticipated, and he played it hard into the ground, and he knocked it back to himself, and then parried it, tossed it to the fielder in the gully. The ball is back with Reefer via Charles Griffith, who patrols the mid-off position, and he is one of 6 fielders on the offside. And here is Reefer, pass umpire lane, and Bosley Bridges hit down the ground, straight over long, mid-on for 4. So using the angle, he stayed inside of the delivery, and he paying head well straight and just whipped it over. It's a pitched up delivery, but he had the measure of his man. I think it's so easy to play Reefer basically. It's just a matter of the weight off and weight on the delivery, because at maximum pace maybe he'll go at 75, 80, but regularly he's in the 50s, 55, so you could predict his pace, but it's just a matter of the movement. If he gets that movement, especially the in-swing of going, and in that case Chase got over it well and struck it down the ground for 4 to move to 9, and Empire up to 83 for 2. How does Reefer respond? He is in to bowl to Chase, and Chase allows this one to go by outside of the off stump. Good cricket, pushing him a little wider. Chase wouldn't be induced into anything adventurous.
Yeah, not tempted on that occasion, Roston Chase. But yeah, just using the variations of Raymond Reefer, Roston Chase, just see him just extended those long levers. He's got a good reach to the ball, and on that occasion he used his positioning, extending those arms and hitting that one straight back over the bowler's head for 4.
Clash of 2 former champions. As Reefer is into Chase, and Chase lets a good delivery go outside in the off stump. There is Reefer putting in the effort, and this is what is required when you're bowling at a player who has made his mark, who is known on the international stage, and
a player with 5 test centuries.
5 test centuries, long time ago, mind you, but 5 tests is 5 tests, and a century is a century. There's no 100-ball shot. As Reefer is in and played out to the substitute Brown, who gets across the outfield very fast. Youth in existence there. The end of over number 12, 83 for 2. King, 4.1 overs, no meters, none for 38. Jordan Ellis, 2 overs, no meters, none for 21. And we've seen Raymond Reefer, and we've also Raymond Reefer 4 overs, no meters, 2 for 18. As we are upon us is a water break, a drinks break, time to refresh ourselves on the pain. Empire 83 for 2 after 12 overs, and you have to say, Andy, that they're scoring pretty quickly.
Yes, it was a good start by the Empire team, just losing 2 wickets, but they've got the very experienced Roston Chase, West Indies captain, and Kevin Stout entrenched in the middle. 2 players who really are known, played for Barbados, and very experienced players on this Placid Wanderers pitch. I'm sure that they will want to get a good partnership going and get themselves closer to this target set by the Wanderers team. But 82 for 3 after 20 overs. I'm sure we will go to some of the other action in the yard around the grounds. Remember, commentary here by the BCA, the streaming as well between the BCA and Bell Imagery, doing a fantastic job, really allowing all our viewers to have a look and some sightings as to some of the other matches being played around the grounds. As this one here, we're seeing the Pitwick side up against Surgical Barbados Youth, and as it stands, Pitwick, they're 219 for 8.
Or 54.5 overs, and that's a decent score under the circumstances. And 222 for 8. Jatario Prescott and 5 is Andre Baptiste, product from the Barbados Youth, now with ESAF's Pitwick, and wonderful and fabulous collaboration here between the BCA and Bell's Imagery to bring viewers not only in Barbados but anyway the Caribbean of viewing around the world. Our cricket has started, and we see the fall of wicket, and the wicket of Tyler Prescott, bowled by Raphael Lovell. He picks up his first wicket, 1 for 43 in the course of his 10th over. And Signia Globe, Financial Barbados Youth, they're creeping back into it, and they have ESA Fields Pitwick, 223 for 9 or 55.5 overs. The water break here at the Wanderers ground is just about over, and the breeze coming off the south coast there at the Payne a little bit chilly, and I live in the southeast.
Okay, here's another game. It looks
another
like
game here.
Windward, the Bayview Hospital YMPC. They're 50 for 1. Looks like Edwin Currency Barnett, he's on 4, and Jadan Jones, he's on 23.
They trail by 163 runs, which means the effect that Windwards would have been bowled for 213 runs. The Windwards side would have made 15 now for the loss of 2, having just lost Jadan Jones on the stroke of switching back to the main streaming ground. And it's all about A other parts and accessories Empire, in response to Wanderers 176 all out, and they're 83 for loss of 2. Here is a change of bowling. Not a change of bowling, actually. It's Pricey Million to continue, and Stoke maybe playing that one a little lazily there, Penny.
Yeah, got caught in no man's land. He was near on the front or back foot there. He found himself in a funny position, and he's lucky enough not to play that one into his stump. This time you see him just using his feet. Kevin Stoke getting the pitch of that one and hitting it up to long off, picking up a single in the process. It brings Ross and Chase into stride. Like I said, a very experienced pair here, and they will want to put themselves together for a long partnership for the long haul as Empire trail the Wanderers side by 92 runs.
84 for loss of 2.
Solid played again there by Chase on the back foot, but a million, like you said, 2.2 overs, just giving up 6 runs. He's one of those accurate bowlers, and then just bowls the ball wicket to wicket, asks his questions to the batters, doesn't give you quite a lot. Delivery from Chase, this work out into wide mid wicket. See the substitute Brown coming around from mid on, can't prevent a single. So one more to the total, but just good rotation of the strike between this experienced pair.
I think that the Wanderers say will want to at least see the back of one of these batsmen. Stoke with a lot of time. They're both identical in the way they bat. In terms of changing gears, it's easier for Stoke to change gears than it is for Roston Chase, who's more elegant. Stoke, more finesse. And that's a word that you'll be familiar with. Finesse, Andy Payne. And Stoke, there's nothing finesse about how he's running. He's running a little bit of a hobble.
Well, I've had a chat with him as recent over the weekend where he scored a century in the Keith Boys tournament. He's got a century in his semi-final round, and he just reminded me that he's into the 40s now in terms of age.
So he's beginning to feel the aches and pains.
He's beginning to feel those aches and pains. So you can see him just a bit gingerly running between the wicket, but he's telling us that's the age factor cutting in. But yeah, the over comes to an end, Lyndon. So at the end of over number 13, 87 for 2. So he moves his tally up to 37, and with him is Ross and Chase on 10.
And they trail by some 89 runs, the Empire's side. So still early days in the afternoon. 4:58 in the country. Chase will have strike. He has 10 Stoke. Slow down considerably or appreciatively. He's on 37. One stage he had 32 runs from 23 deliveries, and he's now faced some 17 deliveries further and only added 5. So these two, you say drop an anchor.
Shot.
And speaking of dropping anchor, there's a glorious cover drive. It's a push through the covers, Andy Payne, not a cover drive.
Yes.
A push through the covers to a left ball by Reefer. But he had some pace on it. He gave him the room, and Chase with a straight bat, just eye and hand coordination on contact, and stroked it through the cover region for 4. The point fielder has now been pushed more to a cover point on the boundary. Captain wants him, he's at the cover position, but Captain wants him to come to his left. He's doing that gingerly up by the power hole building, and the refill will continue. The total 91 for 2, and there is a drive to Emilian, who's patrolling that cover. Check drive by Chase.
Good timing of the ball. That previous shot was all time in London Yard. I tell you, because it's a very good position. Stood tall on it. Ross and Chase, you know, once he's in good nick, he could be very elegant.
Reefer passes the umpire. Chase looking to get on the front foot. Reefer delivering a half tracker with some weight off of it, and straightened on Chase. Equal the task, took his bottom man off it, kept the ball in front of him. So despite the fact that he was defeated in his first movement of that, looking to get the left leg to the pace of the ball, just a transfer of weight, take the hand off the bat, and allow the ball to hit the bat with no resistance. A bit of pace to work with, and Chase electing to play it from down the crease. Stands tall, so he's getting inside of the ball, playing it under his eye. So good cricket battle going on here between the pair of Stout and Chase versus Raymond Reefer. As Reefer is in short, tries a short delivery. Chase rolls the arm over and plays what you call a lawn tennis shot, a lawn tennis crossover, rolling the right wrist, completely shutting down the left wrist, and playing it along the carpet up to the straight leg fielder for 1. That carries the total to 92 for 2.
Chase is a very tall man, so he really had to get that one well above the shoulders, so he had to put a lot of effort into it. Avoid the pace, so Chase was able to really get on top of it and just roll the wrist over and pick up an easy single. Shot.
Stoke with a punch, threw it off. We'll have to run it as it is overhauled by Boyce. And Stout is back for 2. Labour's back for second run. 94 for the loss of 2 in a other parts and accessories. Empire of 14 overs in pursuit of Wanderers is total of 176 all out, of which young Jaden Yard took 7 for 41.
Yes, Kevin Stoke continues to play some fantastic shots. This time again just off the back foot and pushing that one past the mid-off fielder to pick up a couple. But he's being good nick. I can tell you, he's timing the ball very well. You saw how he got off to the start with that new ball, just hitting the balls over mid wicket, and any short delivery that came along, he's also dispatched them with immense ease. And he's joined here by Roston Chase, who's getting it himself into the groove as well. You saw it early in that previous over, a back punch that really was all timing and made its way to the boundary.
Bryce Emilian to continue from the Prof. Edwards end. And with Stephen Farmer end at his bat, Chase strokes it out to Hayden Hart for a single. Empire inches close to that 100. 95 loss of 2. And 6.71 the current run rate. And they're going nicely along. Emilian in his third over. None for 10. Will be one of the key bowlers that the Wanderers side will be depending on the spin department, along with Ian Boyce. Captain Lovell has stationed himself at the forward short leg position. Slip go down, so too does Jazz Griffith at backward point. Boyce patrols the cover. Hart out at the cover position on the boundary. Jordan Els with that long off. Brown patrols mid wicket, straightest mid on, sorry. You see on the 30 yard circle. Raymond Reefer is in that short mid wicket, and I think he would have called.
I think
Nels is at deep mid wicket.
Must be Joseph.
And Jelani Joseph at the long off position. Here is Stout looking to tuck this one down between the square leg region and the leg gully. There's none of those fielders in position, and he didn't make any contact. Final two deliveries, legit that is. Emilian, who will have received his education at the Christchurch Foundation School. Quite a lot of foundation players would have come to the Wanderers side. It reminds me of the leg spinner who's here. I haven't seen him in this game. From foundation former, I think he was head boy as well. Trying to remember his name. Right arm leg spinner. Played for Wanderers last year. And here is Stout. Getting that one hard into the ground. And that concludes over number 15. And 95 for 2. The player I'm speaking about is Isaiah Folks. Yes.
Yeah. He's now left the Wanderers side. I think he's gone over to the Yorkshire. So that's a good acquisition for the Yorkshire side. Folks, good all-round player. Bowl decent leg spin.
So any money transfer market and the pain that you know about offhand?
Yeah, let me just think about it. I know young Renako Belgrave of Maple, he's gone up to the YMPC. So he's in today's game as well. Of interest.
I was saying to young Rashawn Hackett this morning that I remember you would know when the cricket season in Barbados is about to start. Apart from the ads by the BCA, you would get your Friday Nation day before cricket starts, and you see all the transfer, all the moves. And I think it's something that could still be highlighted because you have to get transfers through the BCA.
That's correct.
And I think that if that information is made really available, if it is research or journalists do, so to keep the interest of the cricket alive, and it allows fans and supporters to know which team will be strengthened or weakened depending on who you've lost and who you've gained.
Well, I can tell you, my team been very much struck by the transfer bug. Oh, Roston Chase coming on the front foot and hit that one over the top, Linden Yard. Again, just using his reach of delivery just on the full of length there from Ramon Reefer, and hitting that one over the top for maximum.
And that 100 brings up, that 6 brings up the 100 for the Wanderers side with Chase on 22-39 to Kevin Stout. The partnership is worth some 32 or 47 deliveries, and Empire now 101 for a loss of 2 or 15.1 overs.
Yes, if we go back to that transfer market, I can tell you my team's lost the likes of Mario Albert, who you've seen here today, from our last season. Belgrave, like I told you, on to MPC again. Well timed there by Chase. Hit up to that sweeper position where Emilian is stationed, so he will only get one. But again, good timing by Ross and Chase. We've also lost the services of Kareem Kozia and Sashin Clark.
Oh, and the pain sounds like
Depleted.
not only are you depleted, but I think you have those necessary replacements, because with those losses, I figure you'll be out in your whites today. But here you are doing commentary, so I would believe that you've had some replacements, hopefully.
Yes.
Won't be one of these teams that will be struggling. Here's delivery.
Yes.
Stoke is across the stump, plays from deep within his crease. 102 for the loss of 2. And it is always critical, Andy P, not only when you lose players, but it's essential that you get good replacement players.
Replacements.
I think one of the areas where a lot of clubs fall along is that they don't shop in the school sector close to them. So, for example, a Maple side ought to be shopping in the likes of Frederick Smith, the Alexandria, Ellerslie. You know, it's all on the west coast, and a critical element to it too is the ability of these players to get to practice, or at least getting, I would say, at least 2 days out of 3, as this delivery is driven through the extra cover region for 4 by Stout. Throw his hands right through that one, and the fielder Kyron King at the cover position had no chance whatsoever. Another boundary to Stout, who seems to be opening his arms once again. He's on 43 from 48. Empire moved to 106 for loss of 2.
Yeah, just playing that one on the up is Kevin Stout. He's very well set now. He's 43, like you said, for 48 deliveries, and the delivery not as full as he would like, not quite a half volley, but he got to it and hit it on the up, and the infield, the in and the infield, and he was able to clear the infield and into the boundary for 4.
Reefer 2 for 36. He's into ball to Stout, and Stout gets a delivery where he's calling 2 minds. For some reason, he wanted to hit it through mid wicket.
Yeah, I thought he said to use his feet for one, and Raymond Reefer just pulled the length back on him.
Able to stop the shot. Good, quick thinking, and he survives. Final delivery of a 6 over. I haven't gone for 36. He's into bowl to Stout, and Stout hits it just short of Boyce, the former captain, at the mid-off position. The ball bounced just ahead of him, and you will see a victory there for the bowler Raymond Reefer without any success, in that he induced a fault shot from Stout, but he survives. The ball fell well short of Boyce, and at the end of over number 16, looking to get a target of 177. They need another 70 runs. It's 106 for loss of 2. Kevin Stout has 43 for 50 deliveries, and just over a run a ball. Russell Chase has 23 from 25.
Yeah, so good batting by this player as this partnership continues to grow. Getting that total over the 100 mark and just trailed by some 70 runs. Right now, the A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire Club, they're just pulling that deficit back. So just 70 runs in deficit. But Kevin Stout, like you said, being deceived a bit there by Raymond Reefer. I thought he was in 2 minds, a bounce on the final delivery, just trying to get on the front foot, just able to chip it up, but fortunate enough not to carry to Boyce station at the mid-off position. So, danger averted.
Emilian will continue. Figures of 3.5 overs. Haven't finished the over. That was started by Kyron King, and Chase back in his crease. Whips it through mid-wicket, and Nels gave it his all from deep square leg, and could not win the battle into the boundary for 4. So Chase to 23, and 23 made that 27. Yes, 27. And Empire inching closer to first innings points. They're 110 for loss of 2.
Lovely shot there by Ross and Trace. Again, transferring that way deep into the crease on the back foot and using the wrist and just working that one past that mid-wicket. The man from deep back square had a long way to run and could not pull it off. Lyndon Yard very well timed.
And now he uses the short hand and hits it over the mid-on position where Kyron King is stationed. He will amble back to collect it from the boundary. Another 4 to Ross and Chase, as Emilian opted to give it some flight with mid-on up, only long off out, And a meat and drink coming down center leg. A freebie really for Roston Chase. He's up to 31 from 27 deliveries. Empire motoring on 114 for 2.
I'm sure they will watch the challenges first innings this afternoon. The rate that they're going at, they're scoring at some 6.98 right now, Linden Yards, and the deficit is just some 62 runs. So they will want to get beyond this first innings lead this afternoon. But Roston Chase, like you said, now just going for broke. The delivery pitched up, and the mid-on was in, and he just hit a lovely shot over where long on would be, and one bouncing into the boundary for 4.
And the ball seemed to have been lodged somewhere in the covers, which are situated over the Prof. Edwards end. So you aren't missing any cricket. And the Empire side in command after the Wanderers side won the toss and opted to bat and were dismissed for 176. As Chase in at number 4 has 31, and Kevin Stout, the opening partner to Hakeem Perryman, is now on 43 from 50 delivery. The ball is back, having been lodged underneath the new white long covers here at the Wonders Room. Kareem Tate inspects to make sure that it is what it is. It is the ball that we were playing with. He's convinced it is that, and play will commence, or recommence I should say. Immediate haven't conceded 18 runs.
Of those 18 runs, Linden Yards, 8 is coming as previous 2 deliveries.
Well, Chase mid-on is still up, and Emilian is outside the off stump, and meeting him respectfully forward on the front foot is Roston Chase as he adjusted his line. The length is pretty much the same, but the line adjusted. We see that he stays with this new line of data off and center. And again, he resorts back to the previous line. He threw it in the air, he threw it on center leg, and Roston Chase with consummate ease, and the Payne hit it over the mid-on region. Again, the mid-on is up, so it's a freebie once again. And Chase helps himself to his 35th run, and it's come up off 16.4 overs that the Empire side have reached 118 for a loss of 2 to trail by 58.
Yeah, just using those levers again, Roston Chase, like you said, he's got that extended reach, and the ball again just on the leg stump and of a fuller length, and he just extended those arms and hit that one past mid-on over to long on, where he will be stationed now, Kyron King. But again, good batting there by Roston Chase.
So the ball is back, the adjustment is made. 2 fours over mid-on has forced a change. Mid-on is now going to long on, and I'm sure you won't be expecting a change from Chase. He has a short lead, he plays it on the bounce to Ray Marifa, who's in at the short mid-wicket position, and there's no run. And interestingly enough, Andy Payne, he's pushed the mid-on to long on, but he's opted to go flat into the wicket.
He's gone a bit flatter defensively.
And again, he's flat, and he's milked around the corner for another single, and a single that would give Chase a strike. 50 partnership has come up off 58 deliveries. Stout has made 43. He contributed 11 in that partnership, and the bulk of the scoring in that partnership of 50 was done by Roston Chase, who has 36 from 31 deliveries. Overall, the total, Empire 119 for the loss of 2 off 17 overs.
Yeah, good healthy scoring right here by the Empire side. He's scoring at some 7 runs and over. 119 for 2 after 17, trailing by just 57 runs. But Roston Chase, like I said, really getting into things here right now. He's on 36 off 31, and you just see him just kind of toying with the ball, if you will say that. Anything pitched up in that arc, he's just using the reach and just hitting it over the top of Linden Yards. So just extending those levers. Maybe it would be a good ploy, really, by the Wanderers side to make sure that they keep that long off and long on, and for a player like Roston, just hitting the ball down the arc.
And now he plays a delicate cut out to pass Emilio, who's patrolling that cover point boundary. Single to chase is 37th. Brings Stout into strike, and he is on 43. Visions of making the first 50 of this game. After Shem Watson looks set to do that, when he gifted his wicket away to be out for 49. One of 7 victims to young Jaden Yard. Driven through the cover region. Emilian from cover pointers after it. And a single taken by Stout. A spectator heckling him. Run the runs.
Just remember Stout.
Like Stout said to you, Andy Payne, he's now in his 40s. He's still the same height, same size, but he's obviously gotten on the age. And when you get to 40, there's so much different pains, Andy Payne, you get that you'd never had or envision you had at 20, 25, 30, 31, 39. But once you hit 40, it's a different scenario altogether. 121 for 2. Chase waits on Reefer and slams the ball to the fielder at the point region. Cover point.
Looks like Captain Lovell,
who's moved from that forward short leg position that he was stationed when Emilian was bowling. There is no run. 55 the deficit now for Empire. So the Blues from Bank Hall have started on a positive note. And the home team Wanderers a little bit getting themselves behind the 8 ball, having mustered only 176. And the chase is forward. Kaiwan King stops it and does a little bit of a somersault, Andy Payne.
I don't think it was.
Or was it a rolling somersault?
It was a rolling somersault.
No harm done. All slimly built fast bowler.
But Reefer really putting in the work into his 7th over. See, he's picked up the 2 wickets. Now you see him just asking Ian Boyce to fall a bit back to the long off. So he's not quite on the rope, but 3/4 way back.
Tucked away out to Hart off the square leg boundary by Chase. Return on the bounce to Joshua Morris. Another run to Empire. Chase to 38 brings Stout back in the strike. He has 44, so 122 for loss of 2. 1 delivery remaining over number 18. Reefer 6 overs and 5 deliveries. 2 for 39. Final delivery of over number 7. Short ball pulled away down to the fielder on the fine leg position. And at the end of over number 18, any other parts and accessories, Empire 123 for 2, and Remery for 7 overs, no minutes, 2 for 26.
Yeah, so making the bowling look a bit easy there. Chase and Stout. Let's say Chase on 38 and Stout on 45. It's just a deficit of 53 runs they trail by. But Berman Reefer putting in yeoman service there, putting in a real big effort, picking up those 2 wickets, breaking the opening stand when he had Perryman out caught at the point area, and then getting the 2nd wicket of Captain Nathan Seeley bowl from Remery. So 2 good scouts for him. He's done the bulk of the bowling. I think he's delivered. He's put together some 7 overs, but now he's time for him to take a break. 7 overs, 2 for 40, Remery. It seems to be a change of bowling from that. The Prof Edwards in now. Looks like Nels, he's going to come in for a 2nd spell in the yard.
Suspect Andy Payne, we'll probably have a double change with Reefer having gone off and having sent on 7 on the trot. And like Stout, probably not 40, but he's getting up in there. And he tends to get a little slower as a bowler when you get closer to that age. And it's going to be young Jordan Niles to pick it up. And then for 21, and his 2 overs operated from the Stephen Farmer end. He's been switched around to Prof Edwards end and tosses the ball from hand to hand.
The treatment from Kevin Stout in his opening spell.
Will be interesting because Stout is still here and he's even more set now. 45 and 52 deliveries. He has the strike. Visions of making a 50. Slipping position. It's a backward point. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket. And the man on the backward square boundary. Here's a short delivery, ill-directed down the leg side, taken by Morris behind the stump. And no addition to the total.
So Wanderers, without the services of the Barbados captain and Craig Braffett, and there's also Rashawn Primus, who would have been here playing the straight, Jason Holder, another Wanderers player who's unavailable presently, playing in the IPL.
Young Drakes.
As is Drakes, who's be leaving with the Barbados senior team on Thursday. Headed up to Jamaica. Another single by Stoke moves him closer to that 50.
Inch into the 50. So he's on 46. He's off strike. Chase, who's playing catch up. Beginning to travel pretty quickly. He's on 38 from 35. So I want to say he was just over a run of ball. No, he's under a run of ball. Having faced some 35 degrees for his 38. Jordan has 2 overs and 2 deliveries, none for 22.
He needs to be mindful of his length.
He bowls a high bouncer. That hit right in front of his toes, Andy Payne. And one has to be sympathetic with Naz, as the only way you're going to get a bouncer over the batsman's head here once you have to hit it down with your toe on this strat. So hence the reason why, for me, it's a nightmare for fast bowlers unless you do something with the ball. And it ballooned over the head of Chase, who didn't even have to bend, and he's a tall man. Now he gets the delivery which he allows to come into and works it into the leg side for a single. Left delivery on a good length.
Yeah, he would want to pull some more of those deliveries.
Joshua Morris, the keeper. Trailing by 50. 126 to Empire. In pursuit of 177. 18 overs and 3 deliveries gone. Here's Stoke. Magnificent shot. Straight down the ground. All the way for 4. And that's his 50 for Kevin Stoke. Beautiful shot. 50 for Kevin Stoke.
6 fours.
6 fours.
2 sixes.
And 2 sixes. And beautiful knock of 50 to Kevin Stoke. Well played by the young man. 50 from 55 deliveries.
Excellent knock by Kevin Stoke. Like you said, he was very severe on Jordan Nels in his first spell. And here is a over pitch delivery and driven back past the bowler and down the ground for 4 to break his 50. A good inning so far by Kevin Stoke.
Nels eager to come in, aborts his run. Having conceded some 28 runs. Stoke on 50. Waits on Nels, who passes the umpire just about now. Bowser reaches launch through the cover region for 4. Beautiful shot. Just coming onto the front foot, given the room, knowing and trusting the pace of the wicket. And another boundary. So Nels continues to be expensive. And Stoke continues to soldier on. It's 134 for loss of 2 in a other parts and accessories. Empire.
So you saw the experience of Kevin Stoke. He was kept quiet by Percy Million, the left arm spinner, and he just bided his time. He waited and allowed Rawsons to get on strike. He picked up the singles, and now the Piercer is back. He's in full flow again.
Tucked away. This could go close to the boundary as well, and into the boundary for 4. Short delivery, ill-directed on the line of the leg stump, and Stoke just coming inside his line and helped it around the corner into the boundary for 4. So with that 4, he's up to 58, and it's now 138 for a loss of 2 at the completion of 19 overs. And Jordan Nels have now gone for 36 in 3 overs, Andy Payne, and there are problems here for the Wanderers captain with his Pacers, and I suspect that Raymond Reefer will need to be replaced as well. He hasn't come back on the park and haven't set down 7 overs in succession.
So a good partnership between this very experienced Empire pair of Kevin Stoke and Roston Chase, like I said, good batting between the pair. Stoke just finding himself in the middle. When Bryce Emilian came on, he just bided his time, batted his way through the innings, and as soon as he saw Nels being reintroduced into the attack, you see Stoke again pounce on that ball, and he's picked up some boundaries in that over some 3 consecutive fours at the back end of the over to move his tally up to 58, and Nels continued to be expensive, 3 overs, none for 36.
Well, we're going to have a forced bowling change, and Bryce Emilian is going to be switched around, and he will replace Raymond Reefer. So spin and pace as we head down the home stretch on what has been a cool start to the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite Cricket season, with live streaming here by Bell's imagery.
Excellent day for cricket. I mean, and then if you're playing in any of the disciplines, batting or bowling, you will love conditions as cool as this this afternoon.
Most definitely, Andy. And Emilian to start. Repeat for caught down the leg side and given. So Emilian gets his man. Roston Chase nicks it to the keeper, Joshua Morris, who skipped around behind the stump and took the catch. So Chase doesn't get his 50. He's been given up by Leon Lane. Caught Morris off the bowler of Emilian, who strike, having been switched around. And the young man strikes in his 5th over. And is it the breakthrough that the Wanderers so desperately needed?
Well, it's a big breakthrough to get into seeing the back of Roston Chase. I mean, that's a big wicket by any stretch of the imagination. But what a fine catch by young Joshua Morris, the keeper behind the wicket. A ball just stifling Roston Chase down the leg side. Seems to get a bit of the face of the bat and getting into a really good position. Joshua Morris and holding on to a fine catch for the keeper. Standing up to the wickets is always very difficult there. Good decision being given by umpire Leon Lane as well.
Yeah, he doesn't hesitate to make the decision, and Chase seemed to have no quarrels with the decision. He knew that he had nicked it, and the umpire, also following the procedures, Leon Lane, knew he nicked it. Decision given and accepted by the umpire side. 138 for the loss of 3. It's still trailed by some 33 runs. 13. I have to get 177.
38 runs.
Trailed by some 38 runs. And Kofi Hurdle comes to the crease. He's been around for quite some time. Andy Payne as a promising schoolboy, and one thought he might have gone on, but just never fulfilled that potential. And he's been knocking around for quite some time, so you would consider him to be a very good club man, basically.
Well, you spoke about some of those movements for the players, and if I recall, Kofi Hurdle,
He went around the park for a little bit.
He was also at Banks when he first started.
He was at Carlton
as well. So yeah, he's been around. Of note, Roston Chase, he was a starter at Banks as well.
No.
And Kevin Stott was a starter at Spartan.
Most definitely. So Hurdle, who's never set the park alight in any particular season, struck on the pile with people leg before. No. And the umpire Lane with his head down. You can tell when the umpire is not going to give you Andy Payne. If you know, we would know from seeing these umpires on a regular, consistent basis. The moment his head was down in his counter, you knew that decision wasn't going to be given. But having said that, there's some batsmen like yourself, who in your old-time days knew you were out, but you would look down, hoping to buy some time in the umpires. A firm umpire, whenever you look up, there to give you out. And then there are those umpires that once they convince you out, you could look down, look wrong, look cross, but they're going to raise that finger. So whenever you look up, the decision is going to be made.
They're waiting for you.
They're waiting for you. So Hurdle, not convinced from this couple of deliveries he's faced so far. 138 for 3, and to this delivery he's hitting it in the air, high in the air, over the long on region onto the wall for 6. Delivery again. Bryce Emilian, just when he seems to have batsmen under pressure, he finds the delivery to loose the shackle by tossing the ball up, and knowing fully well you don't have long off or long on out. And it's an easy scoring opportunity for Kofi here. He capitalized on it. Here's his first 6. His first scoring shot is 144 for the loss of 3. And we're 2 deliveries shy up over number 20 in the Empire innings. Whipped to square leg in front of square, where Reefer is your fielder. And gives the ball a little bit of shine.
Again, we speak about that impatience by the bowlers. He's bowled into the wicket. This Kofi Hurdle's just come to the crease. He wore the ball as many dot deliveries to him before you go searching looking for that wicket. And what did he do? Just pace off, lighten it, no protection in the deep, and Hurdle on a good batting pitch just extended the arms and give him easy runs. So
The end of the 20th over. Just a match summary: Wanderers versus Empire. Wanderers 176 all out. Shem Watson 49, Ian Boyce 30, Jaden Yard 7 for 41, and led by Kevin Stokes knock of we have another game on the stream. Super Blend Gladiator trailing by 104. They're 53 for 2.
lovely catch.
And
That's a lovely
make
catch.
that 52 for 3.
The leg spinner and Javid Leacock.
And UWI would have scored 157 all out. So wicket there for the leg spinner Javid Leacock.
Superb blend Gladiola. 53 for 2.
With a Kareem Tate. Just walks away and walks back. Goes for a few exploratory steps. No signal, which means that it is a single. Interesting close words. Signal and single.
And single.
Right?
But he's not about the leg slip in.
They say the horse is already bolted.
Well, this is the new batter in Kofi Hurdle. So I would be inclined to go on the attack to him as well.
Well, he settles down and Boyce is into him, and he tries a full toss that might have dropped on him up to Kyron King, who's patrolling that mid-wicket position. There's a deep bat with square, deep mid-wicket, long on, mid-off, cover, slip, forward short leg and a leg gully as Boyce right up off spinner is in, and worked up to long on for a single. Bringing Stoke into straight. It'll be interesting to see how Stoke fares here, or if there'll be any adjustment to the field. Suspect they won't. And we see how Stoke on 59 will fare against Boyce, who's in his first over. Chance. And Jordan Nez comes in and takes a brilliant catch, as there is Stoke falling for the trick. I said to you, Andy Payne, interesting to see how he goes with long off out, long on, long off in, long off out, sorry, mid off in, deep mid wicket and the deep backward square, and without getting to the pitch of the ball, Andy Payne, he just stood there, went for it, and Jordan is running, coming in, taking a nice catch, and they say just ankle high, and had to go right down to take it, and he's dismissed for a well played knock. And Empire now losing their way somewhat, 146 for the loss of 4, as Kevin Stoke comes back to a round of applause.
This looks like Mario Albert, who's going to be making his way into the middle as a replacement batter, but a good knock by Kevin Stoke. Lyndon Yard really succumbing there to an easy delivery, really trying to take on Ian Boyce, who's belatedly introduced into this attack, if you ask me. He's picked up a wicket in his very first over, so he's just bowled some 4 deliveries and he's picked up the all-important wicket of Kevin Stoke.
So Stoke over 59, having faced some 59 deliveries, 8 4s and 2 6s caught by Jordan as off the bowling of Boyce, and a good knock from the young man as the Empire side on day 1 closing in 146 for loss of 4. And the interesting thing here, Andy, is that I think that the Wanderers side can fancy themselves looking to pick up a couple of wickets here now, having removed the experienced pair of Roston Chase and Kevin Stout. We now have Kofi Hurdle, as he's been joined by Mario Albert.
Well, this pair is still very accomplished, but like you said, getting wickets late in the evening, they'll be happy. They really broke on the bat of the 2 set players. And Ian Boyce, like you said, belatedly introduced into this attack. He looks a threat as soon as he comes into the attack.
And he's picked up a wicket, and he will do battle with Mario Albert, who's about to face his second delivery. And to this delivery, he gets the delivery tossed up and strokes it up to the man who took the catch moments ago, Jordan Nels, who fires his return to the field at 4 short leg, and that concludes the over. So at the end of the over, 147 for the loss of 4. Extras 8 of 21 overs with Hurdle on 7. Albert has 1 to come. Edmund, Williams, Springer, and Yard. And at this stage, despite the fact they've lost 2 quick wickets in succession and the pain, I'm sure you agree that Empire is still very much large and in charge.
They're still very much ahead, just trailing by some 29 runs at this stage. Remember, Lyndon Yard, the bowling points will come into the fray, and Wanderers will just picked up their first bowling point really in this innings, just picking up the 4th wicket. And I'm sure they'll be happy for that. But Pius Emilian continues to be tidy, just asking questions. I will see how he will go about this over. Like I said, but you can see him bowling the ball into the pitch. He's been causing some trouble. It's solely when he went searching and hanging that ball in the air where he went for runs.
Well, Andy Payne, I think you could take it from here to home as the over about to start. Pius Emilian.
This brings Albert forward. So Albert, a very accomplished player, like you said, one who plays slow bowling very well. He's known for his all-important slug sweep, but it'll be interesting to see how he goes about the left-arm spinner, Emilian, who's again asking questions, by on target. Like I said, Lyndon, that is where his strength is really, Emilian. And you see him, that's the type of bowler he is, rushing the batters into the middle stump as opposed to trying to loop the ball up into the air. So here he is again. That's his lines, that's his lane for ball tucked into the mid-wicket region and just picked up another single. So this is where he really needs to be supportive of someone like Ian Boyce, who will give it a bit more flight and look for the wicket, ask him to hit him to the far side.
Yeah, I think they can bowl together as a good tandem here, especially seeing they have 2 new batsmen here. And we'd like to see Captain Evans more Andy at the stage be a more attacking, because you have 2 new players in basically. You're heading down to the last 15 to 20 minutes of play rather than giving such an easy freebie. You have a slipping position, forward short leg, a silly forward short leg. I would like to see a fielder just place in that point region and the gully region rather than the point. You have a point cover, extra cover, long off, and deep mid wicket. So Pius Emilian, I think you're just asking to bowl that off stump line. Speak about the off stump line, he bowls the leg stump line. Gives away a single. It's also a fielder down in the long on position, and we are greeted by a kite. Andy Payne, did you fly a kite this season?
No, I didn't fly a kite, Lyndon Yard. I haven't flown a kite in a long time. Remember back in the day when I actually made my own kites.
A young man comes to collect his kite, and it'd be important to get that kite off the field, because the twine, as the old people say,
it could be very dangerous to the players.
Nylon, herringbone, used to call it. Yeah. Ask him just to take it away from the field.
But interested, umpire Leon Lane signaled a dead ball as Kofi Hurdle was off a shot. On
I didn't think he played a shot either.
Yeah,
I think
so
Lane,
good call there by
former batsman in his own right. He would have some rules to try and trick the umpires as well.
But here he is, another flight to delivery, coming forward and just dropping onto him, but getting enough back. And there's no one in that vacant mid-wicket region, so he carried all the way out to deep mid-wicket, where it's like Hayden Hart coming in from the mid-wicket boundary, and just one single for the total. 1 to Kofi. Hurdle takes him on to 8. 149 for 4, just getting closer to that 150 as Mario Albert coming on the front foot and stroking a lovely shot up to Ian Boyce at that cover region, and no run resulted. So the overs come to an end. They're 149 for 4 Lyndon Yard after 22 overs. Albert and Kofi Hurdle, they would like to see it through for the afternoon.
Yes, and just to give you some bowling figures, Kyron King 4 overs and 1 delivery. None for 38, Jordan Niles 3 overs, no maidens. None for 36, Raymond Reefer 7 overs, no maidens. 2 for 40. Pius Emilian 5.5 overs, no maidens. 1 for 29, made that 1 for 31, and he's now sent down 6.5 overs. 1 for 31, and Ian Boyce in his about to start his second over, having sent down 1 over for 3 runs, picked up 1 wicket. 4 wickets in the Empire innings. Hakeem Primo was first to go on 46. He was joined back in the pavilion by Captain Nathan Seeley with a total on 69. Then 2 quick wickets. The wickets of Roston Chase, who was third out with a total on 138, and he was joined by Kevin Stout, with whom he had put on a partnership of some 38 plus 31, make a partnership of 70 runs for the third wicket, and then Stout, after scoring 50 odd, was out with a total of 146. Stout having contributed some 59 from 59 deliveries, 8 fours and 2 sixes.
So that brought up to 150, as this Albert be facing up to Boyce and picks up an easy single and long on his bat, so he's just worked that one past the ball and down to long on and picks up yet another single, takes his tally up to 3, brings Kofi Hurdle back into strike, and they just trail by some 25 runs presently, Linden Yard. But I like the variations here of young Ian Boyce, just giving it a nice loop and just asking questions, bowling that ball into wicket, and wicket, like the outside he's just got a slip, he's got a cover, and a bit off just on the outside. And here he is. Delivery again, stroke up to long one, just another single. So this is good bowling by the young man. What he should probably do is bring that long one in and ask him to go over the top.
Yes, I think he can attack and tempt both batsmen, because I'm not so sure that they're going to have that resistance at this stage. Ray Marifa is now being moved from the leg gully position, and it seems as though he's going to fill a short, straightish mid wicket. So there's a forward short leg, short mid wicket, and the mid wicket in position, and beautifully bowled by a young Boyce there as Albert is squared up.
Yeah, choosing to go on the back foot, not comfortable to come on the front foot to that delivery. Probably would like to be on the front foot, but with that position placed there by Raymond Rifa, right in from his eye short mid on, just allow him to walk to play on the back foot, refusing to come on the front foot. So good tactics by the Wanderers team, just forcing Albert onto the defensive as he overcomes them, and they're 152 for 4. Mario Albert, he's very much there, new to the crease, so too is Kofi Hurdle.
Yes, and the current rate for the Empire side, 6.61, and Ian Boyce just haven't completed his second over, and he's picked up 1 for 6, Albert on 3, Kofi Hurdle has 10 from 12, and I suspect that at this stage the batsmen will want to be on the careful side of the pain, and probably more than likely look to come back next weekend when the game will continue. Saturday and Sunday it will conclude round number 1 of the Barbados Cricket Association's elite season.
So delivery from Million, just pull it into the wicket and on the back foot, and just coming on to the inside portion of the bat, the Kofi Hurdle, where now there's a mid-wicket station in Raymond Reef, better field, I would say, and delivery just striking him on the pad. And this is where he's good, Clinton. I tell you, continues to bowl that ball wicket to wicket into the pace on, and asking questions as the batter. Just don't give away any free deliveries, free runs.
What is interesting, Andy, is that he's not coming between the umpire and the stump, which will make it more difficult. He's giving the batsman a good look by having a straight approach. The traditional left arm spinner will come left arm between the umpire and the stump. Takes me back to the days of Winston Reid, Anderson Seeley, and you know those were Derek Bishop. Those fellas that picked up a lot of wickets, and they got a lot of wickets bowling left arm between the umpire and the stumps.
Again, another good delivery, just bowling into the wicket. Kofi Hurdle doesn't have a say. I think at this stage of the game, at the evening, they might want to get another attacking man in there. Not sure why they would not have a leg slip into Kofi Hurdle from the left arm spinner, angling the ball into the right-handed batter and just tucking him up on every delivery so far in this over.
Yes, I agree with you 100%. Instead, they've opted for the 3 riders on the boundary. Deep square leg, long on and long off.
I'll ask you a question, Lyndon Yard. Standing from an our position, our vantage point, if you think that Kofi Hurdle was going to get a run in that over, where would he have gotten it?
I would suspect you have to get it down behind the leg gully with the station.
Ideally where he got that signal. So it's Mr. Means don't understand how could they not have a man in that square leg or leg gully area, because as you can see from here, any ball challenging the stump is more than likely to be scored in that region.
He doesn't look comfortable to drive the ball. He doesn't look like he wants to reach the ball and try to transfer the pressure from the back inside to the field inside, but force the ball through the offside. He's prepared to play late inside of his crease, and he doesn't look very convincing. Hence the reason why I personally would, like you said, Andy Payne, if I didn't have the leg slipping position, I'd have a feeler at square leg and ask the left arm spinner to bowl centering leg at him. Centering leg, knowing fully well that the ball is going to turn the other way and try to get him to go across the ball.
So the over has come to an end. So Ian Boyce, he's going to continue from this to southern end. This pair has done pretty well together. Boyce and Emilian, like you said, bowling in tandem, doing a good job there. Because at this stage, you would think that the Empire team would have been a lot closer to what would be the first innings lead, but they're still in deficit by some 20-odd runs. As Ian Boyce, he's going to continue from this to Prof Edwards in. This time he's worked that one into Lawan, looking for a second, non-existent second, as Niles doing some good work from to his right from Lawan and just getting one. So it brings Mario Albert into strike. Ian Boyce, like I said, I love this field that Boyce has employed. Again, off the outer edge, Albert a bit tentative to get forward again, Lyndon Yards. Like you said, bowling that. Ever since that man in Raymond Rufo being placed in that short mid-wicket position, he's feeling a bit aggrieved to come onto the front foot and just playing on the back foot this time of delivery, taking the outer portion of the bat and just eluding the man that slipped for an easy single in the end.
Hence the reason Andy Payne would ask to have a feeler at the forward short leg position. Just force him to think about it. You know, it's a psychological thinking really. So substitute the long on fielder and ask him to play with those three men around the bat. Just to play with his psyche, his mental psyche.
Yeah, they've also got a man at deep square leg. I haven't seen any sweep shots come up as yet, so I'm sure that will be their employ for the sweep shot. But at this late stage of the afternoon, I think you want to have as many attacking fielders as you can. You're trying to get that wicket, that deep backward square. You have to be coming in somewhere into an attacking position, Lyndon. Boyce, he's been very accurate. Like I said, he's bowled a very good spell here since he's been introduced into the attack, albeit belatedly in my view. But here he is. We have young Rashawn Hackett with an interview here with the young man Jaden Yard, who picked up those 7 wickets
for 41 runs.
So Rashawn Hackett, he's having an interview with Yard.
So this period Andy Payne will want to see it through to the very end. I think that's it, Andy Payne.
Well, that is the close of play. Lyndon Yard 157 for 4 is still trailed by some, I'll get that for you in a minute, but 157 for 25 overs completed. Trailed by some 19 runs. The Empire side. Kofi Hurdle, he's a not out batsman on 13. Mario Albert, he's on 5 not out. So the ANA Auto Parts and Express Empire Club having a fantastic day so far on day 1 of this encounter, Lyndon Yard, the first day of the 2026 Elite Domestic season. That's trailing by some 19 runs. Fantastic bowling there by Jaden Yard earlier today, and then you've seen a very enterprising knock by Kevin Stout and ably supported by Roston Chase, putting him in the ascendancy.
Well, Andy, you can say basically it's a day of 2 partnerships, 2 batting partnerships. One for Wanderers and one for the Empire side. And the bowling of young 19-year-old Jaden Yard, who snarled 7 for 41, 7 for 41, and an impressive spell of bowling where he sent out 10.2 overs to dismiss the Wanderers side, who after win the toss opted for bat for a subpar 176 off 36.2 overs, a top score of 49 to Shem Watson. He had a partnership of 70 with young Ian Boyce, and together, as I said, they put on 75 for that wicket, and that was the 6th wicket. And Boyce made some 30, and the other partnership of significance, the partnership between Ralston Chase and Kevin Stout for the Empire side, after the Empire side found themselves at 69 for 2, and the partnership worth some 31 and 38, worth some 69 runs, 69 run partnership between Ralston Chase and Kevin Stout, of which Kevin Stout went on to make 55, or run a ball 55 from some 59 deliveries. And we had Ralston Chase, before he gave his wicket away, he was out for 39. And at the close, the Empire side in the driver's seat, 157 for loss of 4 off 25 overs, and it means that they trail by some 19 runs. And you'll say that at the end of the day, at the end of day one, that the Empire side will be definitely the happier of the two sides, having been invited to having lost the toss, as Wanderers called right, as Wanderers won the rights to bat first and they opted to bat first. They were dismissed for 176 of 36.2 overs and the pain. And the first cardinal sin for the Wanderers side was that they barely utilized half of the overs available to them.
Yes, again, good batting conditions. I must say, Linden Yard, we spoke over the past couple of hours about coming to Wanderers and knowing the conditions here. I mean, they're the home side, so I'm sure they would have known the conditions after winning the toss and let into bat. They will want to carry on and bat some more overs in this first day. Remember, the pitch is good, outside is nice, outfield's being very quick, lightning fast, really. And just losing wickets. They found themselves at some 55 for 5, so that's really put them on the back foot. So the ball was still pretty new, and they allow young Jalen Yard to come into the attack, Jaden Yard, and picking up those 7 scalps with a fairly new ball. He got 2 wickets from Edmund in the process, who also aided him with some support. And at the back end of the innings, they had 1 wicket for Dre Sprayer, offering good support. So all 10 wickets coming via the pace route for the Empire side of Linden Yard. But I don't think the Wanderers top order really offered the assistance to give the back order anything to bat with. But good batting by Shim Watson at the end there, a good partnership between him and Boyce, and then some rear guard action from Jordan Niles. But the top order needs to come to the party.
And of course, the bowling of young Jaden Yard, 19 years old, picking up 7 for 41 on a fairly easy pace wicket.
Yes, again, the Yards, new to the Empire side, like you said, product of the Princess Margaret Secondary School in his first elite game for the Empire side. But he wasn't at all phased by the moment. I mean, Empire team club of rich history, known for a lot of fast bowlers back in the day there as well. And he didn't disappoint whatsoever. I'm sure Coach Ryan Nurse will be very impressed with the young man trying to get wickets. They've also have in their ranks the experienced Jaden Edmund, who was very expensive today. He played the first class level, picked up a 5-wicket haul for the combined campuses and colleges in one of his first outings, but didn't really come to the party today. So the young man really held his mantle, put it together for the Empire team, and I'm sure Coach Ryan Nurse will be very happy with his exploits.
And of course, Jason Hill first innings target of 177. Boys from Blackhall, which JC are sponsored by A&A Auto Parts and Accessories, went about it nicely. Lost the first 2 wickets for 69 runs on the board, but then the value of experience, having seen together Kevin Stout and Ralston Chase. I don't think you can get more experience in the Empire Club setup at the moment than these two, and they rescued the side from a 69 to 2 to 138 for 3 when Ralston Chase fell, and then Kevin Stout was 4th out with a total of 146. He made a runnable 59. How crucial was that 59? 8 4s and 2 6s.
Very crucial indeed, like you said, that 3rd wicket partnership between a very experienced peer. Chase being the leading West Indies captain right now in the Test arena, and he's just trying to get himself back in form. Not being going to Jamaica with the Barbados team for the first class season, but playing his trade here for his home club, the Empire. I'm sure he'd be happy to get a knot under his belt and look very good in the process. But Kevin Stout continues his good form, like I spoke about his exploits over the weekend, and he was really striking the ball. Took charge there of Jordan Niles. He really took Jordan Niles to the cleaners. He enjoyed the pace on the ball. And then you could saw a wide array of shots being played there by Kevin Stout and Rawson Chase. Together, that pair just shows their experience and what they can do. Both Barbados players in their own rights, and by extension, Rawson Chase being the West Indies captain.
Well, trailing by 19, let's preempt day 2. How do Empire approach first the deficit, which is the trail by 19, and then what kind of lead would they be looking forward to put further pressure upon the Wanderers side when they go in the back in their second innings?
Well, the first order of business really, Lyndon Yard, would be to get up to that first innings lead. Like you said, first innings lead is just some 19 runs away. They still got a very competent pair in Mario Albert and Kofi Hurdle stuck in the middle there, and they've got quite a bit in the back end as well that they can do that. Remember as well, there's batting points available for this Empire side, so over 200. They will want to challenge that 200 score and try to get some batting points on the tables for the team. I know Dre Sprayer, he's not underrated as an all-round. He can hit the ball around a bit as well. So you would like to get a partnership between this pair, get it up past maybe the 200 mark, and then have us a free going for the guys at the back end to pick up some bonus batting points.
Well, that's a wrap for the production on this, the opening day of the Barbados Cricket Association's Elite on the cricket season, where we feature the game Wonders versus A&A Auto Parts and Accessories Empire, where I can tell you that having won the toss, Wonders, they were dismissed for 176 off 36.2 overs, mainly through the efforts of Jaden Yard, who picked up 7 for 41. And in response, the boys from Bank Hall, they cruised to 157 for the loss of 4, thanks to a runnable 59 by Kevin Stout, and they trail by 19 runs going into day 2, which will be next Saturday, the 11th of April. And we do hope that you could join us for live streaming on the Barbados Cricket Association website, and of course, it definitely has been a pleasure. Andy Payne?
Well, thank you, Lyndon Yard. Just stand by for that fantastic performance by Jaden Yard. He's had an interview with Rashawn Hackett. Rashawn Hackett would have shared a few words, I'm sure, with the young man. So if you just stand by, you can listen to that interview from us now.
A superb spell of bowling from Empire player Jaden Yard today, taking 7 for 41 in the Elite Division versus Wanderers. Jaden, first of all, congrats on a fantastic bowling performance. How pleased are you with the performance today, taking 7 wickets in the opening round of the BCA Elite Division?
I feel very good. Bowling ball was awesome. What was working for me at practice and listening to my coaches, and that was it.
And we know that Wanderers is a pitch that's typically favoured for batsmen, where a lot of runs are scored. So to come and do what you did today took tremendous effort, it took tremendous heart, and obviously planning. What was your plan going into the innings today to get batsmen out?
My plan was just bowling ball side off stump, bowling by stump all the time, listening to the skippers and the senior players in the team, and that was what worked for me. That was what was working for me.
And obviously, Jaden, you're with Empire this season in the Elite Division, and you started fantastically. What would be some of your goals going forward into the season?
My goals would be trying to get wickets every game I play and keeping my standards high, and that was it.
All right, thank you very much, Jaden. You've heard it here from Jaden Yard, taking 7 for 41 at Darrells Road versus Wanderers.